and dragsters. So Group A, door cars and dragsters. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Door cars, Group A. Dragsters, Group A. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes for the Brodix Run for the 50K. Kids, it's time.
So remember, you lay down a perfect lap, 50 grand, which we would really like to give away. If not, we take the 3 best packages. The best package gets that set of Brodix SR20 heads. The second best package gets 2 GER in cash money. The third best gets a 2024 million entry, which is a $2,000 value as well, Mr. Nathan Hershey. Let's see. 3 best packages, 4 total or less, is our unofficial lineup here in the tower. As Dennis Paz and Michael Clement will start us off. Remember, the object of the game here, let's be perfect on the starting line and perfect down there at the finish line. It is a bogey tree, which means there will not be a staggered start. So even though as we look down at the scoreboards, Dennis Paz has 672 of the prediction here, and Clement is 670. The tree will not be staggered. The tree will come down just like a regular time trial. And all we want, like Nathan was talking about, we want to see Peter in full panic mode. So as many times as we can be perfect down here at the starting line, he has to panic. He has to panic. That's fun to say. Paz is going to start off with 24 green and 671. That is no good. Michael Clement was red. That is no good either. Everybody making a timer this morning is entered into today's Silver State Refrigeration Million event. As Craig Merrilees and Jacob Phelps. Merrilees on the Camaro left side out of Windsor, CA. Jacob Phelps from right there outside of Boise and Napa, Idaho. 638, the prediction for the Vega. Merrilees is red, no good. Phelps is 14. And 642, 4 above. Which will not be good. As I believe to be in the top 3 packages for the Brodix Run for 50K. I believe 4 total. You got to be inside of that to be in the top 3. As Charlie Lockhart, left side, 602. And Dan Gobi. Gobi from Cold Lake, Alberta, Mustang right side is 008. That's the best light so far. But then 5 over, which is no good. Charlie's 20 up front and under by 2 thou, no good. So we're looking, you got to be green, you got to be over. So the instant somebody's red, their entry is kaput, is no bueno. And the second you run too quick, your run suffers the same fate. Here in the Brodix Run for 50Ks, Tim O. Moore and Ross Davidson. Tim O. from Tucson, AZ, 578. The prediction for Tim this morning. Ross Davidson, 640. For the Camaro out of Idaho Falls. 14 from O. Moore, 18 for Ross Davidson. And we got to get the number down there. 582, 4 above. Davidson is 643, and based on the performance of the first few pair, it appears to be a wee bit slow this morning. As a plethora of our competitors have been 3 and 4 over the prediction, as Joe Schmal and Michael Johnson. MJ out of Arkansas, the 67 Camaro right side, 638. For Michael Joe Schmal for Team Minnesota. And that Minnesota Mafia, 680. Here this morning for the JOE. 6 and 32. The lights respectively. And 637.3, too quick for Johnson. 678.9, too quick for Joe Schmal. So right after I talked about everybody being 3 and 4 over, both of those two are under the number. Shows you what I know. Which honestly is not a lot. As Michael Pliska and Lucas Walker. Pliska out of Happy Valley, Oregon, the Vega left side, 586. The prediction, Lucas Walker, who was Big Jed's prediction to be holding the trophy at the end of the day. The bad dude off the bottom, that Lucas Walker. Pliska misses up by a foul and goes 594 above. Lucas Walker, 20 green and 1 above 6. As Noel Cuevas, who won a entry into today's million via the raffle, and McNeil Freeman in the taxi cab. The stock automatic Caprice. 920 the number for McNeil, who also won an entry. Noel is 20 up front with 663. You go 6, 6, and the other number that we don't talk about on Good Friday with a 3. McNeil Freeman, 937. He was over by a bunch. It's Cliff Hall and Kevin Pollard. These guys have lined up alongside of each other a couple of times during the Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro competition. Cliff out of Carmichael of the Red Falcon. Kevin Pollard in Raider Campbell's Hot Rod. 578 the dial for Kevin. Again, our Group A competitors. Group A, that is door cars and dragsters. Door cars and dragsters. Everybody in Group A. Up in the staging lanes at this time, please. Everybody in Group A. We got red and red, which means nope and nope. Pollard, the first to run exactly on the number, was 578.5. Cliff Hall, also right on the number, but both were red. As Hall said, he was going to run 644, and he goes 44.8. As we are looking for our 8th winner of the Spring Fling Million here in Las Vegas. I believe Brian Lapierre over on the right side. Carlos and Pino over on the left side. Carlos is 003. Here is red. All right, Carlos, this is 755 down there. 753.9 too quick. So it started off as a possible good thing. Columbia Falls, Montana, left side Nova is a 10th above and no good. Scott Taylor, 31 green and 1 above 9. As I need Group B. Group B. Let's get you up in the staging lanes, please, for the Brodix run for the 50K. Group B. Let's get you up in the lanes, please, for our Brodix run for the 50K. Rob Strong in the Firebird out of Hemet. Rob has 693. Strong is 27 on the reaction time. Looking for 693. 6901, no good. Again, we're looking for green and on the number. Which honestly, in our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category, green and right on the number has been a little bit like finding Bigfoot. Relatively difficult this morning. As we all know, Bigfoot is the perennial hide-and-seek champion of the world. We'll have Justin Lamb and Brian Cerruti. Doing a little mop and a little blower work over here on the Pennzoil side. So Cerruti, right side. Justin Lamb, left side. Lamb and his cobalt. So we look at 574, 642 for Cerruti. All right, fellas, give me like double O's right here. Lamb is 007. All right, Justin, give me 574 something. 573.3. Cerruti was 24 and under by 2. To be no good. Henry Roberson and the one, the only, the supremely talented Jeff Devy. For Jeff's graphics in the relapse, part 2. And Henry Roberson. And we're pushing Henry back. Or it looked like we were, but I am mistaken. Robertson, 725 the number for Henry. In stickers, the Mustang left side from North Highlands. Debbie's late. Henry's 24 up front. Let's see, 725. Henry well off the pace, 783. As that Mustang was not happy. Devy said was going to run 585, goes 586. As we are nope and nope. I believe that wraps up our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro field and the Brodix run for the 50K. My Group A is rolling forward. An A category, that is door cars and dragsters. A category, door cars and dragsters. We are running you You should all be in the staging lanes if you're not already. The B category has been called. And our Brodix run for the 50K. Nathan Hershey talked about it before. We love, love, love seeing perfect down here on the starting line because it makes Peter sweat. It makes him panic. It makes him start to hyperventilate. Because after you're perfect down here, at the end of 660 feet, if you're dead nothing, well, that's 50 gur. And you can be like Mr. Witherow at Bristol a couple years ago, who laid perfect down and got 50K. Good morning shout out to Mr. Steve LaBarber. He's got a pool to clean or something. This is David Beckwith. And Mr. Fiello. In the Achieva. Beckwith out of Rancho Cucamonga in the 64 Chevy 2, 542 the dial. Fiello has 596 on the Achieva. We talked yesterday about Chad Reynolds being an OVA Achieva. You know it's a good day, first of all, when it's the million. You also know it's a good day that when you walk out of the hotel elevator, the first person you see is Jim Beckwith, 009 on the red light start, 43 green for Fiello. And dead on 5. I don't think 48 total is going to cut it. Beckwith is red and too quick, and that is not the combination that we're looking for in the Brodix run for the 50K. So Stephen Bennett, the S10 out of Panama City, Florida, 653. The number. .557 over the Penrose side. We are perfect down low in the Penrose side. Into 557.0, 557.8 to be 8 total. 8 total is going to set the standard. So Mrs. Biano just rolled into the announcer booth. Justin Moser is 008. Danny Angela is 11 up front, and Justin Moser is 14 total. Danny Angela is 13 total, so that'll put them on the list. Emily Biano just rolled in and has told me that today's Spring Fling Million will be the highest payout that we've ever had for a Spring Fling Million. And people are still rolling in to buy tech cards. Man, today's a good day for a good day. Tim Wirtz will be no ban no. 19-29 on the reaction times, 5:15 for Wirtz. 4:44 for Jace Nicholson. Here in the Brodix run for the 50K. Ted Seipel in the Ferrari out of San Leandro. Nope and nope. Either side, 41 and 51. Will be no good and no good. Chris Galitti right there, 009 and 2 above to be nope. Paul Edens was 19 green and way too quick is Mike Bedot Jr. and Joe Peters. Once again, we're looking for perfect down here on the starting line, and then it gets really interesting as we go down track. Bedot out of Texas for Ignition Service and Supply. Bedot is 17 up front, 3 above. Peters is 21, 2 above. To be nada patata. Potato patata is Don Bradford and Rocky Van Note. Bradford out of Alabama. RVN from back home again in Indiana. Kind of feel like we need Jim Neighbors to sing. Back home again in Indiana. Bradford is 13 and too quick. I'm going to say Rocky Van Note might have had some numbers in the box from the other side of the racetrack, which it is bogey. So to be in the running at all, you got to be 14 total or less, which that number is going to be substantially lower. With Team Mexico right side, 541. And James Glenn, your Super Comp World Champion, 475. The prediction for JG. Again, as it has been announced by Emily, today will be the highest paying million ever had. Glenn is red by 5,000 and 474, 32 green and 2 quick. For the Camaro Roadster, that's Dwayne Ringus and Rick Harless. Harless out of Kentucky in the 66 wagon. Dwayne Ringeth, 453 the dial. For Team Canada, out of Calgary. Ringeth and Travis putting on those classic events up in Canada. They'll be in Edmonton June 23rd through 25th. Mission at the end of July, and up at Medicine Hat August 18th through the 20th. Payouts for Canadian Reds. Jackie Robbins, 42 on the green light. And 451.7. Rick Harless was 14 red and No good. Jeremy Sears left side and Dustin Wirtz right side. Sears has decided on 484, Dustin Wirtz 455. Wirtz 006 and 2 quick by 9 thou. He was in the running there momentarily. Jeremy Sears was 12 green, but 2 quick. It's Dallas Glenn left side. 443. $649 the number for the Nova right side. BG. 10 up front for the Nova, looking for 649 something. Nope. 651.6. As Mike Griffin and Talon Farmer. Griffin out of Tennessee. Dragster left side, 476. Talon Farmer out of Texas. Looking to dig up a perfect reaction time here on the starting line. And harvest a 468 something down there at 660 feet. Dig up, harvest. Making sure to gauge the intern's on his toes up here this morning. And I believe they're pushing Mike Griffin back. Farmer is 001 down here and 471.6 down yonder, which is not good enough. The 001 was good enough, but 3 above 6 is not good enough. Good morning to all of our friends in the chat bleachers on the Great Jags, Hoosier, Holly EFI, Bang Shift live feed. Hope everybody's having a great day wherever you are in this part of the amazing world that we get to live on. As it has been announced, this will be the highest paying Vegas million event. As right now we are over 325 entries, which will pay 375 GER to the winner, for whomever gets to be number 8.
So, Mike.
Yes, sir.
You just said that it's going to be the highest paying million ever, and there are still tech cards rolling in.
Yes.
Which also means that if you are one of those racers sitting back in your pit area still contemplating whether or not to jump into this race, you have the opportunity to be part of a history-making event here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway in the spring fling, many years that we've been doing this. So if you are out there thinking about it, keep this in mind. This is Vegas, baby. This town was built on taking that risk and watching it pay off. So if you're out there thinking about it, get up here, get your tech card, You don't want to be sitting in the pits going, you know, I could have, I should have. Get up here, buy your tech card, be part of this day, make it your day. Racers, come on, get your tech card.
You know, also in Vegas, what's the saying when you're at the poker table? All you need is a chip and a chair. Well, there's a chip sitting up here, and your chair is your race car, which is what you sit in. All you need is a chip and a chair, baby. Let's go. So we're 472 left side, 466 right side. Let's start with perfect, or at least 0-0 something. Here, 12 and 16, nope and nope. Well, left side's got a shot, got to be dead nothing. And 2 above, which is no good. Bo Sanders and Brian Griffin. Bo out of Raymond, Nebraska. 441. The number for Bo. Brian Griffin out of Trenton, Tennessee in the Vega right side. We are 441 and 644. So let's start with being good right here off the bat. Sides, 003, 007, 2 above. Brian Griffin joins the 8 total club. 007, dead on 1. And I'm 99.9% sure that 8 total is not going to end up in the top 3. But 8 total is pretty good to start us off. So 2 competitors have been 008. So we've had 2 008s and 113. So to really talk about you at all on the starting line, you got to be 12 or better. Start and no good, but down on 2. I mean, 16 total. That'll be a good time slip for Don Sefton. But not what he was looking for here in the Brodix run for 50K. Ty Farmer was read by Michael Irvin, 88, and goes 476. Mike Crater left side. 437. 462 right side. So you got to give me 12 or better right here on the starting line. Here gets another run where he doesn't even have to sweat. What's up, Sean? 463.3, disappointed. As we bring up our winner from last night, Matt Daddis. Well, technically, he was our winner from Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday, which was concluded on Thursday. Which appears like Matt Daddis really enjoys the races that start on one day and finish on another day, as he was our winner at Bristol when we were there last fall on Saturday, a race that started on Saturday and ended on Sunday. Here he wins Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday that was completed on Thursday. So, I mean, it stands to reason that Matt Daddis has a really good chance to win the Thursday-Saturday combined event that started on one day. Matt Daddis, give me 6:14 something down there. 6:12 and 8 too quick. Left side was 004 red, dead zero. Fourth thou away from being perfect. Could you imagine if left side had 5 in the bump down and he bumped it once to bump it 4 red? Kendall Little and Casey Pesnell. Casey 447 on the Pennzoil board. Kendall Little out of Texas in the Malibu 612. So Bill Zimmer was 008. Ryan Grant perfect. Casey Pesnell is perfect. And 5 Hun fast. Nate Hershey just walked in the booth. Casey let go and was perfect, and he was back here. Ooh, 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 ooh. And then we had to bring out. The Price is Right. Ba-bum, ba-bum, boom. We gotta have that one queued up like nonstop. Kendall Little was 11 and 3 quick as well. It's Kevin Brannon and Tom Stalvin. Rabbit out of Gaffney, South Carolina. Your defending million winner. 458. Tom Stalvin, 480. Too quick. Stalvin 13 to above, no good. And final call for Group A. Final call, Group A. Group B is lined up and at the ready. If you are in Group A, that is door cars, dragsters, everything, and you are not in the staging lanes, you are officially way tardy. It's Shane Molinari. Leave Darren Lots right side, 483. Molinari 17 and no good. Lots was 008 in the running and then way above. That's Dylan Howe. Over on the left side. It's decided on 452. And the Broadway run for the 50K. Right side is 465. So a couple of pair ago, Casey Pesnell was perfect on the starting line. And we all got very excited in the tower. And then it was too quick by a nickel. So we like when it's perfect. And there we go. On cue. and 466.3 on the 465 right side to be 13 total, and that is not enough. Bummer. Dylan was 21 and 3 thou quick. That's Logan Scribner. Out of Oregon left lane. Brian Bennett. 450. As we are willing perfection out of these drivers. Just give me like a low double O. I mean, perfect is better. All right, Ben, give me 450. 450. One total for Brian Bennett. As Peter Biondo was sweating profusely for 4.501 seconds. So Brian Bennett goes to the top of the heap, one total. So now you gotta beat 008. So Josh Cancelar out of the Iowa has 456. And Jeremy Hancock left side. Leading us with one total. As we are red and red. No good, no good. Right now, not later, later. Looking for 477, you get 477.6. Looking for 477, 12 total. Not good for what we're doing left. 7.6. So north, and we get 477.6. And we get 477.6 for Steven. Gabe, 12 total. Not good for what we're doing left side. Champ, over on the left, the number for Steven. Has a very, very, very good. He's definitely up for the gamble. And he definitely knows it. It's a chip in a chair. G Money out of La Puente. 467 the dial for G Money. For Gabe. LaCroix is 20, which will be no good and no. And both too quick as well. as Gabriel Hernandez Jr. and McKenna Brown. Gabriel for Team Mexico, McKenna for Team Jags. 462 the dial for MB. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. It's that 497 number Gabriel's been living on the last couple of days. Made it down to the final 7 in Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday. No. Gabriel, there's 9 rounds, 3 above. Gabriel, all. Piazza. Andrew in the 68. Side 472 is the dial. Court 70 for 456 for C squared, who rolled down into the semifinal or Silver DK Wednesday event. By Matt Daddis, Andrew D. Piazza. Trip, zip, and 472. That is going to put Andrew D. harder. Corey for 50 for the man Tom Texas. And his dead, which is currently makes 8 total, is dead too. That makes 8 total. For the 3rd spot. Go out on a limb, and I'm going to say 8 total is not going to end 20, but I'm going to go out on a limb and up 21 green right side in one of the 3rd spot. $463, the number for Peeps. Drew Smith out of Kentucky. And the Johnny Ezel prepared machine. And we miss having JBR here with us this week. And we wish Johnny well. We'll see him down the road. Peeps is 005 red, 20 green for Drew Smith. Which is no and no on either side. No, it's kill. John Zelli. Not here this week. Hunter. Indiana. Wayne has 56 on the Vegas score. Which wouldn't have been good enough anyway if Brian would have been on the right side of the green light. It's Tyler Bohannon in our Brodick run for the 50K. Mr. Bohannon made it down to the ladder during our Silver State Wednesday before turning it red at 7 cars. Tyler Bohannon is red by the most heinous of amounts, 1,000, and then goes dead on one. Just tell Tyler Bohannon the time slip. I know he saw it because you get to see your numbers on the scoreboard at 660 feet. But just throw the time slip up into the wind that's not real existent. It blew away. That's brutal. 001 red, dead on one. That's Donnie Burleson. 446 there for Donnie. Burleson is red by 3,000 and 4,000 too quick. JP Schuster, left side, I believe, final car in the A category. JP's 19, green, and that'll be no good. No good right now. And then goes down on 2. 457-2 on the 457. Brian Bent leading the way with 1 total. Andrew DiPiazza 6 total, and then we have 1, 2, and 3 at 8 total. Mike Lowe and Monty Beagle. Monty for Team Canada, Mike Lowe for Team Hurricane Utah. Right up the road on the 15, just past St. George, as you're heading north. Monty was way in front of the green. 21 for Mike Lowe is no good. Monty Beagle goes 572, but left well before the tree was activated. It's Bill Dykes and Sean Reichenbach. Reichenbach in the Avenger. 528 prediction. Bill Dykes out of Bluffdale, Utah, 550 for his Corvette Roadster. As we are in our Group B, first things first, we got to be good here. Oh, both miss it by the narrowest of margins. Reichenbach is 3 red. Bill Dykes is 001. And then a bunch above, Reichenbach over as well. It's Tim Denton and Jeremy Waterman. Denton out of Tennessee, the Camaro left side. 5.95 it out for Tim. And Waterman out of Washington. 5.36. And his 67 Nova. Denton is 12 green, Waterman's way more than that. And Denton goes dead 0. But 12 total is no good. I mean, it's good, but not for what we're doing right here. And our Brodix run for the 50K, Waterman was 5.95 and then dead 6. Is Ricky Pennington and Jason Biscay. Pennington out of Alabama. 6.09 for Ricky. Jason Biscay, 6.65 the prediction in our Brodix run for the 50K. Red for Jason, no good. Pennington is the deuce, which is also no good. Then dead on 3. Isaac Wilde and Scotty Hess. Scott out of Surprise. Every time I see Surprise Arizona, I always think of Sheldon Gecker. How awesome was Sheldon Gecker back in the day? 006 on the red light start for Wild. And then a little too quick. Scott Hess was 20 green and 4 above. Yep, Sheldon Gecker. That dude was a bad hombre. In the King Kong Hot Rods through the days, is Chuck Flanagan and George Lewis. Chuckles out of Ohio. 634 the number in the GTO. George Lewis. Also out of Surprise AZ. 64 Chevelle right side. 590. The number for Mr. Lewis. Flanagan's 005. Give me dead 2 or better there, Mr. Flanagan. 3 above 5. Nope. George Lewis was Mariano Rivera on the starting line. 42. 590 with a 9 on the 590. All right, Gage the intern, give me one fact about Mariano Rivera. He played baseball. Give me the significant fact about Mariano Rivera. We'll come back to that. Paul Moore and Brandon Cornell. Paul Moore is way late because I'm sure he had crossover numbers in his box. Brandon Cornell was 14 green and 3 above 3. Mariano Rivera is the only person ever unanimously elected to the Hall of Fame. When Mariano Rivera entered the game from the bullpen, what song did they play? We'll get back to that. Jonathan Adams sticks his head in and says, "Enter Sandman." Unfortunately, I know that as he is a Red Sox lover. With 006 right side and 492 no good. Clint out of British Columbia and the Camaro's 14 up front and 583.8. Jim Higgins and the Nova left side. 680 is the dial. 009 is not going to be good. 45 red right side is also not going to be good. Again, we got to be 8 total or less to even be in the conversation. And I'm so proud of Chad Axford right now. So we are red. Left side. And Lane Weber is 008. We needed to be dead 0, and we are dead 5, which is nope. Nope. It's Tom Carlson out of Minnesota for the Minnesota Mafia. And Robert Butler out of Orangevale, CA. Can we call, like, instead of the Minnesota Mafia, can we, like, start calling them the Fighting Paul Bunyan's? Robert Butler's 24. Tom Carlson is 25. Which is nope and nope. We do have to have approval from the Don of the Mafia if we can start calling them the Fighting Paul Bunyan's. You can buy that. Left side's 581. Jeremy Bargo is 6'11". Red and red, nope and nope, both 004 in front. And 595 and 612. Is Nacho Rivera Jr. and Gordon Boven. Green for Nacho, no good. Gordon Boven's 29. Which is not going to do it. Let's get in our Brodix. Run for the 50K, our winner. With the best total package, we'll get that set of SR20 heads. Our second best package, we'll get $2,000. Our third best package, we'll get a 2024 million entry, which is a value of $2,000. So we are 004 right side. Give me 569 something. Nope, 2 above. And we're red over on the left side, which is no good. And we are chasing Brian Bennett, who was perfect, dead on 1 to be 1 total. D. Piazza, 6 total. Zimmer, Griffin, Galitti are all 8 total. Scarf is red. Left side is late and too quick. After Scarth was red by 18 thou, he's dead on 4. Kurt Harrington and Kenny Snow. The Chevette and the Chevelle. The Chevetti, the Chevelli. 608 for Harrington, 571 for Snow. Nope and nope. Harrington is 12. Kenny Snow is 18. We need Nathan Hershey to walk back in here and get us some good juju working. I don't think we've had a perfect on the tree since you walked out several minutes ago. I'm holding you personally responsible. Kenny Snow was too quick. Kurt Harrington was too quick. Kurt Harvey II and Ryan Stifler. Kurt Harvey II out of Texas. Stifler out of Colorado is 5:32. As Mr. Hershey has walked in with some good juju.
Let's give it some good juju, Mike. Let's make this happen.
We want perfect right off the bat.
We do. We want to give away $50,000 to one racer in this Brodix run for the 50K. We need perfect. We're not going to get it here.
Other than the guy on the microphone to my right.
Where's he?
He is you.
No. I am about the picture of imperfection. That's what I am.
You're perfectly imperfect.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Oh, Mike.
You give me presence with your presence alone.
Oh, my goodness. It's getting thick in here.
Thank you, Jack Johnson.
The air is thick. It is. Well, we got a 15 on the tree on the right side for Rod Taylor out of Kalispell, Montana. He's going to run 5:25 on a 5:24. But we are still looking for our three best packages overall in a Brodix run for the 50K. Lane Como was 002 red, goes 461 on the 462. We're still looking at an 8 total envelope. We got Mr. Bennett at 1 total. We got DiPiazza at 6 total. We got a couple of racers at 8 total between Griffin and Galitti and Zimmer. So again, in the Brodix run for the 50K, we are going to get after this thing, and we are going to get after it hard. Racers, welcome to the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Oh, Troy Grant, red by 5 thousandths. The dragster goes red by 8 thousandths of a second as Grant runs 6:76 on a 6:76. Dead on 6. But for those of you that are watching along on the Bank Shift live feed, thank you to Jegs. Thank you to Hoosier for helping to make sure that this day happens, that this event happens, and those that can't be with us on property can be with us in spirit. They can be watching along and see every pass that goes down this racetrack as we have made our way into our B group. What do we got? Michael Miller in the Roadster out of Moriarty, New Mexico, rolling up with a 579 dial. He's going to be 22 on the tree. Red light start over in the left lane by 11 thousandths of a second. And for all of you in the chat bleachers, good morning. Whatever part of the country you're in, maybe you're on the East Coast, it's already good afternoon to you. But we are already into the range that it is going to be the richest payout in million history here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And we've still got racers that are making their way to the tower and buying tech cards. You still got time. Heck, even after we get through the Brodix run for the 50K, when we get into round number 1, you've still got time to be part of history here in Las Vegas as Mike Bloomfield Sr. rolls up and goes 005. We got a potential to be inside of that 8-pack. Can we run? Hey, there we go. 6 total for Mike Bloomfield, and unfortunately for Bill Zimmer, for Brian Griffin, and for Galitti, the 8 total packages have been eliminated. We're down to a 1-pack and 2 6-packs now as our 3 best overall packages. We got Brad Pierce rolling up here on the right side as we continue through Group A. Good morning, Mr. Danny. Good morning, Victo. Good morning, Gabe. It is game on. Group C door cars. Group C door cars. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Group C door cars. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Pierce is 10 on the tree, and then 36 thou above his dial. 640 was the number. We got folks already watching in from Budapest. I have no idea what time it is in Budapest. It's going to be in the evening sometime. You think it's 4 or 5 o'clock there in Budapest? Raining up there in the San Francisco Bay Area. I don't know if there's been like 2 straight days in California that it hasn't been raining somewhere. But I'm telling you, we will happily take all the moisture we can get over in this part of the world as we continue on. Once again, Group C door cars. Group C door cars. You have been called into the staging lanes, please, for your 50K. Come on down. Let's play this game. Let's play it the right way. 006 on the tree. Bart Nelson needs to be dead zero and goes 477-1. Needed to be 477-0 to get in on the game and have a chance at one of those top 3 prizes in the Brodix run for the 50K. And ended up 1 thou over where he needed to be. Oh, my. Larry Hamby and Ryan Gleghorn. Is it Gleggy in the car this time? 484, the dial on the left side for Gleggy. 674 on the right side for Hamby. Oh, Ryan Gleghorn misses it by 1,000th of a second and runs 484.7. Larry Hamby, 004 red, goes 674.1. What's happening, Mr. Youth Rock? Dragster Jeff Kreider checking in, saying it's sunny in Bakersfield. It's sunny here, too. 6:30 in the evening in Budapest? Oh, man, oh, man. What a beautiful day. We got Group C rolling into the staging lanes. Again, Group C door cars. Group C door cars. Need you to make your way into the staging lanes, please. We'll take dragsters as well. So Group C, if you're in Group C, let's get you headed into the staging lanes for your swing at $50,000 thanks to our friends at Brodix. 10 on the tree out of the right side. And then 484 on a 481 as Jeff Verdi rolls out of the water box. He's been double entered in the GTO all weekend long, and the racer out of Glen Allen, Virginia. Going to take his swing at the Brodix $50,000. So again, where we're at right now, best overall package is Brian Bennett with a 1-pack. Andrew DiPiazza with a 6-pack. And Bloomfield with a 6-pack. So first things first, be better than 6 on the tree. Okay, 006. Jeff Verdi needs to be 621-0 and goes 620 with a 3 to be 7 thou under here in the Brodix run for the 50K. 7:30 p.m. for the finish fireball. Good morning, good morning. Actually, good evening, good evening. But we've got a chat bleachers already full at over 1,700 watching along already. You got to make sure you hit that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I want to hear the like button. I accidentally hit the other one. That's not what I wanted. All right, so a 552 down up on the scoreboard. I believe that's with Coltrera in that car today. So Kyle Coltrera. We got 139 likes and over 1,700 people watching. No, we need more than that. We need more likes than that. Again, the Bang Shift live feed. You got Chad manning the cameras up on the scissor lift. Warren back here behind the switches. We got a 19 thou reaction time for Coltrera in the Nova. And then we'll run 552 on the 552. He is dead on 4. Yeah. How about this one? Start talking about that race to 5, that chase for 5. The first one to get 5 wins at a Fling event in those over 20K races. John Labousse rolling up to the starting line is already sitting with 4 under his belt. Luke Bagacki had a chance last night to make it 4 and came up just a little bit short. But again, a $5,000 bonus is out there for that race to 5. 006 on the tree. Laboose, 513.0. 513 with a 5. Ends up 11 total. And just outside of where that break point is. Oh my goodness, wouldn't that be awesome? Jake the intern is up, or Gage the intern. Why did I say Jake? I'm looking at Jake on the screen. It's Gage the intern up here, who's recently taken over some announcing duties here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Came up out of the junior ranks and decided that once he graduated out of the car, he rolled up and decided to pick up a microphone, and it's been a whole lot of fun to have him be part of the deal. Is Jerry Lone and the Big Chief. Big Chief. 000 on the tree for Jerry Lone. Jerry needs 589. 589.2 for Jerry Lone. Peter Biondo takes a deep breath and exhales after the pucker factor in the tower went crazy. My goodness. 000 dead on 2. Jerry Lone now the second best overall package. So we've got a 1-pack with Bennett, a 2-pack now with Jerry Lone, and a couple of 6-packs between D. Piazza. How you doing, Mr. Chris? That's nice of you to say. Oh, boy. Bill Bathello. Uncle Bill to Gage the intern. Sponsored by that Aloha Specialties here in town. Bathello's going to miss the tree by 0.005 of a second. And on a 499, we'll go 5002. Oh, man. So as we continue to roll through our Brodix run for the 50K. Again, should nobody end up hitting a perfect run, $10,000 will roll over into the $1 million main event. And if we see a perfect run in the $1 million main event, the first one would get that $10,000. $15 on the tree for Michael Pennington, looking now to play match with a 5.11 second run. Goes 5.12 with an 8. Hey, racers, for those of you that are on property, we are going to start selling our last man standing entries. If you want to play along in the last man standing, they're going to be for sale downstairs in the merchandise booth. So if you'd like to start making your way up here to the bottom of the tower and play along with us in the last man standing, they're going to go ahead and open that up here in just a moment or so. Good morning, Road Dog. How are you, man? $75 per pick, and the last man standing is going to pay out 10 grand. So $75 per pick, last man standing pays $10,000 is Gary Williams and Chris Whitfield. Whitfield, who has been on a roll already early this year, picked up a couple of big money wins, as we've got a 003 over on the right side for Whitfield, and then 460 with a 5 on a 461. Chris Whitfield had the reaction time needed, runs 5 thou under. Gary Williams was 009 dead, 1 to beat 10 total. You want to get in for a shot of those top 3 prizes, 6 total is the number to beat. So first things first, as one of the best bracket racers to ever strap on a helmet told me one time, he said, just execute one step at a time. One step at a time. 006 on the tree for Troy. 466 with a 4 for Troy. Ends up 10 total as well. So both the Williams, 10 packs here in the Brodix run for the 50K. Right side was 19 red, goes 476 on a 479. But talking about, just first, focus on the burnout. Execute, complete. Back it up, focus on staging. Execute and complete. then focus on the let go, and then after that, worry about the rest of it. There's Ryan Harem and now Donovan Williams. So Gary Williams was 10 total. Troy Williams was 10 total. Let's see what Donovan can do with a 466 dial over on the left side of the racetrack, as we've got something sitting in the groove. Essentially that left tire groove in the left lane. We're rolling out there to pick that up right now. We'll get that out of the way before Donovan and Ryan Harem. Harem in the Camaro. That's right, Barry. You knew exactly what I was talking about. We sat back here one time and talked about it, about, what does it take to continue to light up the scoreboards? And he just said just one step at a time. That's all it takes. One step at a time. Don't think about the whole run. Don't think about everything. Think about each piece you have to execute on and go from there. Ryan Harem 007 on the tree. And on a 551 goes 554. Donovan Williams was 11 in reaction time. And then it's 464 on the 466. As we are here on a $1 Million Friday. Going to be the highest payout at a Vegas $1 Million race that has ever been seen here in the Spring Fling Series. And they still have tech cards rolling in, so it could go up even more. Again, if you are back there thinking about, am I going to do it? Should I do it? The answer is yes. You need to be part of this unprecedented field. You got to be. Tied up in the shop today, listening in from Boulder City, just on the opposite side of the mountain here. 14 on the tree over to the right side. Once again, C group, C group, C group. We have called you into the staging lanes for your run for the 50K opportunities. We're going to bring out what looks to be the final car in our B group. 491 the dial up on the right side of the scoreboard. So with the C group coming in, we've got, again, chat bleachers full. But there's still room. It's not a sellout in the chat bleachers. There's still plenty of space. Call your friends. Tell them to get it up on the screen in the shop. Tell them to get it up on the screen in the office, wherever it is that they're sitting today. Because there is a tremendous amount of money up for grabs. 12 on the tree for the Roadster, and then 489 on a 491. That is going to wrap up B group. We are going to do a little touch-up on the racetrack. But we are in the middle of our Brodix run for the 50K. Again, top three packages are going to walk out of here with prizes. Best overall package is going to get a set of those Brodix SR20 heads valued at $5,500. Second best package gets $2,000 in cash, and the third best overall package gets a 2024 Spring Fling $1 Million main event entry valued at $2,000. If we do not see a perfect run here in the Brodix 50K, we'll take $10,000. We will roll it over. And if we end up with a perfect run during the main event, that $10,000 will be added as a bonus for that perfect run, the first one to do it. So you got to be watching from work. Like we said, every time we get one of these Spring Fling events that's broadcast live, and of course, every time we're at a Spring Fling or a Fall Fling or a Summer Fling event, it is always broadcast live. We are happy to do our part to bring down productivity across the globe. Where everybody should be sitting in their office doing their work or sitting in their shop getting things done. It seems like what should have been done takes forever because everybody's listening to what the racers here are doing, what they're getting done, who's winning, who's coming up close, who's falling a thou short, who's losing it by a margin of less than 10 thou. Rod Hagan said it best. It doesn't make sense to be here racing. You've got a race car on property. It doesn't make sense not to be in the main event, especially when we are talking about life-changing money, life-changing opportunities, and, well, for those that end up winning events like this, they become legend in the world of bracket racing. Their names cross the lips of racers throughout the world, saying, did you see what he did? Did you see what she did last night? Did you stay up late enough to watch the live stream and see it happen in real time? It's just one of those things that, especially right now, picture yourself sitting inside of a race car back in the staging lanes, listening and watching your friends and your family, your buddies out here racing for money that is almost unheard of. It's just pretty cool. It's just pretty cool. Big Jed. Yeah, brother. Listening in, got it up on the screen at work. I'm sure JJ's out there listening somewhere. Jed, we miss you tremendously, man. Just, I remember back on the many, many years that we've spent sitting on the microphones late at night, talking back and forth, and with everything that's going on here, you definitely set the bar high for those that have picked up a microphone behind you, sir. One of the best in the country, and you're training up a young man who is easily going to take over your spot and rapidly becoming one of the best in the country as well. I miss you, brother. You ever get back out here, we're definitely going out to dinner again, and we're going to be having a really, really good time. A really good time.
My biggest hope for today is that Big Jed has a good cough drop.
We're going to need a pile of them up here.
Because that is a moment in Bristol that I will never, ever, 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 ever forget.
I don't know that I heard the cough drop story.
He grabbed a cough drop off the counter and ate it. And it was probably the most grotesque cough drop in history of mankind. And we spent the next 15 minutes coming up with, it was like pond water and turpentine.
Pond water and turpentine.
Flavored cough drop. And then it just kind of went on from there.
Oh, my goodness.
Did you do better when I was... Oh, I heard Big Chief went 2 total.
2 total.
So we got to be better than 6 total.
Yep, got to be better than 6 total. Bennett's 1 total. Jerry Lone's 2 total. And then we got Bloomfield and D. Piazza 6 total.
What you've done, you did a lot better than I did. So I'm going to go back out because you're much more gooder here.
Well, let me tell you what's going to happen right now. Right now? Right now. We have got Group C rolling out of the staging lanes. We've seen some perfect reaction times go up on the board. Just like those that have entered the Spring Fling Million, you just got to believe. We are going to believe. We are going to believe that we are going to see more perfect reaction times, and even better than that, we're going to believe that we're going to see at least one of these perfect reaction times that goes up on the board and is followed by a dead-on 0 run to get it done. Big Jed, were those like Ricola, whatever they were? I want to know what that cough drop was. I'm interested. Man, love you, bro. So with Tim Wirtz and Craig Merrilees rolling into the water box. Merrilees over on the left side. 6:52. Over on the left side, and Tim Wirtz with a 5:16. Now listen up. Listen up. We are starting with a topless ride at Tim Wirtz that was covered in snow in Tucson. Can the snowman... Remember, like, what was the... I know you call it the snowplow, but we need to just change his nickname to the Snowman. Do a little Smokey and the Bandit. I got you, Snowman. Snowman, 27 on the tree, goes 5:14 on a 5:16, over and out. Just saying. Craig Merrilees was 65 on the tree and goes 657 on a 652. Let's see some perfect lights here. How about Lucas Walker? The 88 Mustang dialed in at 606, and David Beckwith, the 64 Chevy 2. And Terry Lee, that's the only way to start in Vegas. Vegas is all about the topless show. We got a topless roadster sitting in the water box right now. 008 on the tree for David Beckwith and 543 on a 540. Lucas Walker was 10 on the tree and goes 604 on the 606. Derek, you are currently watching your 7th grade geography class to watch along with you? All right. So if you're studying geography in the 7th grade, maybe we can turn this into a class project. In your class project, go ahead and look up, I don't know, like on Google Maps or something like that. Find out where Vegas is. Find out where the Strip is. And then find the geolocation coordinates for it. That way you guys are like earning extra credit. 41 on the tree for Jose Garcia Jr. out of Sonora, Mexico. He goes 537 on a 541. Dan Fiello was 12 green and 596.8 on a 597. So after the 012 reaction time, ends up 2 thou under the number as we bring up Jeff Devey and Bryson Scruggs. And I'm going to be really interested to see in the fact that now that we are getting into our double-entered cars and everybody has had a lap down the racetrack this morning, they've had an opportunity to evaluate some of the data, have had an opportunity to make some adjustments in the box. Let's see how many perfect lights we can roll up here because, trust me, for those of us in the tower, it's way more fun to watch Peter sweat. Jeff Devey, 004 red, and then goes 588.2. Bryson Scruggs is dead on as well. 478 on a 478. 20 on the tree. We'll come up with some additional extra credit assignments for the 7th grade class. The 7th grade geography class that is watching the Brodix run for the 50K. Isn't it? So as they were saying, for those of you that are watching on the live feed, we got to get Chad or Warren to post up the link to the $1 million preview video. The $1 million preview video, Luke Bagacki talking about what it is like to be a racer at an event like this. And if you are sitting back in the pits and have decided that you're not going to participate, I'm going to tell you this, don't watch it. Because if you're sitting back there thinking you're not going to play along in this game and then you watch that video, it will be impossible to not come up here and buy a tech card. I'm telling you, you watch that video that was just sent out via the text messaging. It's about, 6 minutes long? And if you're sitting back there going, nah, I'm not going to go to the $1 million. How about a perfect reaction time for Talon Farmer, looking for 471, and we get 469.8. Oh, 002 on the tree for the Rabbit, Kevin Brannon. He goes 456 on a 456 and ends up 10 total. So we had the 002 reaction time. Over on the left side for the Rabbit, we had a perfect reaction time for Talon Farmer, and Farmer ends up 18 thou under the dial. Just watch it. The video. Find the link. And I'm serious. You're sitting out there, you will not be able to control it. Your body will lift itself out of the chair without you even thinking about it. You will get on the golf cart. You will drive up here to the tower, and you will purchase your tech card. Yeah, there should be a lot of swear jar donations. The swear jar is starting to fill up a little bit, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later on because there will be a lot of people talking to themselves. 003 on the red side for Zach Fulcher. Looking for 597, goes 596.0. Daryl Hemley was 85 on the tree and runs 453 on the 456. But wow. Just wow. I think we're going to get that all set up to where we can play that video just before we get into our opening ceremonies for round number 1. Because if you haven't found the link and if you haven't watched it yet, it's moving. Both drivers leaving early here. Kevin Pollard, 005 red in Raider Campbell's car. Danny Angel, 008 red as Angel goes 617. Pollard goes 580 on a 578. Once again, Group C. Group C, let's get you. Headed back to the staging lanes if you haven't yet. And that's the thing. I mean, with the chat bleachers out there, there's never a sellout. If we start to get full, we build more bleachers. Just like that. Everybody is welcome. Everybody can play along as Dylan Howe and Travis Ringeth. Ringeth, who brought us up the fantastic Canadian version of the Cheetos, the Cheesies. Those things are awesome. And Dylan Howe was the first winner of the event when he took that American Race Cars shootout all the way down to the final and went home with that Todd's Extreme Paint and American Race Cars chassis. Just a pretty cool little deal. That dragster valued at what, 60 grand? 25 on the tree for Dylan. Travis Ringis is 009, and Ringis goes 451 on a 451. Ends up dead on 2. Dylan goes 453 on the 452 to be 11th thou above. But everybody now in Group C starting to take their second shot at the run for the 50K, and we need to see more perfect reaction times. All right, Dallas Glenn and Jace Nicholson. Dallas driving Shane Thompson's car. That is the Dallas Glenn from the Pro Stock world. Recently picking up the win at the Winter Nationals, dialed in at 444. Jace Nicholson dialed in at 444. Staged, set. 005 for Jace Nicholson. He's got a shot to be in the top 3, but goes 445 on the 444. Ends up 19th thou above. Dallas Glenn gets there and runs 443 on a 444 to be under by 4 thousandths of a second. That's exactly what we got up here, Rod. Big bag of Hawkins Cheesies. I love me the Fudgios. I love me the Cheesies. And I'm going to send a big thank you and a big old shout out to my friends up there in Canada who brought up some blue cans with the word kokanee written on the side of it. And it's even got the French on it, too. Oh, yeah. Dustin Wirtz and Steven Bennett both missing the tree on the red side. Bennett 003 red. Dustin Wirtz 009 red. Oh, Steven. Steven. That is a swear jar deposit. That's almost a mandatory swear jar deposit. 003 red and 653.0 on a 653. Ouch. Oh, man. Joe Peters, Don Butkowitz. Butkowitz right side, dialed 479. Peters left side, dialed 479. .011 on the tree for Peters. 31 green for Butkowitz as Don will run 476.0. Peters will put up a 475.4. Ooh. It is that time in the morning. Kind of as Gage the intern has already said. Seems like every time he walks in here, or every time he tunes in and listens in, we're all talking about food. We've already got like DK or DQ Blizzards. Those are good. Had some folks offering to send us some Philly cheesesteaks. I don't know if you're offering to send us Philly cheesesteaks, but I'm going to pretend you were offering to send us Philly cheesesteaks from Philly. We got James Warden. We got Ben Willis. Willis in the Nova, 651 the dial on the right side. James Warden in the Dragster dialed in at 445 over on the left side. As everybody being very, very careful. I am hunting wabbits. 004 on the tree for Willis. He's got a chance to be in the top 3. Needs to run 651 and goes 650 with a 2. Ends up under by 8 thousandths of a second. 004 and under by 8 thou. Oops. James Warden was 37 on the tree and puts up quad 4s. 444.4 for James Warden. Still sitting there with Brian Bennett with a 1-pack. Jerry Lone with a 2-pack. And a couple of 6-packs sitting out there. Oh, yeah. Casey Pesnell, who was perfect on the tree in his first attempt, rolls up here on the right side, dialed at 442. And Vince General Lau Jr., another of the junior graduates from the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Let's see a Nick's car. Neil's car. 006 on the tree. Could make it a 3-way tie if we can go 482-0. We're going to go 480 with a 6. For Vince General Lau, Casey Pesnell was 14 green this time, leaving the starting line, and goes 443. On the 442. Gabe, I'm not sure about the, what is that, lutefisk? Isn't that like the rotten fish that they put in a big barrel? Lutefisk? Now, the Juicy Lucy, I'm all about the Juicy Lucy. That is a pretty good little hamburger up there. I can't remember the name of the two places that kind of battle it out there in Minnesota, but I've been to one of them and had the Juicy Lucy. It's pretty good. Luke Gaki, 22 green. Don Bradford is 19 green. Luke in his door car runs 478 on a 479. Don Bradford goes 485 on a 486. But yeah, hold on. Do a quick Google. Hey, Group D, let's get you headed into the staging lanes for the Brodix run for the 50K. Group D, let's get you headed to the staging lanes for the run for the 50K. I don't know. I even want to look up lutefisk. 30 on the tree for Brian Cerruti. Paul Eddins, who ended up winning a million entry, goes 541 on a 544 after 066 reaction time. Yeah, I'm going to pass on the lutefisk. That involves fish, and I will opt out of that very quickly. Justin Moser, Mike Griffin. Griffin on the left side, 478 dial. Moser. And the topless Corvette dialed in at 549 over on the right side. Again, it is a Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Justin Moser, 12 on the tree and 548 on a 549. And not exactly sure what happened with Mike Griffin, but you know, it just, you know, didn't quite work out on the let go. I think he may have forgotten that there was no dial-ins to be put in the box. Pretty sure. So Logan Scrivener and Jose Garcia. Again, a multinational affair. I mean, Gabe, I'll do the shellfish stuff like lobsters and crab and all of that, but if it swims around by flipping its tail, Jose's 26 in the tree. Logan misses it by 0.07 of a second and then runs 486 on a 485. Jose 505 on a 506. He's under by 0.07 of a second is Brian Canaday and Shane Thompson. We'll give it a go for a $50,000 bonus. Again, you got to be inside a 6 total to have a shot at one of those top 3 prizes. And if there are any ties for those overall best packages, we'll do them by a random draw to determine who the winner will be. 466 the dial for Shane Thompson over on the right side. 471 the dial for Brian Canaday over on the left side. In, set, go. 002 on the tree for Canaday. We need 471, 4 or better, and we're going to get a 470 with a 5. Oh, Shane Thompson. That's another one of those big old swear jar deposits. 009 red and 466 0 on the 466. So the Silver State Refrigeration man, dead on 0, but was 9 thou early on the let go. Brian Canaday. 002 and 0.05 of a second too quick down to the finish line. We got Jerry Lone already sitting on a 2-pack. We got Brian Bennett sitting on a 1-pack. Oh, and Racers, again, if you want to get into the last man standing Calcutta, those are for sale now below the tower. $10,000. If you want to purchase a $75 ticket. 438 with a 1 for Dan Lafferty. 014 green to be 15 total. Shane Molinari was 16 on the tree. And ends up running 418 with a 9 on a 419. Breaks it out by 1. Little number down at the big end of the racetrack is Mike Badeau out of Gardendale, Texas, rolling up in the 66 bodied Chevelle, Jeremy Sears. The answer built right out of Port Orchard, Washington. And as I look out the window, seeing more and more cars rolling up here, I see Wednesday's winner rolling up to take his swing at the money. Matt Addis getting ready to go as we've got a 482 with a 1 for Jeremy Sears after the 023 reaction time. Mike Badeau, 006 red and goes 708 on a 708. Yeah, Mark, we're excited to have all of these folks headed to Galat in a couple of weeks as well. I mean, once we get through here, they're going to pack it all up, ship it all down to Galat, and start getting set up for that one. It's going to be cool. 591, the dial in over the left side for the Banana. Andy Schmall coming in out of Idaho Falls, and Don Sefton, the Bremerton, Washington-based car, dialed in at 475. We need some more perfect reaction times. We need a lot more perfect reaction times. There's one. Don Sefton, trip, zip, perfect, looking for 475 and goes 474.0. Oh, the perfect bulb was up there, and Sefton misses it by 1/100th of a second on the underside. Andy Schmall was 006 in the tree and goes 590 on a 591, and that worked out. I'm going to try it again. That worked out, right? Say, we need more perfect reaction times. We need more perfect reaction times. Morning 67. It's time. So with Matt Lee and Gabriel Hernandez Jr., can you imagine the party that would happen in Team Mexico pit if one of them were to grab $50,000 just to start the morning? Can we do it? No. But Matt Lee is 002 on the tree. Give me a 470. 470 with a 0. Matt Lee, 002, and that's a 2-pack. Here's my thing. Here's where I really love doing this. He was 2 on the tree and dead on 0. And every time I start throwing my voice up there and getting really excited, I'm I'm going to say this, and you guys forgive me for saying this over the PA, but I think Peter peed a little bit. I think he peed a little bit. So we are down to a 1-pack and 2 2-packs. All right, Warren, I will keep that in mind. You got to send me a message and tell me how to say that in Spanish. We'll need to practice on a little bit. So we're down to a 1-pack. Brian Bennett. We got 2 2-packs out there. Jerry Lone and Matt Lee. Oh, yeah. Matt Daddis and Blake Fuquay. Fuquay is 007 on the tree. Not going to be inside the top 3. Daddis is 21 green. As Fuquay goes 458 on the 457. Matt Daddis 613 on a 613. He's 21 dead on 5. Ooh. So we said it last time it worked. We're going to say it again this time. How about Kendall Little rolling up in the Malibu? At a clean Texas, 609 the dial on the left side. Chris Galitti rolling up in the Nova, dialed in at 507. Perfect. Well, not quite perfect. 005 for Galitti in the Nova, and then 508 on the 507. Kendall Little was 14 green and runs 3 thou under. 608 on a 609. As we got Mikey Bloomfield Jr. and Mark Dunn. Everybody out there think perfect. Picture 3 donuts in your head, because that's what we want to see show up on the bottom side of the scoreboard. As soon as we see those 3 donuts show up on the bottom side of either scoreboard or both, then at that point we want to see whatever the number is now matched with a 0 on the top side. That's what we're going to do. Ready? Think. Donut. Donuts. Mark Dunn's in. Bloomfield Jr.'s in. Oh, 001 on the tree for Bloomfield. And 458.9 on a 457. Ends up 19th thou above. Mark Dunn was 001 red. And we've seen a bunch of those. As he runs 477. On the 480 is now Sean Langdon and James Glenn. How about the champs side by side? Langdon has been a champ in the juniors. He's been a champ in the Lucas Oil Series. He's been a champ in the Camping World Series. In the top fuel categories, 463, the dial on the left side of James Glenn. The Lucas Oil Super Comp World Champ, dialed in at 475 over on the right side. 005 on the tree for Langdon and 462 on a 463. James Glenn. Yeah, the number on the bottom of the bulb, that's uncharacteristic for James, but he goes 475-1 on a 475. All right. Somebody else give me something to scream about so we can panic Peter. Come on. To be or not to be? How about Taylor Rich? I love that car. That 39 Chevrolet with a hi-hat in the wing. I've talked about it a lot, but you can picture that thing running through the backwoods of Tennessee, hauling other clear liquids, or you could even put that thing like in the streets of New York in a shootout back in the 30s, gangsta style. 003 red for Taylor Rich. McKenna Brown is 10 red as McKenna goes 464 on the 463 in the Jegs car. Taylor Rich puts up 515 with a 6 on a 516 at dial. Come on. You got to, if you haven't seen the video, go find the video. The Million Preview. Mike Donut. Yes, we all called for donuts. Everybody loves donuts. Everybody loves donuts. Ted Seipel now going up against Dennis Paz in the El Camino as the flyovers continue here. Seipel 006 red and goes 613 on a 615. Dennis Paz was 23 green and goes 671 on the 669. And I love it. We got Stephen McCrory rolling up left side. We got the Bogaki Dragster rolling up on the right side, 465. The dial for Jessica, Stephen McCrory, dialed in at 463. Continue to run through our chase for the 50K. Jessica's going to be early by 23 thousandths of a second. It goes 465.3 on a 465. Dead on 3 for Jessica. Stephen McCrory, 17 green, and goes 464 on the 463. Bring back Josh Cancelar and Rocky Van Note. Van Note coming in out of Red Key, Indiana, with a 474 dial. Josh has got a 455 up on the scoreboard, and we continue to roll through our Brodix run for the 50K. Still got staging lanes packed full back there. And the number of entries continues to climb. There is still time. Not only is there still time to get into the million, there is still time to get up here and make your run for the 50K. Yeah, the top 3 packages right now are a 1-pack and a couple of 2-packs. But perfection is attainable. We've seen it happen. We should see it happen again. 16 green for Rocky Van Note. Josh Cancelar is 004 red and then goes 454.9 on a 455. Oh, yeah. Rocky Van Note, 474 on a 474. I do too. Here's the thing. Jeremy Hancock, Josh Herman rolling up here. But here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway Complex, we have got the best, coolest, most awesomest neighbors in the world. Nellis Air Force Base sits just on the other side of the road from us, and what they give us to look at each and every time we're out here with these jets flying over top of us, that is like so way cool. And then the fact that they've sent their honor guard over here to help us out with our opening ceremonies, that's even like way cool. 444 the dial for Herman. He's 18 green. Jeremy Hancock dialed in at 550. His 004 red, and then goes 551. Herman goes 445. And we have yet to hand out the 50,000, but I just, there's something telling me it's going to happen. Right? It's going to happen. Will Carroll now and Corey Galitti. Galitti left side, dialed 451. Carroll right side, dialed 682. We need perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Well, we get a 009 for Will Carroll. Oh, look at this one coming in. Low, fast, and right over the top. Yeah. Corey Galitti, 004 red, and goes 450 on a 451. So Shauna Whitworth. The S10 out of Indiana, dialed 631 on the left side, and Troy Williams. T-Dub with a 466 dial. Oh, and now we got the helicopters flying over. Yes. -11 for Troy Williams. -10 for Shauna Whitworth. Whitworth runs 629 on a 631. Troy, after being negative 11, goes 466.1 on a 466. We'll bring out Kyle Cotrera and Gary Williams. Kyle on the left side with a 456 dial. Gary on the right side with a 458 dial. Again, huge thanks to Shane Thompson and his Silver State Refrigeration Company for being the day sponsor of today's $1 million event here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Take a little time. And it's a 008 let go for Kyle Cotrera. Gary Williams lets go 6th thou early and goes 457.0 on a 458. Kyle Cotrera was 455.6 on the 456. But we've got Randall Reed, a former $1 million winner here at the Strip. I guess I should say former $1 million day winner here at the Strip. Like number 2 to hoist that trophy behind Jeff Verdi as Gabe Torres rolls in on the left side. Gabe, who ends up running 18th thou too quick, or leaving 18th thou too quick. Randall Reed was 19 green and goes 465 on a 467. Gabe is 468 on a 468. And Don, you're right. That is another really good thing about having the folks at Nellis Air Force Base as our neighbors is they pretty much don't care about the noise. They are the neighbors that are noisier than we are. We don't care about their noise. They don't care about our noise. It's a very good symbiotic relationship. You think 3 more pair? 3 more pair before some magic happens. I'm just saying, 464 the dial for Donovan on the left side. We got a 665 sitting over on the right side. Once again, Group D. You have been called. Group D, you have been called. Need you into the staging lanes. Still a few spots left in the last man standing, huh? I think Eames might have gone down and grabbed one. But if you're thinking about 001 on the tree, Donovan Williams. Give me a 464-1. 464-0, Donovan Williams. A 1-pack. Now we got 2 1-packs and 2 2-packs. 1 total for Donovan Williams. You know, that's one of those moments where you're like, yes, 1 total, but damn, 1 away from 50 grand. What do you think? You did the whoop, whoop. Oh, 001 dead on 0, Donovan Williams. Missed a $50,000 payday by a thou, but is now tied for that top spot. And a set of those Brodix SR20 heads valued at, what, $5,500 for a set of heads? All right, that's pretty good. And what that also does is it goes, yeah, we're set up and ready for the million. 002 on the red side for Mike Crater. 20 red for the dragster on the left or on the right, excuse me, as we get a 467 on a 468 and a 437 on a 438. Oh, baby. This is going to be fun. And it's just going to get better from here. Mark Kidd, Tyler Bohannon. This is going to be the last pair that I'm going to pop in. Mike Eames is going to come back in and take over for a little while.
And Mr. Hershey, I'm very impressed with your work, because when I left, it was 8 total, and you dropped it down to 2 total. I'm very proud of you.
Oh, we're going to make this thing happen. We are skirting around that $50,000. Somebody's got to grab it. Tyler Bohannon with a 473 dial. Mark Kidd with a 467 dial. Blip, blip, blip with the blue LEDs. 003 on the tree for Tyler Bohannon. And then runs 474 on a 473. Mark Kidd 004 red and 466 on a 467. All right, Mike. We're down to 1 and 2. 2 1-packs, 2 2-packs. And our neighbors are putting on a heck of a show in the skies.
They absolutely are. There, Nathan Hershey, go take a well-deserved break. J.P. Schuster and Bo Sanders. 458 for Bo, or for J.P., 447 for Bo. So we got to be perfect, 1 or 2 on the starting line, and then we go from there. .005 for JP, no good. Bo was 002 on the red side, and then 2 too quick. JP was 005 and 1 above 5. As Hunter Patton and Cortland Carter. Hunter in his first entry was 003 and then quick by a little. We're side by side 456. So Indiana left side. Texas right side for Cortland Carter. Hunter, red by 1 stinking thou. Cortland Carter's 006 and no good. And after Honey Wayne is 1 thou in front of green, he's dead on 5. Cortland Carter was 006 and under by 13. Curtis Allen, and I believe Will Holloman over on the left side. 446 for Will, 486 for Curtis Allen. A perfect run here will get you $50,000. .002 for Will Holloman. We need to be dead nothing. And we're dead 3. 5 total for Will Holloman, which is usually pretty stellar. But no good here. Curtis Allen was 13 green, dead on 4, which is also relatively decent. But no good for right now. It's Jeremy Bargo. On the dragster right side, 464 is what we're looking for. 612 for Jeremy Bargo. So first things first, got to be perfect, 001 or 002, and we'll go from there. Red and late, which is no good for what we're doing. And then Jeremy Bargo, after being 27 green, goes dead nothing. Is Mike Coltrane right side? Maybe. And the dragster left side. 455 and 453. But first things first. Give me green. 001 red, 17 red. No and no. 454, 8, and dead on 1. But unfortunately, Coltrane was 17 red. As Tim O'More and Don Terros. Don on the front engine dragster out of San Pedro, CA. Tim O'More from right over there in Tucson. Double 02 red for the front engine dragster. Tim O'More is 18 green and 7th out too quick. So Don Terros. Fortunately, they're pushing Eric Golden aside as Hannah Cook out of Novato. The Cook family dragster, 451 for Hannah. Hannah's 007 and 450. As we were no good right off the bat. Brady White and Michael Johnson. Brady White out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And Michael Johnson out of Arkansas. Let's see, what is the distance between Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and Springdale, Arkansas in terms? 32 for Brady White, 20 for Michael Johnson, no good. Calgary, Alberta, Canada to Springdale, Arkansas. We got Gage the intern efforting. Springdale, Arkansas. $1,785 miles. So you could drive that in like a day. Morgan, Karen, and Rich Lash. Morgan out of High River, Alberta, Canada. Rich Lash out of Queen Creek, Arizona. Red light start for Morgan by 5,000. Rich Lash is 32 down here and 535 dead on 4 down there, but no good. After Morgan was red was 2 hunt over, which is also no good. Dave Secady or Secondi. All right, Dave is 002. We need to be dead nothing. 2 above 8. Had a chance at the starting line, but not at the end of 660 feet. Disappointed. Straight and Ben. And Chevy Reeves. Chevy out of Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. For Team Rad, 453. For Chevy, he's got 497. So we are nope and nope. Trent was 12 green and dead on 9. .005 for Wyatt Wayman and 480. Jim Reichenbach in the Nealon Parks Repaired Machine is 27 green and 3-2 quick. Is Jorge Covarrubias Ortiz and Austin Free. That's Little Drag Champ. 478 for Austin, 461 for Jorge. Jorge's 12 green and 3 above, no good. Austin, Little Drag Champ, is 17 and 5 above, and nope. Gary Youngblood and Mike Rock in the sequel. 468.7 for Mike, but he was 31 down here. Gary Youngblood is 1 red and 2 quick. Tyler Murrup and Brian Sutton will be our next pair. So Murrup, left side. Brian Sutton, right side. Utah and Colorado. Green and green, 12 and 15, no good, no good. Tyler Murrup was 472. Brian Sutton was dead on 4 to be 19 total. But we're looking for 001 total and 002 total. Sean Hart and Kevin Shearer. Sean Hart, Painter Boy out of Layton, Utah. 489 is the dial. Kevin Shearer out of Belfair, Washington. 456 is what Kevin has put on his hot rod here this morning. .004 for Sean, which is good. 3 above is not good. Kevin Shearer was 28 and 3 above. No, 28 and 5 above. Yee. Not what we're looking for. It's Tony Fuller and Dalton Groh. Dalton out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada, 455. So first things first, got to be perfect, 1 or 2 on the starting line, and we are nope and nope. 9. 13 green and 23 red. Dalton's 23 red and 456. Tony Fuller's 13 green and under by 1,000. Steph Fuller and Gene Heaton. Our next 2 combatants. Steph Fuller out of Nebraska for the Fighting Cornhuskers. Gene Heaton. Vancouver, British Columbia. So we need 3 zeros, 001 or 002, to even have anything further to talk about. All right, Gene Heaton's 002. We got to be dead nothing. 455-0. Ba-bum, ba-bum, boom. 458-3 as we were looking for 455-0. Disappointed. We are over 325 millions. 325 entries for the million. Over that. Obviously, we will announce the number after first round, but it is over that number. Tom Clark and Jesse Bepley. 450 the number for Tom Clark, 505 for Jesse Bepley. Tom left side, Jesse right side. Nope and nope. Clark's 003 red, Jesse's 15 green. And Tom Clark is dead on 6. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls out in the pit area. Some of you used to be full of it, but now you're not, but you need your coach, well, emptied, let's just say. Pump Out Services is on property. They're out driving around. So if you see them out there, flag them down. Water, etc., etc. If you need the number, come up and see us. And you can give them a call. We have that up here in the tower. As Gabriel Hernandez and Hannah Vandermeer. Gabriel for Team Mexico, 472 is the number. Hannah Vandermeer for Team Vandermeer. Boise Valley Towing. Kathy, Dick Vandermeer, Justin, and that whole crew. Hannah's 15 green. Gabriel's 17 green, which is no and no. And Hannah's dead on, 484. Gabriel also dead on, 472. If that had been an actual race, like margin of victory, there's 1,000. which I do believe we're going to see a lot of those margin of victory of 1,000 today. Like, win light bets should get a prop up there working. Like, how many races during the million will be decided by 5,000 or less? Establish an over-under on it. Dustin Long is 28 green. Ron Sears is 12 green, which is no and no. Greg Stanley, as do I. They're in the chat bleachers. Tim Parton and Scott Heyer. Tim out of Sydney, Montana. Scott Heyer out of Morrison, Colorado. Scott Heyer's 008 and 470. Tim Parton was 13 and under by 400. John LaBouse and David Meyer, the machine. Are you the machine? David Meyer's the machine. 495 is the number. John LaBouse, 467 for the young man out of Tennessee. Meyer, 001 red. LaBouse is 14 and no good. And Meyer's under by 2,000. That was real close. LaBouse, 466, 3 on the 467. Brandon Justice, the drag strut of Texas left side, is 153, which is not good. 17 red right side, no good as well, as we are 0 for 2. You know, it's kind of hard. Like, we can consistently go 0 for 2. Is like, you literally got to be perfect 001 or 002 at the start to even have a chance of what we're trying to do here. And our Brodix run for $50,000. Once again, we throw $50,000 to you if you put a perfect run down. 3 best packages get a whole bunch of good prizes. Kurt Gross and Tony Pontillo, which is no and no. So if we do not have a perfect run, the best package will get a set of the Brodix cylinder heads. Those SR20 heads, that's like a $5,500 value. The second best package gets $2,000. The third best gets a 2024 million entry, which is also a $2,000 prize. This is Butch Blair and Carla Pontillo. 553 for Butch. For the Fighting Paul Bunyan's. And Carla out of Wisconsin for the Cheeseheads. So Cheese and Paul Bunyan. 43 red for Butch. The Fighting Cheeseheads is 14 and 1 quick, which is no good. Here on Silver State Refrigeration $1 Million Friday. The Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We are nearing the end of our Brodix run for 50 grand. Stephanie Noss and Marlon Goatz. Marlon is red, Stephanie is 12. No. 5 flat for Stephanie, 487 for Marlon. That dragster out of Troy, Texas. As Mo Trujillo and Chandler Ball. Mr. Mo, former Division 7 top dragster champion of the world. For Mo and Brenda, 456 the dial for Mo. Chandler Ball out of Ogden, Utah, 486. The prediction for Chandler. Red for Chandler. Mo is 009 and under by 12 thou. As Trevor Harkema and Jeff Burns. So our $10,000 to win Fig Speed, last man standing Calcutta. There's a few spots left. We need to get that bad boy filled. $75 gets you a spot. I mean, Greg Hicks put $75 in a couple years ago and was out at dinner and realized he won $10,000. So $75 to enter. 10 grand is paid out. Jeff Burns is 005. Trevor Harkema is 12. And 2 quick. Burns is 005 and 1 above 5. So that last man standing Calcutta. There are a few spots left. Let's get that bad boy filled. And a final call for Group D. We're nearing the end of the Brodix run for 50K. It's Dylan Winters and Jeremy Cisneros. Dylan out of Indiana. Danny Nelson prepared pipe. Jeremy Cisneros out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. The winged dragster in the right lane. 471 is what I see on the Penzo scoreboard. So perfect. 001, 002. Got to start us off. And we go from there. No. Dylan is red. Jeremy's a quarter. And both 2 quick. Which is not the combination to unlock the lock. Josh Ludke is 003. Mitchell Marcy was red by 21, and then Ludke under by 1,000. As that was very close for Josh.
Well, Mike,
Yes, sir.
once again, we put out a final call for Group D. We are getting down to the end of the Brodix run for the 50K. So Group D D. We do need you into the staging lanes, please. Group D. Let's go ahead and get you headed this way. If you have not yet made your run, we need you there now, please. Group D, come on down.
Red and red for Brian Watson, Greg Christensen. Christensen misses it by a foul and then goes 4-6-3-2. That is painful. As Gage the intern. So Bree Herman, left side, is 10 green, 15 green right side, no and 0. Daryl Contreras, who won not one, but 2 raffles here this week to get 2 entries into the million, and Alexis Thompson for Team Silver State. So Darrell left side out of Colorado on the Land Shark. Candygram. Flowers. Flowers for who? You're not familiar with the Land Shark. Gage the intern. I get it. Alexis Thompson's 008 and 1 above 5. Gage the intern. Land Shark is a classic skit from like the original early days of Saturday Night Live. Look it up. YouTube it. Oh, it's Land Shark was 20 years before Cowbell. It's like the original, like Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, like the original. Everybody in the chat bleachers, we're trying to educate young Gage the intern. It's Chad Axford and Colton Aragon. Colton, our runner-up during Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday. You know, In Living Color, that was also like 30 years after Land Shark. Chad Axford, 002 red. Colton Aragon red by a quarter and then goes 479. Axford, after being red by 2, is 2 above. So Brian Bennett, Donovan Williams, 1 packs. Jerry Lone and Matt Lee, both 2 total. It's Victoria Johnson and Jeremy Wilson. Perfect 001, 002 is what we're looking for, Nathan Hershey. We're bringing your aura into the picture. Victoria, 003 green, 1 thou not good enough, and 4 hunt over. Jeremy Wilson was red by a dime. We're nearing the... what do we still got? Probably another 20-ish cars. As Val Torres Jr., Cody Weber, Val Torres Jr., and Andy Taylor. Val Jr. out of Chino, 469 the dial. Andy Taylor, 430 the number. Val Jr. Andy Taylor. Val is 16 green. And 471, Andy Taylor is red, and 431 on the 430. It's Jordan Epper Jesse and Blake Johnson. Jordan out of Lake Dallas, 434 for Jordan. Blake Johnson out of Arvada, Colorado. Blake Johnson, 13 green, and 452-4 on the 452. Jordan was 30, as both drivers were not and not. It's Tim Watts and Kyler Hergemuller. Kyler out of Colorado. Diamond prepared machine, 477 for Kyler. Tim Watts is 478. All right, it's been a while since we've been perfect on the starting line. All right, let's be perfect at the rip right here. Kyler's 005 and 477-1. That is 6 total, which is really good, but not good enough. Here in our Brodix run for 50K, Tim Watts was 38 at the start, and then all academic from there as Logan War and Kevin Burnett. Logan Orr's 15 green, Kevin Burnett 27. And both too quick, which is not the formula for success. As Lane Como and Chandler Thyssen. Lane out of Louisiana. Chandler out of Colorado. Lane is 003, Chandler's 005, which is good and good, but not good enough. It's a story of my life. Lane 003, dead on 4 to be 7 total. Chandler was 005 and 3 above. 7 total is really good, but not nearly sufficient for what we're doing this morning. It's Kurt Harvey II and Gary Wombolt. KH2 out of Texas. 477 the number for Kurt. 4 double nickel for Gary Wombolt. Kurt Harvey, the second is 007. Wombold is 13, which is no and no. Harvey sticks the landing. 477.9 on the 477. Gary Wombold's 13 and 4 quick. That's Preston Pennington and Art Reed. Peeps out of Three Rivers, Texas. He knows how to hold a trophy at the end of a day like today. He did the feat in 2019. And Art Reed. Artemis out of Indiana. The M&M chassis, 522, the number for Art. Art Reed is read by 11th thou. Peeps 17 and 462 on the 450 or 464 to be under by 11th thou. As I reiterated, it's been a hot minute since we've been perfect 1 or 2 at the start. It's Jeff Serra and Jason Lawrence. Both of these gentlemen can easy throw down perfect or 1. So Sarah left side, 469. Lawrence right side, 492. Sarah is read by a dime. Jason's read by a nickel. Dime and a nickel. It's Bart Nelson and Jason Montgomery. Bart out of Texas. Jason out of Texas. 006, no. Jason Montgomery, no. 4768 for Bart Nelson. 511-2 for Jason Montgomery. It's Paul Lorton and Chris Whitfield. Paul out of Peoria, Arizona, 509, the dial left side. Chris Whitfield, Highland Ranch, Colorado, right side. Okay, we're perfect for Lorton. We're 001 for Whitfield. No. That was exciting for exactly 4.61 seconds. Whitfield, 7 total. Paul Lorton, after letting go 000, goes 511 on the 509. Bummer. This is Mike Fuquay and Jason Rich. 464 for Michael. 433 for Jason. So after we've been kind of lulled to sleep for a little bit, Paul Lorton and Chris Whitfield went perfect in 001 side by side. Let's do the same thing here. No and no. Fuquay, read by Michael Jordan, 23, and goes 461. Jason Rich, 22 green and 2 above. Donnie Burleson left side. Aaron G right side. 447 and 472. Aaron G's 002 got to be dead nothing. No, 3 quick. Burleson's 007 and 7th thou fast. If Donnie Burleson could take the reaction time that he was over on perfect as in 007 and add it to the 7th thou that he was under the number, he would have been perfect. But then if its and buts were candy and nuts, it'd be Christmas all year long? Isn't that the... It was Eric Golden and Steve Williams. That's Janet's husband out of Cherry Valley, California. 438 for Steve Williams. Golden, 464 for the drag strata Canada. Double 06 for Steve Williams. And 2 thou 2 quick. 11 for Golden and 9 thou 2 quick. So Bennett and Donovan Williams were 1 total. Jerry Lone, Matt Lee, 2 total. Is where we're standing. Before we started, Nathan and I said 4 total. You got to be better than 4 total to even have a chance to be in the top 3. We should have said you got to be 2 total, as we underestimated. The racers delivered. John Edwards III and Shannon Justice. 482 left side for Edwards. 478 right side for Shannon Justice. All right, give me perfect right here. 005 and 14, no and no. Edwards, 485.0. Justice misses the 478 mark by 1 thou, 477.9. It's Chandler Mazier and Megan Justice. Justice Clan will be at Galat here in a few weeks for the spring fling at that incredible facility. And I'm level 10 bummed to not be there. Those of you that are in like the Midwest, Northeast, etc., Galat Motorsports Park is a destination facility, especially for a fling event, especially for like any of their events. No and no. Chandler's 18, Megan is 16. I need Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Round 1 on Silver State Refrigeration Million. Get you up in the lanes, please. Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Round number 1. Let's get you up in the lanes if you would, please. As Alexis Thompson. And I don't think that's Alexis Thompson. As we've had some numbers that have moved around a little bit. I believe it's Rocky Van Note. But I also could be mistaken. 004 red left side, 009 right side, which is no and no. Michael Pennington and Brian Bennett. Brian was 1 total in his first entry. Michael Pennington out of Texas for the Pennington brothers, 467, the number for Michael. Brian Bennett out of Texas. Just repeat what you did, but 1 thou better. Nope. 18 and 12, no good, no good. In pro, round number 1, Larice Motorsports. Pro, round number 1. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. That's Dennis Lithgow and Ty Farmer. Lithgow is red by 10. Ty Farmer's 46, and nope. Nathan Martin and Rocky McLean. That would be Rocky McLean, the Deuce. Fort Worth, Texas, 480. Nathan Martin. Also for Team Texas, 463. Martin is 006 and 2 above, no. Rocky McLean, 14 green and no. All right, 005 and dead 8 to be no good. 32 and 4 overs, no good. And I believe that was our final 2 down the racetrack. Now this is officially unofficial. Brian Bennett. Oh, there's one more. Copy that. One more. As JJ says, one more. One more. Uno más. One more. How great would it be if the last one was perfect? That's what I want. Is Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro heading into the lanes for round number 1 here on Moser Engineering. Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Silver State $1 Million Friday. Life-changing money. And who will be number 8? That'll be answered in about 10 hours. As I need Group A door cars up in the lanes for round number 1, please. Group A door cars. Group A door cars, round number 1. Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Final car down the track in our Brodix. Run for $50,000. Brian Bennett, Donovan Williams, 1 total. Big Chief and Matt Lee, 2 total. So we got to be perfect, 001 or 002 to even continue the conversation here. And we're 006 red to close down the Brodix run for $50,000 and $490. So Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro competitors, you should all be in the staging lanes this time, please. Group A door cars. Group A door cars, you have been summoned for round number 1 in the million. We'll have some extended downtime on the track surface as we sweep, drag, spray, get it ready for round number 1. So we will have some quiet time on the racing surface. Then we will have our opening ceremonies right down here in front of the tower underneath the arch. And then we will release the hounds for the biggest Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries that we have had here at the Strip Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So my Group A door cars, Group A door cars, you should be heading up into the staging lanes at this time, please. As our tractors are doing their thing out on the racing surface. As we get ready for round number 1. The Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optimum Batteries here on Silver State $1 Million Friday. Hopefully over the next 10 hours, we will determine who will be number 8 out of the incredibly talented drivers who have stepped up to add their name to the list.
Check, check.
So as our track preparation is nearing its completion, all of our friends on the great Jegs and Hoosier live feed watching across the country, Warren Evans is going to play our incredible video to get you ready for the Spring Fling Million, and we're going to do the same for everybody here on property in attendance.
Welcome to Las Vegas. Welcome to the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million. For many of you, this is a familiar feeling. For others, it's a first. And while this entire week will be amazing, an experience that will last a lifetime, ultimately, there's a reason that most of us are here. I want you to humor me for just a moment. I want you to close your eyes and allow yourself to sink into, to imagine what it's going to feel like here on Friday morning. Soak in that energy. Because if you know, you know. You can say it's just another race all you want. And yet, you know, $1 Million Day, it's just different. There is an electricity in the air. There is an intensity in your gut. It's largely unspoken. You're surrounded by professionals. We all know what we signed up for. But make no mistake, it's here. And you are not the only one feeling it. With that excitement, with that electricity, there is an inherent pressure to perform. The stakes are high, sure, but what might be even more intriguing to the competitor in all of us is this unique opportunity to test our skills against the best racers the world has to offer. Embrace this moment as just that, an opportunity. You belong here. When you roll into the water for round one, you see the mountains in the distance. If you're fortunate enough to make that left turn beside the tower for round 6 and see so many of your fellow racers standing on the fence, eliminated, but waiting with bated breath. Because, let's be honest, no one leaves the million before it's over. I'm not going to tell you that in that moment, your heart won't be beating out of your chest. It will. I'm not going to tell you that you won't feel that nervous energy in the pit of your stomach. I will tell you this, embrace that feeling. It does not come every day. It's not rooted in fear. It's not rooted in trepidation. No, those butterflies in your gut, do you know what they mean? They mean that you care. And if you didn't care, you wouldn't be here in the first place. You've done the work necessary to succeed at this level. Trust yourself to execute to the best of your immense ability. Find confidence in the fact that you have worked, thought, studied, trained as hard or harder than anyone in competition at this moment. You are prepared, you are ready. These are the moments that make the grind worthwhile. You have trained yourself so that now, on the biggest stage, you can trust yourself. Focus on your strengths, execute them to the best of your ability. It's natural to think that on this stage, against this immense level of competition, that we have to be superhuman to succeed. Only, that's not accurate. Race within your comfort zone. We're all familiar with the stakes. This promises to be the richest spring fling million ever. The consequences of winning today, pretty monumental. For most of us, winning today's event, it would be a life-changing experience. But not winning today's event, it's not as devastating as we often think in the moment. Sure, a loss in the big show, it stings. It stings more than normal. But we'll wake up tomorrow, we'll resume everyday life, and if we're honest, we're in Las Vegas, driving a race car for the better part of a week. If we're honest with ourselves, our life is pretty good. I want to encourage each of you, take a moment in the heat of battle. Take a moment to soak in the scene. You've got the mountains in front of you, a beautiful backdrop to an incredible facility. You're surrounded by the energy of hundreds of racers striving for that same goal, creating an atmosphere that is as electric as any that our sport has to offer. Give yourself a moment, maybe at the ready line, maybe it's as you pull into the water box, perhaps it's right before you pre-stage. Take a look around. Breathe this in. This is what it's all about. Approach today with your best effort, your best attitude. Practice optimism on purpose. Well, that doesn't mean that you're going to be perfect. Listen, there have been 7 winners in the history of this event, and not one has been 000 for 9 consecutive rounds to do it. In fact, no one's been 00 anything for 9 straight rounds to do it, because we don't play a game of perfect. So don't expect perfection within yourself. And don't allow your inability to be perfect to derail you from your ability to be the best that you can be. Strive to underreact in the moment. You have earned the right to be confident. And if we're honest, while it may not feel like it in the moment, in the big picture, you've got very little to lose. Keep that in perspective and enjoy one of the best days that our sport has to offer.
And race fans, welcome to the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. As we just heard, today not only promises to be the richest payday in Spring Fling Million history, but it is now guaranteed. We are going to be paying out at least $400,000 here today. And the racers that have joined us in the staging lanes feel each and every penny of that money weighing on their minds as they get ready to roll. It has been a record-setting weekend here in Las Vegas for the Spring Fling events. And racers, before we get started today, I'd like to bring Mr. Peter Biondo up here, who is the man behind all of this. We've been doing this for many, many years, and this year, the racers came out, supported it big. We've had record entries, and today, Peter, a record payout for the Spring Fling Million.
Thanks, Nate. You know, I'm a racer at heart, and I know what it takes for you guys to travel, some of you thousands of miles with a trailer, unloading, taking a week off of work. You guys really, I can't do this without you, and you showed up by far. We beat the 30Ks by over 100 cars. We're already up to 400,000 in the million event, and if we keep getting some cars, it might even go higher than that. So all I can do is say thank you. Now it's about you guys. This is my favorite day of the year to watch you. We all work really hard to get here. Just have fun with it, get aggressive, and get after it.
Thank you very much, Peter. And racers, again, we thank you for being out here. There is an excitement in the air that hangs like a blanket over the strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and the only appropriate way to kick this thing off is with our invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise and remove your caps as Chaplain Lee Steyer from Racers for Christ provides today's invocation.
Thank you everybody for coming out. So with every head's bowed and every eye's closed, let's just give us thanks. Father in heaven, just thank you for this beautiful day that you provided for all of us to enjoy. Know that we are grateful for receiving what you have given us. And Father, we ask you that in these challenging and uncertain times, that you come along beside us and grace us with your presence and give us all your spirit of peace. And Father, we lift up to you the men and women of our armed services, and we ask that you bring them strength and guidance as they place their lives in harm's way to keep this great nation safe. And Father, today we ask for your blessings as we are gathered here as friends and families. We're here to race and to have fun and to give you thanks for everything that you've blessed us with. Father, we ask that you comfort us by placing that great hand of protection upon our racers as they drive their cool hot rods, and also place that great hedge of protection upon everyone here at the track. Father, bless us with peace and safety, and we pray those blessings both be generous and gracious, and let us be careful that you get all the praise and glory. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Lee. And as we get started today, ladies and gentlemen, we've got racers from 4 different countries that are represented here in Las Vegas. But our greatest country, the greatest country on earth, is the one that we are racing in right now. Our freedoms are enjoyed because of the men and women of our armed forces who have fought and in some cases died to give us the opportunity to be out here today. We would like to honor our country by first presenting our nation's colors, and here to do so is the Nellis Air Force Base Honor Guard. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've not done so yet, please rise and remove your caps. Our national anthem singer is a local from right here in Las Vegas with a long-time connection with the Biondo family and Brother Sal. Ladies and gentlemen, Sophia Johns.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets spread glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Sophia, thank you very much. God bless America. We are going to get some drivers in cars because we are racing for the richest payday in Spring Fling Million history. Racers, the time has come. And in the most infamous words of one of the best to ever strap on a helmet and the inspiration for many of us being here, let's go racing for Kyle Seipel. And racers, let's roll.
Thank you, Nathan Hershey. Outstanding job out there per usual. And in the matter of 10 to 12 hours, we will answer the question, who will be number 8? $400,000 to the winner. Here today, as we have over 350 competitors that will go down the track in first round. Racers from all across the country have arrived here at the Strip of Las Vegas Motor Speedway for this opportunity. And it will be a life-changing day for one of these incredible competitors. Will we have somebody repeat, one of the 7 that have come before? Or will we add a new entry and a new competitor to the list who can say that they won the million here at the Spring Fling? And we are going to start off with an incredible pair for Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field with Charlie Lockhart and Brian Cerruti. Lockhart was our winner out of the Pro Field on Silver State Wednesday. That little S10 out of Kentucky, 602 is the dial here in round number 1. Brian Cerruti out of the OHIO. That 67 Camaro right side, Pennzoil Lane. You turn on a wind light here, you get to relax for a little bit. You don't, you have to come up to the Diva desk and try to buy back into the program. But 2 supremely talented drivers off the bottom are going to start us off. Tree is down and away. Cerruti, Lockhart, 4th thou going to separate the 2 on the starting line. Wind light is going to go to Brian Cerruti, 33 green, snugs it up to 2 thou at the stripe to take out Charlie Lockhart. Lockhart was 37 up front, 6033 on the 602. But was 2 thou behind at the finish, and Brian Cerruti will move out of the win light bets first round. Here in the pro categories, Justin Lamb and Scott Taylor. Justin out of Henderson, Nevada for Team Silver State in a Superstock Cobalt. Lamb, 575, will be doing the chasing. Scott Taylor out of Columbia Falls, Montana, 681. The dial in for Scott. We are and away, green and green. Scott Taylor looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Lamb. Lamb locks out Scott Taylor. 31 up front, dead on 4, makes 35 total. Scott Taylor was 36 green and had 0 chance of turning on a win light. As Justin Lamb packages up Scott Taylor here in round number 1 as Darren Taylor and Kevin Pollard. Darren out of Rigby, Idaho, the 76 Nova left side, 621 is the dial. Kevin Pollard out of Virginia. In Raider Campbell's Camaro, 578 the number. Almost a full bulb will be the difference in the head start. There for Darren Taylor left side. Red light start for Darren Taylor by 0.08 of a second. He will have to come back into the show. Kevin Pollard, 37 up front and 3 hun quick, going 575 on the 578 prediction is Chad Sandlin and Lucas Walker. Sandlin out of Texas, Lucas Walker out of Kentucky in his Mustang. For competitive suspensions, APD, Tyndall Truck Sales, and our friends over there at Beacon Dragway for Walker. 606 is Lucas's prediction. Sandlin will have the opportunity to leave the starting line first. As we look at the Vegas scoreboard, we see 663. Green and green, Chad Sandlin locks out Lucas Walker. That was nasty. 008 dead on 5 for Chad Sandlin is 13 total. Lucas Walker is blackjack up front. And usually in Vegas, blackjack is a good thing, but here he was bamboozled by Chad Sandlin. Walker, 21 green and completely froze out. Dennis Paz and Dan Golby. Dennis and the El Camino out of Stockton in the state of California. 671 for Dennis, 688 for Dan Golby, the Mustang out of Cold Lake, Alberta, Canada. 688 will be leaving first. Dennis Paz, 671. The prediction for the Elko. One thou separate him on the starting line, and Dennis Paz ends up on the right side. 671.4 on the 671 was 33 green to get the win in the El Camino. Dan Golby was 34, just a thou behind at the hit, and dead on 9 puts him 6 thou behind as Dennis Paz will advance as Tim O. Moore and Michael Clement. Your 88 Camaro left side, your 82 Camaro right side. Clement out of Meridian, Idaho. Right there next to Boise, 673 the dial. For Clement, Tim O'More out of Tucson, AZ, over on the Vegas side. For the TOM, red light start for Tim O'More. Michael Clement will get a freebie in round number 2, 672. On the 673 was 3-3 up front. Tim O'More, after being red, was then 3 hun 2 quick as Joe Schmall and Jacob Phelps. Joe Schmall from Minnesota for Team Paul Bunyan. Jacob Phelps from Napa, Idaho, right there next to Boise. 643 for Phelps in the Vega. 679 for Joe Schmall in the Schmall Nova. Phelps, a hun better on the starting line, 660 feet later, 644. Jacob Phelps is going to get the win there in that pair, as McNeil Freeman had a passenger during the burnout on the live feed. That was epic. McNeil out of Georgia and the Caprice, the taxi cab. The V stock automatic machine, 934 is the dial in for McNeil. Jeff Devy in the relapse Cavalier out of Idaho for Jeff's Graphics, 589 the number. He's going to have to wait a bit. McNeil is away. Devy is away. 006 leaves last. McNeil Freeman is 004, but he's going to bow out as could not run the number. Jeff Devy, 006 and 2 above to get the win. McNeil was 004 and 16 over as Devy will advance as Andy Schmal and Ross Davidson. It's Andy Schmal. Ross Davidson turns her red by 4 thou. Andy Schmal on the banana was 003 down here. 590 on the racetrack. Ross Davidson red by 4 little thou and goes 648 as Cliff Hall and Noel Cuevas. Noel out of Tijuana, 665 for Noel, who won a raffle to get into today's event. It's Cliff Hall out of Carmichael, California, the Red Falcon left side. 649 is the dial for Cliff. Seventh thou the difference on the starting line, and Cliff Hall is going to get the win. 29 green, 2 above to be 6 thou in front at the finish line was Cliff Hall. Noel was a little better on the starting line, was 22 green, but then 3 above. But the important part of that equation is Noel was 6 thou behind at the finish line is Michael Pliska and Rob Strong. Pliska out of Oregon in the Vega left side, 591 for Michael. Strong out of Hemet, CA in the Firebird. Over on the Pennzoil side, red light start for Strong. Michael Pliska gets a freebie and throws down a pretty good lap, 004, 592.0 on the 591 to be 14 total. There for Michael Pliska. It's Craig Merrilees and Kyle Lapierre. Kyle out of Middleton, Idaho, 687 is the dial. Craig out of Windsor, California, the 78 Camaro left side, 652 is Craig's prediction here for round number 1. Kyle and Craig. Craig's 002 on the short end and going to get the win light. 654 on the 652. Lapierre was 18 up front. The car made a little interesting move right off the starting line. Cost him a little lapse time. He goes 691. Craig Merrilees takes out Kyle Lapierre as Henry Robertson and Carlos Lopez. Lopez in the Pinto left side. 754 is the dial. Henry, 740 the number. In his Mustang out of North Highlands, California, that is affectionately known as Stickers. It appears. Wow. Carlos Lopez is going to get the win, 757 on the 754. And our competition single wrapping up Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Eliminator, Michael Johnson. Michael out of Arkansas. Good looking Camaro. For MJ, 639. The estimation here in round number 1 and a free data acquisition. Johnson is Richard Petty in the starting line, 43. And 675 for Michael Johnson. Off the gas a little bit early. That's going to wrap up our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro field. Rolling over into Super Pro door cars. We're going to start with Brian Whitworth and Tim Wirtz. Whitworth out of Indiana, the S10 left side, 635 the dial. Tim Wirtz, Napa, Idaho right side. The Corvette Roadster for the Wirtz team. Staged and away. Wirtz is in a tough position, but is going to make it work. Brian Whitworth was 005, got to the finish line first by 0.05 of a second to break out by 12 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 38 or less. Wirtz was 38 down here and dead on 5, and is going to get the win and moving around number 2. Brian Whitworth will head to the buyback booth as Danny Angel and Ted Seipel. Danny out of Michigan, 619 in the Mustang. Ted out of San Leandro in the Ferrari. Red light start for Seipel by 7th out. Ted turns on that big old ugly, nasty, stinky red light. Danny is 10 green and 1 above 1. To move forward here on Silver State Refrigeration, $1 Million Friday. Getting out of Winlight Bets round number 1, Stephen Vanette and Will Carroll. Will out of Oklahoma in the Camaro, 683 for William. Stephen out of Florida, 654 the dial for the S10 over there on the left side. Close at the hit. And Will is going to move on. Steven got to the finish line first by 0.03 of a second to break out by 1/100th of a second. There was definitely some room for Steven to get on the right side of the number. Didn't do it. Will move on. 685 on the 83. He was 20 on the green light. Steven was 23. So just 3 thou separated the two when they left here. But Will ended up on the right side in that pair is Jeremy Bargo and Brian Griffin. Jeremy out of Kentucky, the S10 left side. Brian Griffin out of Tennessee, the orange 71 Vega right side. And since we did not give away $50,000 in the Brodix 50K, if anybody makes a perfect run during eliminations, the first person to you get 10 grand if you make a perfect one here in the million. As Jeremy Bargo is 005 and 4 above to be good. Brian Griffin was 87 on the green light start and could not climb out of that hole that he dug himself on the starting line. Jeremy Bargo will move on as David Beckwith and Andrew D. Piazza. Andrew in the white Camaro Roadster, 473 the dial. David Beckwith out of Rancho Cucamonga. The 64 Chevy 2 with a 542 number. David Beckwith and does not do it by a thou. David Beckwith, 16 green, dead on 8, is going to advance. Andrew D. Piazza got off the gas a little too early and ended up being 1 thou behind at the finish line, and that is a tough one. David Beckwith will advance. Paul Edens and Daryl Hemley. Paul out of Rexburg, Idaho, the 83 Toyota, 542 the dial. for Mr. Edens, Daryl Hemley out of Burley, Washington. The 02 Cavalier 451 is the number for Daryl in his top sportsman rank. Here in our win light bets, round number 1. Down and away. Edens in control, but here comes Daryl Hemley, and Edens breaks out by 18 thousandths of a second, taking 78. Had a lot of room down there and did not get on the right side of the number. Daryl was 46 up front and 2 above. And Daryl Hemley will take 1 entry into the next round. Daniel Fiello and Matt Daddis. Matt, our winner from Wednesday's Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday that carried over to last night. Matt, in his A entry, which this is what it is, also has the bounty on his head. In his A entry, whoever takes out Matt Daddis today in the A entry will get the APD carburetor. It's like a $1,500 value. So Daniel Fiello will have the opportunity to claim that bounty. Daniel out of Yucaipa in the Achieva. Daddis in the Grand Am out of Ohio. Away and away. 1 thou is the difference on the starting line. Fiello and Daddis. Daniel Fiello is going to collect the bounty. 6 thou in front at the finish line. Fiello 13 green, dead on 9 to be 22 total. Matt Daddis was 14 up front, 1 above 4, and 6 thou behind at the stripe. Matt Daddis will head to the buyback booth as Luke Bogacki and Kyle Coltrera. Luke in Jessica's Dragster. Kyle in the Nova. $470 the dial for Luke for Team Moser, who did a great job doing the voice work in our video for the million. Kyle Coltrera with 553 on the Pennzoil scoreboard. As we are pre-staged, Luke rolls in. Coltrera is in. Away and away. Luke is 11. Kyle is 22. And Luke locks out Kyle Coltrera. 11 green, dead on 2 to be 13 total. Kyle Coltrera was the double deuce on the starting line and had 0 opportunity to turn on a win light there. Luke takes out Kyle Coltrera. Stephen McCrory and Rick Harless. Champ out of Indiana, 464 the dial. For McCrory and Rick Harless out of Kentucky in the 66 wagon. Champ for Team Overkill. The wagon right side. McCrory, the dragster left side, is in. Harless is in. Off and away. Harless was late. McCrory is going to make him pay 11 green, 1 above 9 to be comfortable for the champ. Harless was 73 up front, and that was ugly from the get-go for Harless. Kendall Little and Jose Garcia Jr. Kendall Little out of Killeen, Texas, the 78 Malibu left side. Jose Garcia Jr. for Team Mexico, that orange 2018 Camaro Roadster. $539 the number for Jose. get the win. Locks out Jose Garcia, who was 21 at the start, with no opportunity to turn on a win light. Burleson and his beautiful dragster, and Burleson, 15 green, dead nothing, is going to get the win. Moser was better at the starting line, 007, and 19 thou too quick for Justin Moser to break out. Burleson will move forward. It's Dwayne Ringeth and Chris Galitti. Dwayne in the dragster out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Chris Galitti and his 66 Chevy 2 out of Tomball, Texas. 509 the dial for Galitti. Three little teeny ones, the difference on the starting line, and Chris Galitti will proceed. 11 green, 509.7 on the 509. Ringeth got to the finish line first by 19 thou to break out by 9 thousandths of a second. There was a little room down there to get on the correct side of the number. Didn't do it. Chris Galitti will advance. Shane Carr, left side. Hashtag 26 for Sugar. 455 is the dial. 650. Over on the right side. Shane gave it the starting line and broke out by 1 thou at the finish line. Got there 13. Needed to take 12 or less. 006 to above 2 will work for the Nova. It's Mike Bloomfield Jr. and Jace Nicholson. Bloomfield Jr. out of the OHIO. That dragster is for sale. Jumping a very competitive hot rod there for competition. 458 for Bloomfield. Jace Nicholson, 445 for the runner out of the Oklahoma. Jr., a big starting line advantage for the win. Here in round 4, 16-2 over is comfortable. Jace Nicholson was 47 up front and then 2 over the dial, and that will not work in round number 1. Dallas Glenn and Talon Farmer. Dallas out of Mooresville, North Carolina in Shane Thompson's machine. 445 the dial. For Dallas Glenn, Talon Farmer, 470 the number. Farmer out of Texas. Farmer will get the opportunity to leave first. Glenn will be in hot pursuit by half a bulb. Dallas is behind in the start, but he's going to get the win light. Talon Farmer was 21 green, dialed 470, goes 469.5, breaks out 5 thou, was in front at the finish line by 26 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 21 or less to get on the right side. Dallas Glenn, 35 here, dead on 7 down there. It's Gary Williams and Bodie Bennett. Gary out of Bradenton, Florida. G-Dub, 462. the number. Bodie Bennett out of Texas. The young man has 465 on the car. Pennzoil side, he will get the opportunity to depart the starting line first to start his 660-foot run. Gary Williams for Team FTI and Team Overkill. Close on the starting line, but Gary Williams makes the right decision at the finish line. Wow, Bodie Bennett dialed 465 and goes 460. Gary Williams got down there and threw the anchor out. 462.3 at only 136 miles an hour. By way of comparison, Bodie Bennett was 460 and 11 miles an hour faster. 147 on the speed as we're doing the ever popular and often requested mid-round announcer switch with Donovan Williams and Dustin Wirtz there, Nathan Hershey.
So I get to start off with Donovan Williams and Dustin Wirtz.
Yes, you're welcome.
Oh, that's awesome.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's awesome. Donovan, whose family has, well, they've just made it a habit of winning big money races like this. And Dustin Wirtz, who has already picked up a couple of big checks from some high dollar races here on the West Coast, down there in Tucson during that Southwest Showdown. 455, the dial up on the scoreboard for Dustin Wirtz on the right side. And Donovan Williams with a 469 over the left side. Round number 1 is well underway. Donovan, who during that Brodix run for the 50K was 1 total. Missed a 50 grand payout by 1,000 per second, and he misses a trip in the second round by 2,000ths of a second. 002 on the red side for Donovan Williams. Dustin Wirtz was 21 green and goes 454 on the 455 dial. To punch his ticket into round number 2, Donovan is going to have to come up to the window and visit the Divas in order to buy back for the big money. Still got a couple of spots left in the Calcutta, so if you are interested in jumping in, go ahead and make your way down to the bottom side of the tower where they've been selling the apparel and the merchandise. They will go ahead and get you all set up. Again, $175 ticket could net you $10,000 as Shane Molinari rolling up here, getting ready to run. 418, the dial over on the left side. Going up against that 463 number on the right. Molinari, he leaves really early by like 4+, 462 and a 463 out of the right lane. Going to pick up a win after the 062 reaction time, and everybody out here is just like really getting into it. I'm not sure yet, Youth Rock. We'll find out maybe a little bit later in the day. We'll see where we're going, but how about this pair? We got Sean Langdon rolling up on the left side of the racetrack, dialed in at 464. An event like this brings out a lot of guys that are hardcore bracket racers, and Langdon definitely one of the most hardcore bracket racers out there. Got an opportunity to catch him in between national events. Back racing here next weekend. Camping World Series is here, and he's going to pick up a win light this time. 007 and ends up 4 above to get the nod. Right lane was 066 on the tree. Giving him plenty of room to work with. Takes 47th thou at the stripe to get the win light. We'll bring out Dan Lafferty and Troy Williams. A little East Coast, West Coast matchup of the bigs. Lafferty dialed in at 439. One of the quicker dragsters on property, and Troy Williams with a 460. Advantage on the tree goes to Lafferty, and Dan Lafferty is going to light up the scoreboard. Dan was 12, which put him 36 thousandths of a second ahead of Troy Williams with the 048 let go. As Williams runs 468 on a 468, he's dead on 6. Dan Lafferty 12 and 1 above, 440 on the 439 to be at the stripe first by 29 thousandths of a second is Don Bradford and Casey Pesnell. Pesnell put up a perfect light and was trying to position himself for a shot at that 50K when we ran through that Brodix run for the 50K earlier. And again, remember, because nobody nabbed that $50,000, there is still $10,000 out there that is a potential should somebody put up a perfect light, a perfect run, perfect run, get a 10 grand bonus. 002 red for Don Bradford. And a 46 on a 45, Bradford bows out, or Casey Pesnell. 089 on the tree and 444 on the 444. He is dead on 8. So Pesnell picks up the win and will essentially go on break until round number 2. Everybody else who sees the scoreboard light up on the opposite side of the track is going to have to buy back and race their way through the re-entry round. Joe Peters' car completes the burnout and is having to get pushed back off the starting line as Dan Northrup, driving Don Butkowitz's car on the right side of the racetrack, will get a competition solo, and unfortunately for Joe, that has got to be just absolutely devastating. Complete the burnout, the car quits, and here in round number 1, you're basically left pushing it back, watching your opponent take the solo to be 18 total. I don't know if that makes it feel any better or not. I don't think it does. I don't think it helps in any way whatsoever. 009 dead on 9. For Dan Northrup. To light up the scoreboard on the right side is now John Cancelar and Don Sefton. Sefton, who also had an opportunity at that perfect run earlier in the day when he was trip zip on the tree. Actually, I think Don, and we'll see. So he's dialed in at 475, John Cancelar. Dialed in at 456, Cancelar out of Bundrun, Iowa. We still have to go back through the exercise of like marking off all of the states that are represented here, because I know at least in the West Coast we've got them all checked. Good, Mike. I'll tell you what, Mike is on the ball. Wyoming might be the only state we're missing. I know we got Colorado, we got New Mexico, we got Arizona, Idaho, Montana. So, I mean, kind of starting over on the one side, right? Washington, Oregon, California, got all those. Idaho, Nevada, Arizona, got all those. Montana, got it. Colorado, got it. New Mexico, got it. Texas, got it. Utah, got it. John Cancelar getting the jump start on Don Sefton. Cancelar, 009, take 1,000th of a second at the stripe to be 11th thou above. 457 on the 456. Iowa's moving on to round number 2 as Don Sefton was 16 green and dead on 5. So 16 dead 5. To be 21 total. Josh Cancelar was 20 total. And yes, this is first round. Round number 1 of the Silver State HVAC $1 Million Friday. All part of the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries, is Josh Herman. Rolls up here on the left side, 446 to dial to a 467 on the right. Red light start right lane by 0.03 of a second. Josh is double entered here today. He's 15 green, goes 445 on a 446. Of course, all of the cars here in Group A are double entered. So the first trip down the racetrack doesn't work out, there's still the second one. For Josh, it worked out nice. Gets there second by 18 thousandths and runs 4th thou under as we bring up Gabe Torres and Jeremy Sears. Sears coming in out of Port Orchard, Washington. Gabe Torres rolling in out of California. Torres down to 470, Sears down 43, we're off and away. Win light's going to belong to Jeremy Sears. Sears was 15 green, runs it down to be dead on 7, rocking the scoop. Gabe Torres was also dead on. Put a dead on 8 up there. But Gabe Torres with an 0.28 reaction time comes up 14 thou short. Troy, don't put words in my mouth. I did not. lump Texas in with the West Coast. We had moved our way off, and I certainly do not want to feel the wrath of Mr. Gleghorn. That's not what I want. Tyler Bohannon and Tom Stalba. Texas is its own country. I mean, my wife's from Texas. I know the deal. Texas is their own deal. 477 on the left side for Bohannon. 485 on the right side for Stalba. Bohannon in control. See the scoop rock once, then twice, and he goes 478 on a 477. 005 on the tree. As Stalba was 21 green, and then runs 483 on the 485. So Bohannon gets the win light here in round number 1. See, Texas is a republic. They got their own thing going on, man. Virginia is a commonwealth. That's true. That's very true. J.P. Schuster lining up left side. Dialed in at 462. Right lane going to be dialed in at 470. J.P. Schuster is perfect and goes 462.4 to be 4,000 total. Had a chance at a $10,000 bonus here in round number 1, but I guess we'll be happy taking a ticket into round number 2. It was a 12 light over on the right side and locked out. But Schuster gets a 000 hero coin. So the 000 hero Kyle Seipel commemorative coin plus a $50 bonus was 0.004 of a second away from grabbing $10,000. But a 4-pack. We'll happily take that into round number 2 as we bring out Jose Garcia and Honeywayne. Hunter Patton with a $459 dial over on the left side, waiting patiently as Jose Garcia brings the car back from the burnout. And man, oh man. Right now. I mean, we'll start getting through the rest of the states that we know are here. I know we got Nebraska, Arkansas. You counted 28 so far? Wow. Hunter Patton ends up winning that one. Was in the hole 11,000 as they left the starting line. Patton was 21 green, gets there second to win it on a double breakout. He's 458 on the 459 to be 0.004 of a second under. Jose Garcia was 11 on the tree, take 13,000 at the stripe to end up 0.007 of a second under the dial. So Honeywayne crawling up out of the hole that he dug on the starting line. Jose Garcia is going to have to find the buyback window as Bo Sanders and Tim Thomas. Bo over to the left side, dialed 449. Thomas on the right side with the slower of the two dials, dialed in at 464. And both drivers leave early. Not quite a true start affair, the quicker of the two, which was Bo Sanders. Red by 2,000. The slower of the two cars was Tim Thomas, red by 0.004 of a second. And Thomas is going to have to buy back after the double red light. Bo Sanders, 445 on a 449. We'll get that going. Yeah, we do. We've got Louisiana represented. Florida's represented. Georgia's represented. How about 438 for Mike Crater on the left side and 463 for Chris Whitfield in his whip, the Whitfield whip. Whip it good. Cool whip. Red light start for Whitfield by 0.002 of a second. He's going to foul it away here in round number 1. Runs 464 on a 463. Mike Prater was 11 green and then goes 438 on the 438. Ooh. 11 and dead on 4 to be 15 total. So with Will Holloman and Darren Lotz rolling up here to the starting line, Darren dialed 474 on the right side. Holloman dialed 447 on the left side. And as we continue to set records here at the Spring Fling Million, yeah, we've set another record. Peter is almost 100% positive that never before in the history of the Fling have we had over 3,000 people all watching at one time, and today we've done that as well. So a record number of 3-day entries, a record number of entries, and a record number of folks in the chat bleachers. You guys set a record too. Will Holloman, 449 on a 447, was 25 on the tree and gets to the stripe first by 8 thousandths of a second. Darren Lotz was 12 green and goes 478 on a 474. 4 above and behind, 8.5 little thousandths on the loss. Holloman moves into round number 2. I'll bring up Shane Thompson and Doug Foley Jr. Very interesting. 449 the dial for Foley, 468 the dial for Doug, and it wasn't too long ago. So Foley set, Thompson set. Doug Foley rocking the scoop down there as he was in control. 009 on the tree and 1 above, 450 on the 449 for Doug Foley. Shane Thompson was 024 on the tree, gets there first 6.5 thousandths of a second to run 5 thou under, and will have to buy back the man behind the Silver State Refrigeration. Sponsorship of today's race gets sent to the buyback window to toss in yet a little bit more money as Race Kid and Bryson Scruggs. Scruggs down 481. Race Kid 467 the dial. Race taking a page out of what was that group, TLC, that says, nope, I don't want no Scruggs. Oh wait, it's Scrubs. Scrub this guy. Red light start for Race. Talking about getting no love from the tree. Race 002 red and 465 on a 467. Bryson 20 green. And then goes 480 on a 480. Oh, and by the way, to the chat bleachers, we love you guys. We've always loved you. And recently we've started giving away an Optima battery each and every day. We're going to be giving another one today. We've already given out 2. Gave one out on Wednesday. Gave one out on Thursday. We'll give another one out today. So just kind of hang tight. We'll tell you when. It's not now, and it won't be for a while. But we just wanted to make sure that you are all aware that we will be giving one out to you since you guys are a record-setting crowd. So 467 the dial up on the board on the right side. Going up against James Warden with a 470 dial. In set. 18 thou separate him in reaction time, and the wind light's going to turn on for Warden. Warden 008. Take 12 thou at the stripe to break out by less in the double breakout battle. James Warden 468.3 on the 470. Ends up 17 thou under the number. Right lane runs 464 on the 467. We'll have to visit the buyback window as Brian Bennett and Neil Presimoni. Neil over on the left side. Lining up with a 482 dial, Brian Bennett, who was one of the ones that was 1 total. Still have to do that drawing to decide who's going to get that set of SR20 heads from our friends at Brodix, and we had 2 and 2 total. Decide who's going to get that million entry for next year. Identical reaction time, and the winner's going to be Brian Bennett. Bennett 450 on a 450. 25 and dead on 9 for Bennett to get the win light. Neil Presimoni was 25 on the tree and ends up running 23 thou above the dial as he tries to make his way into round number 2 and comes up short. Ooh. All right, so the Calcutta is full. The last man standing. We've got all of them up here. Somebody is going to get somebody's going to get $10,000 for their $75 entry as Shannon Justice drops in red by 19 thousandths of a second. Corey Galletti 15 green and goes 475 on the 454 dial with the red light already on the opposite side of the racetrack. He's able to just kind of lazily make his way down the racetrack at 118 miles an hour. So with the how many jumped in here? 160. All paid $75 a piece to take their pick of who they believe will be the one to go the furthest into today's event. Mike Fuquay and Cortland Carter. Cortland with a scoop rock goes 455 on a 455. 15 green and dead on 5 for Cortland Carter. Take 9 thou at the stripe to get the win light. Mike Fuquay was 21 green. So had given up 6 thou at this end of the racetrack and runs dead on 8, 463 on a 463. So it's going to be Cortland. With the win is Dylan Howe and Ty Farmer. Dylan, who's already had a fantastic week here, was the winner on Tuesday during the American Race Cars Shootout. Got that custom painted American Race Cars chassis. Thank you very much to the folks at Todd's Extreme Paint for the paint job on the chassis, and thank you very much to American Race Cars for providing the steel, the rail, chrome moly, everything that goes into it. Dylan's already got that dragster back in the pits. He's going to have to visit the buyback window here as he drops in red 3 thousandths of a second. Ty Farmer 11 green and on a 478 goes 4777. I mean, the 777 numbers here in Vegas, that's a lucky combination. That's a good combination. Win light turned on for him as Dylan was dead on 5, 453 on a 453. But Dylan let go, was 3 thousandths of a second too quick leaving the starting line. That's going to bring up Peeps Pennington and Gabe Hernandez. Hernandez has been able to find his mojo. I mean, what would have been Spanish? The guy coming in out of Hermosillo, Sonora? He's found his machismo. Got the machismo rolling. Has gone deep into the rounds. And Peeps Pennington, of course, one of the 7 drivers who have claimed the title. He'll get the title of round number 1 winner. 10 green and 465 on the 466 for Peeps. Gabe Hernandez left 7 thousandths of a second too quick, but does what Gabe has been doing throughout the event, and that is run right around the number. I mean, 495 on the 496, just 2 thou off the mark. The guy's definitely got it dialed in as far as the ET is concerned, and has had put together a nice couple of reaction times from time to time. This time he leaves 7 thou too quick as the reigning Super Comp World Champ James Glenn rolls up here, and McKenna Brown in the Jegs at yellow and black machine. McKenna with a 464 dial. And James Glenn with a 479 dial. Jim rolls up, gets it staged. McKenna is there as well as the tree flashes. 0.02 of a second, the difference in reaction time. Wind light's going to turn on for Glenn. 17 and dead on 5 for James Glenn. Taking 11th thou at the stripe to get around Miss McKenna. McKenna was 19 green and 14 thou above. But James Glenn putting together 22 total. Moving on to round number 2 is Jeremy Hancock, Brian Canaday. Jeremy over the left side, 455 is the dial, and Brian Canaday with a 473 number, the team out of Odessa, Texas. Odessa. Jeremy Hancock out of Commerce, Georgia. A couple of drivers that have come a long way. We still got to figure out that long haul award. Who has traveled the farthest? 009, the reaction time for Brian Canaday. How about 009, dead on 9? 18 total, take 15th out at the stripe for Canaday to light up the scoreboard and send Jeremy Hancock to the buyback window. Jeremy had the 036 reaction time to give up 27 thousandths of a second advantage as Brian Canaday lights up the scoreboard and advances. Here's Logan Scrivener and Bart Nelson. Bart out of Texas, 477 the dial. Logan out of Oregon. Rolling up on the left side, dialing at 486, and I dig the paint job on Logan's car. Isn't that a World War II kind of paint scheme? Love that thing. Oh, Bart is in trouble. Logan's in control, and Logan locks it down. 003 gets there second by 4 thousandths and goes 13th thou above. 003, 13 above, gets the win light for Logan Scrivener. Bart Nelson was 21 green, take 4 thou at the stripe, and breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. Again, 003 and 13 off the dial to be 16 total. Bart was 21 on the tree and locked out, no good. James, I think, yeah. I mean, yes, we do have a guy that came in all the way from Australia, but it's the quote-unquote long haul award. Oh, no. Ryan Gleghorn has problems on the starting line, and Gleggy, I'm not sure if the trans brake didn't hold or exactly what happened there, but he let go and it just kind of creeped forward. Mike Badeau goes 711 on a 709. Oh, man. Mechanical problems, technical problems. That is absolutely not the way that anybody wants to see a round number 1 go down. But unfortunately for Ryan Gleghorn, that is what happened. Got the car staged up, and as the tree began to drop, it rolled forward and just kind of quit. Oh, that's devastating. We do have some Massachusetts folks here. That's a pretty long haul. Well, here's a little Louisiana-based and South Carolina-based representative. Lane Como is going to give it back to Kevin Brannon, as Como was 7th thou red and goes dead on 8 red and dead on. That'll definitely get you swearing. That'll be a swear jar donation for sure as you roll the buyback window. Kevin Brannon, the Rabbit, 004, and goes 457 on a 458, and as Drew Smith and Jeff Serra roll back from the starting line. Serra on the right side, 468 the dial for Jeff. 49 on the left side, the dial for Drew. I think so far we've chalked up 34 states. Gage the intern just kind of running back through and go, okay, we've seen this, and this. It is a long list of states represented here. So as Drew's got the pre-stage bulb lit, Jeff Sarah's got the pre-stage bulb lit. Drew's going to go ahead and turn on the stage bulb. What happened there? I can promise you whatever happened there was not right. Yeah, that's not right. That boy ain't right. Jeff Sarah gets out of the throttle, runs 494 and a 468, but the reaction time started with a 5. Oh, no. Drew Smith goes 506 on a 489. And I think when you look at that, what was that phrase about, you know, when Japan attacked Pearl Harbor and they went back later and went, maybe we should. Something tells me Jeff Sarah is going to be coming back with a vengeance. 478 on a 478 for Kurt Harvey the second. 16 green and 5 thou off the mark to be 21 total. Mike Griffin had an 023 reaction time. No prayer, no chance, no hope of turning on that scoreboard. Oh. Ah, Big Jed, I love how much you kind of evaluate this. We are getting down to the end of Group A. Rocky Van Note going to get to run as a solo shot here in Group A as our doubled dragsters and double door cars first entries starting to come to a close. We've got Group B sitting here under the arch. And how about 476 and a 475? Van Note 005 red, one above, to wrap up Group A. Group B is here. Our single inner door cars for their shot at the now $400,000 payday that is up for grabs as part of the Spring Fling Million. We've got just a quick moment while we wrap up a little bit of paperwork after Group A up here in the tower. We're going to make sure that we've got everything ready to go for the next time they get called up. But our Group B cars, loaded, stacked, and ready to go. Again, just kind of thinking back to the video that Luke narrated, talking about what the feeling is like, what the day is going to be like. And that the racers hopefully get an opportunity to just kind of stop, take a breath, take it in, and realize just how special, just how cool this moment is to be part of the biggest Spring Fling Million that has ever been held here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. As our Group B cars wait for the signal from up here in the tower that we've got everything squared away, we'll get them turned loose here in just a moment. But again, it is a Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC main event Friday here at a Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. We have got round prizes going out for best losing packages in each of the rounds. Of course, Winlight Bets is here on property, joining us as our round number one sponsor. And the best losing package in round number one will get $1,000 from the folks at Winlight Bets. They have got the app available up in the App Store. If you like to download that app, they're going to be putting up questions. They'll be putting up some wagers that you can offer or that you can participate in with those points that you get a little bit later on when we get into the latter rounds. But if you are interested in what it is that they are doing, if you want kind of a cool way to add a little extra flair, a little extra spark into watching these events, you need to download that Winlight Bets app. Get yourself signed up, start earning some points, and then when we do get into the latter rounds, you can start making wagers on overs and unders and who you think is going to win in the pair and all of that type of stuff. Again, they've got a leaderboard, and the one that ends up with the most points on that leaderboard going to get some pretty cool prizes. So again, you can download the app, get all the information you need, and it sounds like we have finished up the paperwork that we needed to do here in the tower. Again, we've also got the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up bonus for the Division 6 or Division 7 racer that goes the farthest into the Spring Fling Million. Thanks again to the folks at Ivy Huddle Golf Carts for being part of that, but you will get that $5,000, the bonus for the Kyle Seipel Never Give Up award. Also got the 000 Hero coins. If you are trip zip on the tree and win your pair, you get to come up here and get a $50 bonus as well as one of the commemorative Kyle Seipel coins. But man, what a day it's been so far. Went through our 50K Brodix run for the 50K. As Paul Moore and Brandon Cornell. Cornell rolling in the 2001 Camaro, dialed in at 707. Paul Moore dialing in with a 585 in the 69 bodied Camaro. 0.02 of a second, the difference in reaction time, and at the finish line, the win light's going to turn on for Paul Moore. It is a double breakout. Cornell taking 1.2 tenths at the stripe. Was 13 on the tree and breaks out with a 692 on the 707. Paul Moore ends up running 583 on the 585 to get the win light as Isaac Wild rolls in here. And yes, Jack, to answer your question, I do believe we have seen a Wisconsin car here. Not sure if they're running in the million today, but I know we've seen a Wisconsin car here. Isaac 006 wins it on a double breakout on the 601 dial, runs 0.03 of a second under to get the win light. Troy Grant was 13 green, got to the stripe first by 0.06 of a second and breaks out by 0.16 of a second. So Troy Grant going to have to buy back. Isaac Wild will bring the pickup truck / convertible / roadster. Back in for round number 2. And with that, when you look at something like that, I mean, if you got a thing that doesn't know if it's a truck or a convertible or a roadster or a, like, is it like having an identity challenge, an identity crisis? Jay Bunce gets the win light. 15 green and goes 583 on a 586. Ryan Stifler turned it red by 0.04 of a second. And Ryan Stifler will need some consoling. He will need therapy, which means that we're going to have to open up commiseration. We'll get the couch set up. You can walk in there and talk about the poor life decisions that you have made. Things that even beyond your control have caused you pain and suffering. And for Ryan Stifler, a 004 red light to go down and be dead on one is going to be one of those things that has caused him pain and suffering. Speaking of pain and suffering, Monty Beagle goes red by 0.01 of a second and then runs 574. Michael Miller puts up back-to-back dead-on runs, or makes it back-to-back dead-on runs. Down the right side of the track, 17 green, dead on one. 580 on a 580 for Miller in the Roadster. Monty Beagle red by 0.01 of a second, goes 574 on the 570 as Mike Lowe and Joe Levitt. And if you haven't watched the hype video, the pre-event video that's been put together, Mike Lowe, there is a shot of that car putting up one of the baddest, smokiest, coolest burnouts in that water box that we've ever seen. I mean, it's just tremendous. 598 the dial for Lowe out of Hurricane, Utah. Joe Levitt with a 619 dial coming in out of Carmichael, California. Win light's going to belong to Mike Lowe. He's going to get low. He goes 15 green and gets the win light. I'll bring out Tim Denton and Jeff Verdi. Trying to think of all the million winners that we've had. I know Bo Butner's not here, but Verdi's here, Luke's here, Scotty Richardson's not here, so we got 2 of them that are missing. Tim dialed 594, Jeff dialed 622, identical reaction times, and the win light belongs to Verdi. The OG of the Spring Fling Million, 626 on a 622. He's 4 above the dial. After the 011 reaction time, Tim Denton also putting up an 011 reaction time, but couldn't quite hang with Jeff down at the stripe as Larry Hamby. Clint Delvecchia. Delvecchia left side gets the win as Hambly turns it red by 0.06 of a second, and the Chevrolet. Is that Deland or DeLand? It's Florida. The Florida runner bows out via the red light. Clint Delvecchia, 17 green, goes 584 and a 583, and that is going to bring up Brad Pierce and Tom Carlson. Carlson, part of the Minnesota Mafia. Two Harbors, Minnesota. Dialed in at 628 left side of the racetrack, Brad Pierce. Out of Riverside, California, in a car that he has been racing since, oh, I don't know. Maybe I was a child. Uh-oh. 19th thou separate him in reaction time, and it's going to be the Mafia picking up a win light. We got you, don't you know? 003 and 1 above for Tom Carlson. Taking 0.05 of a second at the stripe. Brad Pierce was 22 green. As our next two are going to be Jeff Farrar and Robert Butler. Jeff Farrar turns it red by 0.02 of a second and runs 531 on a 532. He's under by 4 thou. Robert Butler with a win light on was 23 green. Out of that right lane, goes under by 6 thou with a 581 on the 582. There's now Sean Schaefer and Bill Zimmer. Zimmer, who ended up raffling his way into the million, brings his dart from Las Vegas, dialed in at 560, and Sean Schaefer out of Boise, Idaho, brings up his Chevelle, dialed in at 517. Of a second. The difference in reaction time, and Bill Zimmer, who was 8 total in the Brodix 50K, turns around and goes 10 total. 001 dead on 9 for Zimmer. To lock it down, Calvin, you're just getting into the chat bleachers? That's all right. Nobody tell him what he missed. He got here late. He's just going to have to, accept the fact that he got here late. Man, with what you missed, oh my goodness. We've already given away so much money. All right, maybe not. As Larry Giese and Jeremy Waterman, 2 thou separate him in reaction time. Giese in the Daytona on the left side, dialed 595, runs 607. But Jeremy Waterman, 19 green and dead on 4 to get the win light. As Waterman moves on, Giese's going to have to find his way up to see the Divas and beg and plead for forgiveness. Or at least beg and plead for a second chance at it. Chuck Flanagan, Kenny Snow. Snow in the Chevelle right side. Flanagan, the GTO out of Lima, Ohio. I know we've already got them on the list. The list of states that we've seen is what now, 35 long? 34 long. 35 states. Flanagan's in control. 008 and 642 on a 639 for Flanagan out of that left side. Kenny Snow was 39 thousandths of a second behind in reaction time. Goes 576 on a 574 as Jim Higgins and Jonathan Fiello. The Battle of the Novas. Higgins out of Minnesota. Another of the Minnesota Mafians dialed in at 682 and Fiello dialed in at 573. What's up, Mr. Boo Boo? Glad to see you checking in from down in the Bayou country as Jim Higgins and Jonathan Fiello separated by 6 thousandths of a second. John Fiello, 11, dead 8 to be 19 total. Jim Higgins was 17 on the tree, had too little thou to work with. But ends up running dead on 6 to find himself 14 thousandths of a second in arrears. Nope. Oh, Bill Dykes making a move off the starting line, had to correct and will end up going too quick. 550 on a 551. He's under by 5 thousandths. Takes 16 thou at the stripe. Breaks out by 5 thou after the 023 reaction time, and Rod Taylor out of Kalispell, Montana, ends up with a 527 on a 526. So Bug Barn, just to give you a little clue, we are waiting to hear the official count from round number 1. You know, we know how many tech cards were sold. We know exactly what was working on there. We also know that it is going to pay $400,000. When you look at the flyer, that'll tell you that it's, over 350? Just saying. Kerry Willowheat getting the win light over Nacho. Oh, Nacho. Nice, bueno. 007 and 661 on a 658. Had the bulb. Kerry Willowheat was 14 green and runs 523 on a 522. I'm going to start stuffing my face. We got pizza? Uh-huh. And puffs? Uh-huh. Let's bring up Ricky Pennington. And Chris Nafziger. Group C dragsters. We need you to staging lanes, please. Chris turns it red by 4 thousandths of a second. Runs one above, 495 on a 494. Ricky Pennington was 32 green, was there for the taking, runs one above to be 610 on the 609. But Pennington gets the win light, gets the trip to round number 2, and Nafziger gets the trip to the buyback window. Oh, man. Oh, man, the crawfish boil sounds like the good thing to do is Mike Bloomfield Sr. and Ryan Harem. Nice matchup here in round number 1. Bloomfield with a 633 dial off and away on the green light. Ryan Harem chasing him down in the Camaro. 3 thou the difference in reaction time, and the win light is going to turn on for Ryan Harem. Ryan, 21 green and 19 thou above, gets to the stripe first by 10 thousandths of a second. Mikey Bloomfield was 24 on the tree and 26 thou above to be behind 10 thou at the finish line. Once again, Group C dragsters, Group C dragsters. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Group C dragsters need you into the staging lanes. All of Group C has now been called. And JP Schuster, you get the ATI flex plate for that first perfect light of million round number 1. Daniel Fiello claimed the APD bounty on Matt Daddis. Against the APD carburetor of his choice as Ryan Wilson turns it red by 4 thousandths of a second, and Kurt Harrington in the Chevette is rolling on to round number 2, 609 on the 607. after the 027 reaction time. And Nick, yes, I did say pizza. We got a little za up here in the tower. Got a little za. Camaro's dialed in at $5.99. Kelly Shearer. The S10 pickup truck dialed in at 7.01 seconds as we continue through our Group B door cars. And Kelly Shearer is going to join Camp Commiseration. It goes red by 2.5 tenths plus. It runs 788 on the 701. Camaro on the left side was 18 green, 2 above, 601 on the 599. As we are very close to getting into our Group C cars. And I do mean very close. George Lewis in the Chevelle and Scott Hess in the Nova. 16 thou separate them in reaction time, and the win light's going to belong to Scott Hess. Hess was in trouble. George Lewis was 003 on the tree and ends up running 3 above the dial to be 2.5 thou behind at the stripe on the loss. Scott Hess, 19 green, 16 thou above. Gets him a win light here in round number 1, and yeah, crawfish boil. That sounds good. That sounds really good. We got pizza. Pizza will do. Pizza's good. Pizza's good. Sean Reichenbach and Jason Biscay. Biscay over on the right side, dialed 668. Reichenbach on the left side, dialed 531. Biscay and the Biscay Racing Mustang as the couple of Washingtonians end up battling it out, and the win light's going to belong to Biscay. 39 green, 667 on a 668. Win light was already on as Sean Reichenbach in the 98 Avenger went red by 8 thousandths of a second. And are you serious? You serious, Clark? This is how we're going to end? Or start? Nope, this is how we're going to end the Group B door cars. Just wait. Just wait. It's luscious. It's sexy. Well, it's not how we're going to end the Group B door cars, but still, that's how we're going to get down to the end. 10 grand, yes, no, Gordon Bovin was 31 on the tree, goes 556 on a 556. Luke Bagaki, former winner and defending million event champion, just put up a perfect reaction time, had a shot at that $10,000 bonus, and ends up exactly 1 above. 000 and 482.0 for Luke Bagaki on a 481 dial. Wow. So we've been 4 thou away from giving away the $10,000 bonus. We've now been 10 thou away from giving away the $10,000. I feel bonusy. Like bonusy. Big time. Jacob Stallworthy and Jerry Lone. Jerry, who's one of those that's going to be in the drawing that we're going to do to determine our 3 best packages. As Jerry goes red this time by 17 thousandths of a second. Jacob Stallworthy was 22 green and goes 485 on a 485. And as we bring back our next set of door cars, just want to send a reminder out there that we are going to have an Easter egg hunt coming up for the kids at about 2 o'clock. So we're going to get some things set up down there. Normally something that we would do, a little bit later on in the week, but we want to do it on $1 Million Day. It's more fun that way. But we'll let you know here in just a little while. We're going to be bringing all the kids up behind the tower. We'll have a little Easter egg hunt. We'll give away some prizes, some goodies, some candy, all kinds of stuff. All right. So as Michael Pennington and John Labuse pair up, Labuse 517 is the dial, Pennington 514. Away we go. 21,000. Separate them in reaction time, and John Labousse 004 dead 7 takes 7th thou at the stripe to get the win. All right, racers. So we talked about during that Brodix run for the 50K, we ended up with 4 racers that we had like 2 1-packs and 2 2-packs. The way that we determine who will end up with the prize, again, the top prize, a set of those SR20 heads, thanks to our friends at Brodix, valued at $5,500. It comes down to a random draw. We've got 2 names that are going to go into a cup. For those 2 that were a 1-pack, it was Donovan Williams and Brian Bennett. We're each 1 total as Bill Bathello and Dennis Lithgow take over things on the starting line. Dennis in the orange topless Roadster out of Mansfield, Texas, dialed 492. Bill dialed in at 500, and we are going to do that live on Facebook. So if you'd like to join in live on Facebook for the drawing to see who's going to get those SR20 heads and who's going to get the $2,000, get on Facebook, get on there now. Be there now. $4.99 on a 500 dial for Bill Bathello. Dennis Lithgow. So following Group B, which we've got 1 pair and a single left to go in Group B, it's going to be kind of quiet. We'll go live on Facebook. We'll have it live on the mic up here. But if you can pull out your phone, open up Facebook, find your way to the Spring Fling page, we got 2 special guests who are going to help us with the drawing. 2 very special guests who are going to help us draw the names out. Taylor Rich going up against Larry Scarth. Rich is in control, and the win light's going to go to Taylor. 516 on the 516, 008 dead on 9. Take 32 thou at the stripe to get the win. And Larry Scarth, 26 green, goes 625 on a 623. Lane Weber, red by 4 thousandths of a second, and then goes 728 on the 727. All right, so everybody get out your phones or your devices, whatever it is that you view Facebook on, because this morning in the Brodix run for the 50K, third best overall package, and we'll get a 2024 entry into next year's Spring Fling Million main event. So while we are drawing for those up here, I think we've got a lot of folks that have joined us on. How many folks have we got on live right now? 60? It's going up pretty fast. Keep counting. We're going to give them about 10 more seconds to do that. So Lela and Emily are up here. We are joined by Maddie and Carter. Maddie, who is Jeff Foster's daughter from right here at the racetrack, and my son Carter. They are going to help us do the drawing. That way we've got nobody. Oh, well, he's on his way up. So the live feed, the chat bleachers, they all want to see it too. So we're going to be on the live feed. So he's coming in right now. But this is our view. For those of you that are on Facebook Live, hi, how you doing? I'm Nate Hershey. This is Gage the Intern. Everybody that wanted to know Gage the Intern, that's Gage. He's the one that's been helping us out over the last couple of days, and I don't know where Mike went, but the live feed, here we go. Let's see. It's going to be kind of fun. So we are live in the announcer booth. We got the camera? What? Oh, my goodness. Let me tell you something. That right there was one of the best things I've ever seen. So we got to get this going. So let's do this. While we're live on Facebook, are we going to draw for the 002s, or we'll do the first place first? All right, so let's see here. First place first. So let's get the cameras over there. Carter, Maddie, back out here just for a second. You can see here we've got the cup. We've got the 2 that were 1 total. We've got the 2 that were 2 total. We're going to draw for the SR20 heads first. So let's get those folded up. Nice and clean. So the 2 1-packs are going into the cup. All right. So who's going to draw, Maddie or Carter? Which one of you is going to draw that one? Maddie? Reach in there and pull out 1 piece of paper. For the SR20 heads, Maddie, who's that? Brian Bennett, you get yourself a set of SR20 heads. Congratulations. And that's not a bad thing because we've still got $2,000 that is going out there as well. So, Brian Bennett, you won the heads. Congratulations, sir. You've got the heads, and Donovan Williams, you've got yourself $2,000 coming, my friend. So, yeah. Now, we have got an entry for the 2024 Spring Fling Million. Again, 2 drivers, Jerry Lone and Matt Lee, would put up 2 packs in that event. So one of them is going to get an entry for next year's million, and Carter is going to jump in here. Carter, pull out 1 piece of paper. Carter, who'd you draw? Matt Lee, you've got yourself a 2024 Spring Fling Million entry. So congratulations, Matt, grabbing that. Congratulations to Donovan getting the $2,000. And, of course, congratulations to Brian Bennett grabbing the SR20 heads. Big thanks to Brodix. Thank you very much for being part of the run for the 50K. And we've been so close to giving away $10,000 because it didn't get claimed this morning. Let's see if we can give away $10,000. We got cars rolling up here, and hi, we're live in the booth. Good to see you. Okay, bye. Oh, that was fun. That was really fun. Thank you very much to Miss Maddie and to Carter for helping us draw the tickets. We appreciate that. That way it was like none of us who were held responsible or anything like that. But again, we do have our sheets up here. The last man standing. We've got everybody that's purchased in for that $75 worth of tickets for the possibility to win $10,000. Again, I think track prep is done. We should have all of our C group cars sitting back in the staging lane. So all of our C group cars, dragsters and door cars, you should be back there for round number 1. Again, it is a Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We got so much to do. What's up, Mr. Mopar? Appreciate you checking in. Again, we are now still at over 3,100 people watching along, and Mike and I are so happy to play our part in preventing any sort of productive activity across the country in any way that we can.
1,000%. But can I say that I really enjoyed right there when you said, "What's up, Mr. Mopar?" and you gave a thumbs up to your screen.
I do. I give a thumbs up to the screen.
They cannot see you in any way, shape, or form. But Mopar, Nathan Hershey did give you a thumbs up.
I'll give you high fives too.
He just
if they could see me, I high five the
live
monitor.
chat. Hey, are we going to give away an Optima Yellow Top battery today?
We are, but I don't know what time. I think we wait until a little bit later.
I agree.
I think we wait until a little bit later because I really feel that even though we're like 3,100 people watching, I think when we get down a little bit later, we're going to be up to like 3,500 people watching, I'll bet.
I mean, and honestly, on the flip side, you and I have the microphones, and even if Lolo come in and was like, "Hey, let's give the Optima Yellow Top away," like, no.
Yeah.
We have the microphone. We're going to do whatever we want. Yep.
We're going to wait. We're going to give more people a chance to do that. And yeah, Brett, you are productively...
And how about this for a start of our Group C door cars? Andy Schmall and Kevin Pollard. This is sizably decent. Andy and the Banana out of Idaho Falls, Idaho for Team Fastronics. 591 is the dial, be leaving first. Kevin Pollard in Raider Campbell's Camaro out of the Commonwealth of Virginia. JJ Nathan Hershey just gave you a thumbs up as well. To his phone, it was actually to his phone, which was held up by the live feed, so it was kind of like a 2-for-1. Lights are down, and Andy Schmall turns it red by a nickel. 005 red, Kevin Pollard will advance and goes 575 on the 577. Kevin was 19 green, but Andy turns it red. Here in his C entry, Shauna Whitworth and Will Carroll. Shauna out of Indiana, the S10 left side. Will in the Camaro right side. Will took his first entry into round number 2. Will's looking to go 2 for 2. Shauna's off and away, a little better on the starting line, trying to chase down Will, and is able to do so. 631 on the 29, was 21 down here. Will was 40 reacting to green and 2 above 5 to be 18 thou behind at the finish line. Shauna Whitworth will advance. Zach Fulcher and Jeremy Hancock. Zach out of Kentucky, 66 wagon. 598, the dial will be leaving first. Jeremy Hancock out of Georgia, the 66 Nova right side. 551 as the machine that Jeremy Hancock is driving did not turn on a win light in round number 1 with Kyle Cotrera at the wheel. Jeremy Hancock is going to try to make that gorgeous 66 Nova 1 for 2 in the first round. Away and away. Hancock might be in a difficult position, but he's going to make it work. Zach Fulcher, 005, got to the finish line first by 29 thousandths of a second to break out. 7th thou, needed to take 22 or less. Jeremy Hancock was Michael Jordan at the starting line and dead on 4. 23 green, 551.4 on the 551 to get the win. By the way, if you haven't seen the new, as we're talking about Michael Jordan, the new movie Air, that's about the shoe, went and saw it, well worth a watch. Craig Merrilees and Lucas Walker. Lucas right side, the Mustang out of Murray, Kentucky off the bottom. Merrilees out of Windsor, California, the Camaro over on the Vegas side. Lucas Walker, 613 on the 07. 17 on the green light start. Merrilees was 39 and then 6 over. And it is a rare Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million event where 39 and 6 over will get you a win. Dennis Paz and Charlie Lockhart. Lockhart bowed out in the Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field, first pair down the track. Charlie ended up on the wrong side. Dennis Paz in the El Camino. 670 the dial for Dennis. 603 for Charlie over in the right lane. A little better on the starting line, looking over to the right at Charlie Lockhart, and is going to get the win. 37 green, 1 above 6 to be good. Charlie was 46 reacting to green. Broke out by 22 thousandths of a second, taking 29, needed to be 7 or less to have a chance to not do it. It's Danny Angel and Justin Moser. Danny out of Michigan. Justin out of Indiana. The Corvette Roadster right side for Justin. 549 will be doing the chasing. Danny, 86 Mustang left side. 618 the dial for Danny. Both drivers are green, separated by 5 thou, and Justin 28, 550 with a 0 on the 549, and 13 thou in front of the finish. Danny Angel was 33 green, 619.8 on the 618. To be 13 thou behind at the finish line is Justin. We'll take that Corvette in round number 2. Stephen Bennett and Chris Galitti. Bennett out of Panama City, Florida in the S10, 652 the dial. Galitti out of Tomball, Texas. For Team Rad, the 66 Chevy Tube is R-E-D by 29 thou. Stephen Bennett, 13 up front, and 653 on the 652. To get around to Chris Galitti is Mike Bedeau Jr. and Andrew D. Piazza. Look at the spread in this pair. Bedeau out of Texas in the Chevelle, 711 is the dial for Bedeau. Andrew D. Piazza, 472. 2 1/4 second head start in an 8th mile race is a mile, which is technically impossible because it's only 660 feet. But it's a big head start. There goes Bedeau. Bedeau's at like 200 feet before D. Piazza gets to release the hounds, who is perfect and is going to get the win on a double breakout. Andrew D. Piazza, 3 zeros on the reaction time. 471.6 on the 72 to break it out by 4 thou. Mike Bedeau was 23 at the hit and under by 3 Hun. So Andrew D. Piazza is going to get a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin and $50, courtesy of Peter Biondo and Emily Biondo. And advancing to round number 2 is Paul Edens and Ted Seipel. Paul out of Rexburg, Idaho with the Toyota left side. Ted Seipel out of San Leandro right side in the Ferrari, looking over to the left. And Paul Edens gets around Ted. 541.3 on the 541, was 19 at the start. Ted was 17, a little better at the hit, and then 2 over, going 616 on the 614. As Ted Seipel is going to bow out in both entries here today. Again, the Easter egg hunt is today at 2 p.m. right here behind the tower. Here on the Million for all the kids is David Beckwith at Rancho Cucamonga. David Beckwith and Jeremy Bargo. Bargo, 614, will be leaving first in the S10 out of Kentucky. 542, the number for David Beckwith. About a whole bulb head start. And a red light start for Beckwith by a bunch. Bargo's 001, pretty sporty. On the starting line, it goes 613.7 on the 614 as Beckwith, after being big red, is a swear jar contribution, going 542.3 on the 542. As we are in our Group C, round number 1, our Win Light Bets first round with Kendall Little and Jose Garcia Jr. Jose in the Orange Roadster out of Mexico, 542 the dial. Kendall Little, 611 the number for the Malibu out of Killeen, Texas. Kendall, better on the starting line than the Malibu. Here comes the Roadster. Win Light, Kendall Little on a double breakout. 7 thou quick for Kendall was 20 green. And 610 with a 3 on the 611. Jose Garcia Jr. was 41 on the green light start, behind a couple Hun right off the bat, and under by 13 thou. Daniel Fiello and Tim Wirtz. Fiello picked up that APD carburetor on the Bounty Award, taking out Matt Dattis in the A category. Fiello was 6 flat on the board. Tim Wirtz out of Napa, Idaho, the 63 Corvette Roadster, who did pick up a win light already in the A category. He's a little behind on the starting line here in the C category, but Fiello's going to break out. 005, got to the finish line by 33 thou to break out by a hundredth of a second, needed to take 23 or less. Tim Wirtz pushes Daniel Fiello out. 5:16 on the 5:15 was 13 on the green light start as Tim Wirtz takes 2 in around number 2. Logan Scribner and Jeff Devy. Logan in the dragster out of Oregon. Chromeworks chassis for Logan and Jeff Devy. And the Relapse Cavalier out of Kimberly, Idaho. 589 is the dial for Jeff Devy. Green and green, Logan and Devy. Logan, 21 dead on 4 is 25 total to lock out Jeff Devy, who was 34 on the green light start. And then Devy goes 590 on the 589, but Logan Scribner had Mr. Devy completely locked out as Jim Glenn and Matt Dattis. Glenn out of Richfield, Washington, the dragster left side, your Super Comp world champion. Over on the NHRA side of things, and Matt Dattis, our winner on Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday that bled over into Thursday. Dattis picked up the trophy to win back-to-back Fling races, as he was our day number last winner at the Fall Fling over at Bristol, and picks up the win at the first Vegas event. A rare feat to win back-to-back Fling events. I mean, you got to figure it was like 21, 22 rounds of racing in a row. Turn on win lights against the best of the best. Dattis and James Glenn. Dattis is going to get the win. Glenn breaks out. Glenn was a little better on the starting line. 18 here. Dattis got down there and parked it. Glenn went flying by, broke out by 24 thou. Got to the finish line first by 57 thousandths of a second. Matt Dattis was 26 green and a couple above to be good as Ben Willis and Brian Griffin. Brian, the Vega left lane out of Trenton, Tennessee, 644 the dial. Ben Willis out of Alabama, 651 the dial for Ben Willis. Willis is 001. Griffin is 24, and 001 dead on 5 makes 6 total as Ben Willis just lowered the boom upon Brian Griffin. Brian had no shot as he was 24 on the green light start. Yes, our friends in the chat bleachers, there was the APD Bounty Award this morning on Matt Dattis in his A entry, and Daniel Fiello took him out and collected that great $1,500 prize. As Bart Nelson in the dragster left lane out of Texas, 476 the dial. I mean, it's kind of rare that door car dragster, the door car is going to be doing the chasing. Daryl Hemley out of Washington is top sportsman Cavalier, as the back end of Hemley's car sashayed there right at the first 60 feet, and he had to get out of the throttle and pedal it, and that cost him a bunch of elapsed time, and he's not going to get this entry through. It's Bart Nelson, 009 and 2 above to be comfortable. Hemley was 009 good down here, but then had problems right there at about 60 feet. It's Josh Cancellara and Brian Cerruti. Another Dorcar V dragster. Big head start for Cerruti, the Camaro out of Ohio. 640 the dial here in Win Light Bets round number 1. Cancellara out of Iowa, 458 is the dial. So we will have a full Christmas tree head start for Cerruti, plus a little bit more. Away and away. Cerruti off the bottom is better on the reaction time and goes 14 total. 008 dead on 4 for Cerruti. Cancellara was 13 up front, needed to be dead 1 to rely on a little number. and didn't do it. Was one above 5 as Brian Cerruti takes out the dragster of Josh Cancelar, Bo Sanders, and Ty Farmer. Bo out of Nebraska, the American assembled machine on the Las Vegas side. 448 is the dial-in. Ty Farmer out of Texas, 478. The dial-in for Ty. Just over a half a bulb head start. Victo, hope you're having a good day, my friend. Green and green. Bo is 006, trying to hold off Ty Farmer, and Farmer by 0.006 as Bo Sanders might have got behind down there. 6/10 thou, the margin to victory for Ty Farmer. Ty was 15, one above 2, 479.2 on the 478 to get the win. Bo Sanders was 006, said he was going to run 448. Womp to be 2 above 1, but 6/10 thou behind at the finish line. It's Ty Farmer will advance. Dallas Glenn and Travis Ringeth. Dallas out of Mooresville, North Carolina, in Shane Thompson's machine left side. Travis Ringeth out of Beaumont, Alberta, Canada for the Classics. 3 great races up in Canada, Edmonton, and Mission, and Medicine Hat. 3 great races for all of our Canadian friends to participate in. 452 the dial for Travis. 446 the number for Dallas Glenn. Red light start for Travis by 9 thou. Dallas Glenn. A free look at 446, and he looks at 445. Dallas was 40 up front. Both runs this morning. Dallas was just a little late. He's been all over the Christmas tree pretty much the entire event. A little unusual to see him a little tardy on both sides. This is Gary Williams and Dustin Wirtz. Okay. This is a pretty juicy one right here. Gary out of Bradenton, Florida for Team Overkill, Team FTI, 462. The dial for Gary. Dustin out of Napa, Idaho. Dusty Buckets says, I'm going to put 455 on the Pennzoil scoreboard and let's let her rip. Gary is a little late. Wirtz is in front and is going to get the win. Dustin, 007, 456 to get the win. Gary Williams was 22 green and 3 above. And he'll be a first-round runner-up. As G-Dub will have to come to the Diva desk. Bryson Scruggs and Rocky McLean II. Little Rock out of Fort Worth, Texas, 481 the dial. Scruggs out of Tennessee, 482. The dial for BS. Red light start for Rocky by 6 thousandths of a second. Bryson Scruggs 007 and 481 on the free data acquisition run here in round number 1. McLean red by 6 thou and goes 480 on the 481. It's Tyler Bohannon and Randall Reed. Randall knows what it's like to be the last one standing at the end of $1 Million Friday. Randall out of Texas. Miller Prepared Machine, 467 is the dial. Tyler Bohannon out of Kentucky, 476. The dial in for Mr. Bohannon. Rip for Tyler Bohannon. 479 on the 476 to be good. Randall Reed was 49 on the green light start. Dug himself a massive hole on the starting line. Tyler Bohannon didn't let him climb out of it. J.P. Schuster and Shannon Justice. J.P. out of Ohio, 462 is the dial. Shannon Justice, Lexington, North Carolina, 480. What Shannon has put on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Here in Win Light Bets, round number 1, Silver State Refrigeration $1 Million Friday. Here at the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Green and green, Shannon and JP. Shannon a little better at the start and is going to go dead on 8 to get the win. 20 green, 4.808 on the 480 to be 9 thou in front at the finish line. JP Schuster was 34 at the hit, dead on 3, and 9 thou shy at the end of 660 feet is Lane Como and Talon Farmer. Lane out of Louisiana, Talon out of Texas. Do your chickens have large talons? It's Talon. 001 red. Eek. Como, 23 green and 460 to be good. Farmer, after being red by 1 thou, was 3 hunt over. That 001 is the most heinous of red lights. It's Troy Williams and Matt Lee. Troy out of Florida. For Team FTI, Team Overkill, 469 for T-Rock. Matt Lee alongside 473 is the dial, and Troy Williams Jr. 006 taking 009 to be 2 above 2. 471-2 on the 469. Matt Lee was 009 and then 2 over. But 9 thou behind at the finish line. Troy Williams will proceed. Hunter Patton and Don Sefton. Hunter left side. 459 the dial for Honey Wayne and Don Sefton out of Bremerton, Washington. Trucktown Missile. TNT Supercar, the dragster with the wing right side. 475 is the number. We are in and away. Patton, Sefton, Hunter Patton, 12 green, taking 4 thou to get the win. Don Sefton was 29, 1 above 3. And will be a first round runner up. Hunter dialed 459, goes 461, 8, and snugged it up to 4 thou at the finish line as Hunter Patton takes 2 entries into round number 2. It's Kurt Harvey II and Casey Pesnell. Casey out of Gardendale, Alabama, over on the Pennzoil side. 445 is the dial. Kurt Harvey II out of Texas in the Johnny Izell assembled machine. 478 is the number for Harvey. Harvey, 19 green, dead on 2, is going to get the win. KC was 10 on the reaction time. Down 445. Applied a little pressure to the whoa pedal to be 3 over. Sent Kurt Harvey through, and Harvey was good by 0.02 of a second. Harvey will advance. Shane Molinari and Dan Lafferty. Shane in the, quote, slow dragster that's dialed 421. Dan Lafferty for Lafferty Drilling and Blasting, 439 the dial for Dynamite Dan. Identical reaction times. Lafferty, Molinari. Molinari, 422 on the 421 is good. Lafferty, dialed 439, goes 441 to be a first-round runner-up in this entry. As both drivers were 15 thou on the green light start. As I need Group D. Group David. Let's get you the lanes for round number 1, please. Group D. Let's get you in the lanes for round number 1 is McKenna Brown and Greg Christensen. McKenna out of Boca Raton for Team Jegs. 465 dial. Greg Christensen out of Colorado. 463 the number. For Gregory, the slightest of head starts will be given to McKenna Brown. Start for Christensen by 9 thou. McKenna's going to move one entry into round number 2, 006, and under by 5 Hun. McKenna said 465 and goes 460. But I'll get out of round number 1, our win light bets. First round. Jeremy Sears. And Dragster left side, Dragster. 449 is the dial, 003 and 452 to get the win. Jeremy Sears was 29 down here and 2 above. And those numbers will not result in a win light for Jeremy Sears. It's Kevin Brannon and Timothy Thomas. Rabbit, your defending million main event winner. Over on the Vegas side for the Howe family, 458 is the dial. Timothy Thomas out of Lumberton, North Carolina. You know he will be at the Galat Fling here in a few weeks. Thomas has 466 on the dial-in. One of our drivers is perfect. And Kevin Brannon. How about that? How about 0-0 taking 1 thou for Kevin Brannon? That's remotely decent for the Rabbit. Timothy Thomas was 14 green, dead on 6. But Kevin Brannon, perfect on the reaction time, taking 1 thou at the finish line. That's as good as it gets. And I wish everybody on the chat bleachers could see what I just observed with my own eyes, which was Nathan Hershey wearing bunny ears, hopping around like Peter Cottontail. Truly majestic. There's James Warden and Jeff Serra. Warden left side, Jeff Serra right side. Serra is 008 and leaves second, and Serra lost in both entries. James Warden, 002, under by 3 thou. Serra was 008 and 469 on the 472 as Serra lost both entries. He'll have to buy back on both sides. James Warden will advance. Shane Carr and Chris Whitfield. This is a remotely decent matchup here in first round. Sugar out of Alabama. 458 the dial for hashtag 26, and Chris Whitfield, the supremely talented young man out of Colorado. 464 the dial for Whitfield. Whitfield turned it red in round number 1 by 2 thousandths of a second. Shane Carr broke out in round number 1. So one of these two is going to have to buy back in both entries, which is pretty wild when you think about it. 7 thou was the difference on the starting line. Winfield is better, and on a double breakout, Whitfield under by 4 thou, or by 6 thou. Shane Carr under by 5 thousandths of a second. Shane Carr is going to get the win. Whitfield is going to have to buy back in both sides. True margin of victory, 1 thousandth of a second there for Shane Carr. As Sugar takes one entry through. Dylan Hout and Don Buckowitz. Dylan out of Junction City, Oregon for Team Cascade. 453 the dial for Dylan. 477 the dial for Don Buckowitz out of New Jersey. And his race tech prepared dragster. Buckowitz better on the starting line and better at the finish line. 22, 1 above 9 to get the win. Completely locks out Dylan, as Buckowitz was 41 total. Dylan Hout was 46 green, and it was all over right there because Dylan had no shot of turning on a win light. It's Gabe Torres and Megan Justice. G Money left side, 471 the number for Val Torres Racing, Val Torres Construction. You see Dad Val leaning up against the wall behind the car. Megan Justice out of Lexington, North Carolina. You know Megan will be at the Galat Fling in a couple of weeks. Yes, sir, Mopar, cutthroat. As Dan Lafferty said a couple days ago, like this whole event is a reaction time challenge. As we are both pre-staged. Win light for Gabe Torres, 007, 1 above 7 to get the win. Megan Justice was 15 green and 481. As I'm being accosted by the Easter Bunny in the announcer booth. This is a true story. Easter Bunny, go out and do Easter Bunny things. Donnie Burleson and Jace Nicholson will be our next pair. And no, Nathan Hershey was not in the bunny. One of our drivers is perfect, and that driver is not going to turn on a win light. Jace Nicholson was perfect, and then 5 over. Donnie Burleson was 31 green and 448.8 on the 448 to get around perfection in Jace Nicholson. Donnie Burleson will take that beautiful yellow dragster out of Texas into round number 2. Is Blake Fuquay and Shane Thompson. Blake out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. 463 is the number for Blake. Shane Thompson out of Henderson, Nevada. So we got Hendersonville, Tennessee, and Henderson, Knotville, Nevada over on the right side. Red light start for Thompson by 6 thou. Blake was 38 on the green light start, 462 for Blake. And to add insult to injury, after Shane Thompson was 006 red, he dials 468. And of course, he's going to run 468 nothing. That's just heinous. Corey Galitti and Mark Dunn. Corey, the young man from the state of Texas, 456 for young Mr. Galitti, and Mark Dunn out of Odessa, 477 the dial for Dunn right side. As a couple of American assembled dragsters will do battle here in round number 1. As we are staged and away. 007 for Dunn, 12 for Galitti, and Mark Dunn is going to take out Corey Galitti. 007 up front, taking 8 thou at the finish line to get the win. 487.7 on the 477 for Mark Dunn. So 477 the dial. He goes 478.7 to get the win. Corey Galletti was 12 green and killed a couple down there to get 8th thou behind. As Mark Dunn takes out Corey Galletti. It's Brian Kennedy and Cortland Carter will be our next pair. Portland turns on the big, ugly, nasty, stinky, gross, vomit-inducing red light by 1/1000th of a second. Brian Kennedy was 20 green and 474.5 on the 473 number, but just yuck for C squared. 1 thou red in the quest for the $400,000 winner check. Just brutal. This is Gabriel Hernandez Jr. and Josh Herman. Herman has advanced one entry through. Out of Pueblo West, Colorado, over on the Pennzoil side, 446 the dial. One full LED yellow bulb will be the head start for Gabriel Hernandez Jr. Out of Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico. Gabriel is a little behind at the starting line. Here comes Josh, and Herman is going to dispatch Gabriel Hernandez Jr. 23 green, 448.6. Will get the win. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. was 38 and 2 above. And no good. Josh Herman will take 2 entries into round number 2. The Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Tell you the best losing packages today. In rounds 1, 2, 3, and 4, each get $1,000. As we are in a win light bets round number 1. In Group C is Curtis Allen and Rocky Van Note. Curtis Allen out of Kentucky. Rocky Van Note out of Indiana, right side. 476 is the dial. We are 18 green for Rocky Van Note. Curtis Allen is 13 green, but Rocky Van Note is going to get the win. Tightens it up to 1/1000th of a second at the finish line. 476.3. Dead on 3 for Rocky Van Note. Beats dead on 9 of Curtis Allen. As 1 thou the margin to victory, as we are tight. Toit like a tiger. Toit. Tom Stalba. 485 the dial over on the Pennzoil side. 470 the number over on the Vegas side. Stalba coming out from New Jersey. .009 leaves second in this pair. Stalba's 003, dead on 5. And I mean, you gotta feel for the dragster in the left lane. The left lane is 009 green and is locked out. Stalba's 8 total and just filthy. 003, dead on 5, taking 7th out at the finish line. 8 total beats 15 total. Ay, ay, ay. Come on out. It'll be fun. As Stephen McCrory, champ, left side alongside Jose Garcia. McCrory for Team Overkill. 465 is the dial. Jose Garcia out of Mexico. 505 the number. Virtually identical reaction times for the two, and Stephen McCrory 467 on the 465 to advance. As McCrory got to the finish line first by 4/10,000ths of a second. All right, everybody, final call. Final call for the Easter egg hunt. Right here behind the tower. Final call. All the kiddies, get down there for the Easter egg hunt. No, Gordon Boven, you cannot be part of the Easter egg hunt. Even though there's a distinct possibility that some of the children down there might be taller than you. No, you cannot be part of the Easter egg hunt. Vince Generalo Jr. and Jessica Bogaki. Jessica, your Winter Nationals winner in Super Comp. Last week at the Winter Nationals, it picks up a round 1 win here on a double breakout. 26 green for Jess, under by a thou. Vince Generalo Jr., 17 and 6 thou quick, a double breakout win. We'll go Jessica's way for Team Moser. And this is Bracket Racing Elite. It's Kyle Coltrera and Bodie Bennett. Kyle out of Maine, 459 the dial. And Bodie Bennett, the young man out of Texas, 463 is the number. And final call for our Easter egg hunt. Down here behind the tower. As we are still pre-stage. Hey, Coltrera girl rolls in. Bodie Bennett flickers and then lights. Away and away. Both are 20. Who's going to make the right decision down there? It's going to be Coltrera. Kyle, 460 on the 459 to be good. Got down there and cut Bodie Bennett loose. Bodie broke out by 12 thou, was ahead by 25 at the finish line. Needed to take 13 or less, didn't do it. Kyle Coltrera takes one entry through as he was defeated in the door car earlier this morning. Mike Crater and Brian Bennett. Crater out of Texas. Bedford, to be exact. Brian Bennett. The Miller Prepared Machine out of Shallowood, Texas, 450. So we just saw Bodie bow out in the pair before. Brian looking to take one of the Bennett machines in round number 2 and is able to do so. 002 heater. 451-2 on the 450 there. And takes out Mike Crater, who was 20 green, one above, to be a first round runner-up. It's Don Bradford and Donovan Williams. Donovan turned it red in the first round by 0.02 of a second. Here he's in his second entry. Donovan for Team FTI and Team Overkill. It's 469 on the scoreboard. It's Don Bradford out of Alabama. 487 is the dial-in. For Mr. Bradford, AL left side, FL right side. Here in Winlight Bets, round number 1. On Silver State Refrigeration, $1 Million Friday. The Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Bradford, Williams, Winlight, Donovan Williams, 007 to be in front by 2 thou at the finish line. 471-2 on the 469 for Donovan. Bradford was 13 green, one above 8, but 2 thou behind at the finish line. Donovan Williams takes one entry through. It's Mike Bloomfield Jr. and Mike Griffin. Mike Bloomfield Jr. out of the OH. IO. 460 the dial. Mike Griffin out of Tennessee. Tennessee. 477 for Mike. Red light start for Mike Griffin by 6. thousandths of a second, Mike Bloomfield. 10 green and an opportunity to look at 460. He's going to look at 462.1 at 149 miles an hour for Mike Bloomfield Jr. Got a freebie there in round number 1 is Preston Pennington and racing Jason Lynch. Another remotely decent first-round matchup. Peeps out of Three Rivers, Texas, your 2019 million main event winner for the Peep Show. Jason Lynch out of Tennessee. 449 is the dial in here. Double 05 leaves last in this pair as it does not disappoint, and Peeps Pennington gets down there and parks it. Sends Jason Lynch through. Jason breaks out. Peeps gets on the right side of the number, 005 and 1 above 3. 469.3 on the 468 to be good. Jason Lynch was 003 at the hit. Dialed 449 goes 447.6 to break out by 14 thou. He took 29 down there as Peeps was going backwards when they got to 660 feet as Mark Kidd and Sean Langdon. Mark left side out of Twin Falls, Idaho in his new race tag dragster for Kid Performance and Dyno, and Sean Langdon in Matty Payne's dragster out of Indiana. 467 is the dial on each side of the racetrack. Langdon is 005. Kidd is 16 green, and Sean Langdon locks out Mark Kidd. 005, dead on 5. And I can even do the math there. 5 plus 5 is 10. Is 10 total. Mark Kidd is 16 green and had no shot whatsoever. Mark Kidd was just wasting fuel and unnecessary wear and tear on the valve train of that Kid Performance dragster. Sean Langdon locked out Mark Kidd. That is our last pair in the C category. Our Group D dragsters are right here under the arch. So doing what we need to do up here in between the groups. We just wrapped up Group C as Sean Langdon was 10 total alongside Mark Kidd. Our Group D dragsters are right here, ready to go, just waiting for the A-OK. So bear with us for a moment or two. Once again, all of our friends that are watching the great Jags, Hoosier, Holly EFI Bank Shift live feed, Chad Reynolds up there doing his thing, Warren Evans up here doing his thing. Great coverage with over 3,100 people watching that live feed. Hey, bang that like. Hit the thumb. Later on today, we will give away an Optima Yellow Top battery to one of our friends in the chat bleachers. We appreciate everybody taking time out of your day, wherever you are across not only this great land, but across the world, to be a part of it, even though you can't be here on site. So Group D starting us off with Brian Watts and Dustin Long. Brian out of Washington. 446 is the dial. Dustin Long out of Mitchell, South Dakota, left side. Green and green. Dustin and Brian give it to Brian Watts. 25 and 3 above will get the win. Dustin Long was 46 and 3 above. And that combination of numbers will not turn on a win light. Brian Watts will avoid the buyback booth. Dustin Long will have to come up to the Diva desk. Chad Axford and Brandon Justice. Axford out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, who a few weeks ago outlasted the field down there at Firebird Wild Horse Raceway Park Pass in Top Dragster. What is it? Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park? Firebird. 005 in this pair leaves second, and Axford was 005 and 1 above 4 to get the win. Brandon Justice was Derek Jeter on the starting line, 002. Got to the finish line first by 30 to break out by 3 thousandths of a second. Chad Axford ends up on the right side. As Morgan, Caron, and Jeremy Wilson. Morgan out of High River, Alberta, Canada. Jeremy Wilson out of Grand Junction, Colorado, right side. Jeremy Wilson definitely had some either wrong numbers in the button or in the box, or he flinched on the button and double pushed it and reset. Like, there was just all sorts of shenanigans and tomfoolery there for Jeremy Wilson, as Morgan was 31 up front and 489 on the 86 to be comfortable. Right there is Tim O'More, and a runner-up from last night, Colton Aragon. Colton out of Grand Junction in his Race Tech Shorty. 480 the dial. Tim O'More, 495 for the runner out of Tucson, Arizona. Red and red. Not a true start situation. Tim O'More was 29 in front of green, leaving first. Colton was 11 red. Tim O'More was 29 red, leaving first. Colton was 11 red, leaving second. So double red lights, but it was not a true start situation, as Tim O'More was much more redder and left first. So Colton will advance. It's Val Torres Jr. and Rich Lash. Val Jr. out of Chino, California, 474 the dial for Val. Rich out of Queen Creek, Arizona, 538 on the board for Rich. Rich, 007, is going to break out by 4 thousandths of a second in front by 35 thou at the finish line. Had some room to get on the right side of the number. Val Jr. was 14 and 2 above to get the win. Higher right side is going to turn on the red light. Left side will advance. And a free opportunity at 475, 477.6. As Scott Heyer is 6 thou in front and will bow out. Jordan Epper Jesse. and Jesse Bepley. Jordan out of Lake Dallas, 434 is the dial. Jesse in the dragster right side, 508. For Bepley, red light start for Jesse by 36 thou. Jordan will get back moving forward into round number 2. 436 on the 434 to get the win. Jesse red, and then 300 slow. As the Kidmobile left side, I'm going to say it's Bill. My screen says Savannah, but I see Savannah back here behind the car. Alongside Chevy Reeves. Chevy at Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. 459 the dial for Chevy. The Kid Machine is 534. It is Bill Kidd. Thank you, Marco. 531 dial. Red light start for Chevy by a bunch. Bill Kidd's 001. And 536 on the 534 for the Kidmobile to move into round number 2. Chevy was red by a lot. And 6 flat off the gas early. So Chevy had the wrong number in the box. He would have been 21 green. It's Gabriel Hernandez and Hannah Cook. Gabriel for Team Mexico, 475 over on the left side. Hannah Cook out of Novato, 451 the dial for the winged dragster in the Pennzoil lane. Hannah Cook is going to get the win here. And you just talk about how cruel of a deal this drag racing game can be sometimes. Like, 15 total loses a little bit ago. Gabriel Hernandez is 47 green. Hannah Cook is 53 green. Hannah's 53 green, 1 above 4, and is going to get the win. Gabriel Hernandez is 47 green and 2 above 3. And Team Mexico is going to bow out there in that pair. Is Eric Golden and Blake Johnson. Eric out of Alberta, Canada, excuse me. Blake Johnson out of Colorado. The Undercover Machine, 452. The dial for Blake. Blake Johnson in a good position off the starting line and a good position at the finish line. 006 said he was going to run 452, goes 454 to get the win. Eric was 29 green and 2 above, but 200 behind at the finish line. Blake Johnson will advance. Brady White and Kyler Hergemuller. Brady out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. 501 is the dial. Kyler, 478 for the dragster out of Brighton, Colorado. Brady is a little bit late leaving the starting line. Kyler is 10 green and 1 above 2 to lock out Brady White. Kyler's 22 total, Brady White. Will's reaction time was 69, and that does him no good in this particular situation. As Chandler Thyssen out of Lakewood, Colorado, over on the Pennzoil side, 453 the dial. Jason Dawson over in the left lane. 469 is the dial for JD. From right here in Las Vegas. And it might be right, Mark. It could be Greg Hicks in that machine. 24 the reaction time on both sides, and Greg Hicks 472 on the 469 to take 2 thou at the finish line to be good. Chandler was 24 up front, as both drivers were, and 456 to bow out. And as the Trenton Bann and Jacob Stolworthy do the burnout, I'm going to move out of the way as two gentlemen who know more about racing in their little finger than I do in my entire body, and then some. Your Winter National Super Gas winner from last week, and some old has-been that has 7 world championships. Peter Biondo, Marco Perevileris.
Thank you, Mr. Division 6 newly crowned director.
Whoa there. Mike just called you a has-been. How can you be a has-been when the last time you went out, you doubled up? There were 2 20Ks at Galad at the end of last year door car race. You won them both.
Yeah, Mike. You have selective memory.
Still is. It's a still is. Not a has-been. 002 to 054. How about 3 total for Trayton Bann? 002 dead 1 on the 498. Jacob Stallworthy behind at the start. Got there second by 49 thou to break out 2 thou.
Going to bring up a little Utah-California matchup. David Meyer from Sheridan, California, the 2014 TNT Dragster, and Tyler Mirup, Sandy, Utah, driving a 21 Casey Lane.
David Meyer on the right side, the reigning Division 7 Super Pro champion.
What's up, Mopar man? We're at 3,200 there. The highest viewership numbers ever today.
.008 to 026. David Meyer, 008, take 11 to be 2 thou under to win the double breakout. Mirup was 26 and goes 9 thou under. Margin of victory was 7 thousandths of a second. David Meyer moving on. Left side, Sean Hart out of Utah, the Painter Boy, as he's also known as. 494 is the dial. Right side, the Slingshot, a front engine car, Dale Taros, 545 is the dial. Red for Taros. Sean Hart, 19, dead 3. It's going to put up 22 total.
to bring up Michael Pennington and Marlon Goetz, two Texas racers, staging up in round number 1 of the Moser Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Moser came on board, signed a 3-year deal, and really appreciate them. They're hardcore racers. They know what racers need. They know what racers want.
5 thou on the red side for Michael Pennington. Marlon Goetz is 032 and 1 above. Gonna get it done.
Rolling Group D, we're about, I'm going to say 80% through round number 1. What do you say, Marco? I know you're going to disagree by at least 2 percentage points.
I thought we normally disagree on 1%, so I'm going to say 81%. Always got to believe we're just a little bit closer to that finish line.
Well, there's no way in heck I'm going to go count.
How about 001 for Drag Champ Jr., but gets behind 4 thou? Dave Secondi's going to turn on the win light, is 011, 19 thou above, getting their first 4 thou. Austin Free, round 1 of the million, as young as he is, he was ready for it on the starting line, being 001, but looking at the mile per hour, Peter, I'm thinking he just didn't quite run the number. Trevor Harkema, left side, 495 is the dial. Tony Puntillo at a 482. Tony Pontillo with the advantage and the win light. 30 on the tree, leaves first. Tony is 2 above, taking 47 thou. Harkema, uncharacteristically behind, and goes 1 above.
Big reaction time advantage for Puntillo. Turns it into a win light. It's going to bring up Carla Puntillo from Wisconsin and Daryl Contreras, 2006 Landshot. Shorty looking over, has the reaction time advantage and turns it into a win light. Little whole shot win right there. 3 above for Daryl. Carla missed the tree a little bit and went 2 over the dial. The shorty comes back. Good thing about the million date is buybacks are available in the tower. And here is Loose Caboose, one of the baddest dudes in the world. Bracket raced for probably 20 years and just mopped them up and down the East Coast. Switched over more to Super Comp and Super Gas these days, and trust me, the NHRA Super Gas and Super Comp drivers aren't too thrilled about that.
Victoria Christensen, 004, take 005 to be dead on 9. 13 total. Labuse, 16 dead 2 is 18 total. Few pairs ago, 030 left first. This pair, 18 total, is no good. Wow.
Tough one for Labuse right there. 16 dead 2 on about a 5 or 6 mile an hour drop. Wasn't good enough that time. Tom Clark and Hannah Vandermeer. Hannah won one of the believe Hannah won one of the pre-event raffles. Triple zero left lane. If he lights it up dead zero, oh, he
So
missed
close.
10 grand by 4th thou. So guys, 10 grand is in play since nobody hit the perfect lap this morning for the 50K. We extend 10 grand over. It's in play all day. You burn up perfect run and you're gonna get 10 grand. And right there, Tom Clark was 4th thou away from that. Dylan Winters and Brian Sutton.
Big advantage to Winters and the win light. 15 taking 8 thou at the stripe to go 481 on the 480. Sutton behind at the start, gets there second, still breaks out 9 thou.
Yeah, you saw Winters rocking a scoop down there. Did a nice job taking 8 thou, 481 at 138.
Now, Peter, if somebody told you that for the rest of your career, it is a guarantee that you're going to take an 8 thou stripe every time, how would you feel about that?
That's a great question. Well, let's just say if I was on a long track and stock and super stock, it would probably lead to a lot of win lights. If I was running with these sharks, I want to improve on that.
Always room for improvement. Michael Johnson and Josh Lutke. Johnson is going to turn on the win light. How about 10 take 10 to be dead zero? Had to take 10 and did just that. Josh Lutke had a decent lap, 16 on the tree, and goes dead 4 on the 463, is 20 total. Michael Johnson out of Arkansas, moving on.
All right, attention in the pits. We'll take Larice Pro buybacks. Larice Pro buybacks to the staging lanes, please.
True start in effect. John Edwards is 2 thou on the red side and is going to take the win. Mike Rock, leaving second, was 4 thou red behind him. Via true start, margin of victory is 0.02 of a second. The difference in the red lights. John Edwards III out of Virginia, moving on. Gotta love true start, Peter.
You know I'm partial to that, but it's the only way to go. Sometimes you just have to accept change. Technology changes, life changes. Oh, there's that name again. Jorge Covarrubias Ortiz. Wow, even his city's hard to say. I'll just call him from Mexico, right?
Baja California, that's close enough.
He's got a tough out here, and Steve Williams, national event winner, goes red by 1,000. Actually, a former national event champion goes red by 1,000. Jorge's 021, one above the dial. He'll sail into round 2. Williams will have to buy back. Hit the diva desk.
Kurt Gross out of Oregon, left side, 489 is the dial. Jason Montgomery out of Texas on the right, 512 is the dial. 17 thou separate him. Gross in control, but gets behind 4 thou, handing the win light to Jason Montgomery. 028 on the tree. Dead 2 on the 512's going to get it done. Kurt was 011 and 23 thou above the 489. 491 at 136, Peter. I think he may have accidentally got behind.
Yeah, that might have been 4,000's worth. Attention in the pits. We called Larice Pro for the buyback round. We'll now take door cars in Group A to the lanes for the buyback round. Door cars in Group A, bring them up for the buyback round.
Cisneros is red. Steph Fuller is 34 green and 13 thou above. Gonna move on.
So Marco, you've run the Spring Fling Million. You actually have how many wins? 2? Not in the million, but 2 $30,000 checks. 120, 130. And you haven't even raced it the last like 4 years. But my question to you is, you've also run national events and had success there. Any kind of a different mindset when you're staging up against the best in the country bracket racing versus in front of thousands of fans in the crowd at a national event?
Well, both of them have a different vibe to them for sure. Yes, they have their share of pressure and whatnot, but I would say that at an event like this, it's easier to treat it like any other race, because the odds are you really don't know who it's going to be every time in the other lane. Whereas a national event, you're racing with a very similar group of people, as Micah Mann turns on the win light there, 18 and 200 above, as Kevin Burnett is red. So
you're saying you're laddered up, so you have a little more time to think about your competition, where here you could run anybody from someone you've never seen before to, a Jeff Serra.
Absolutely. That's actually very well said. I was going to say something fairly similar to that. Stephanie Nass and Gary Womble. How about True Start effect yet again? Stephanie leaving first is lesser. 1 red, dead 3 is going to get it done. That's 4th thou from a perfect run as far as I'm concerned. Gary Womble leaving second was greater of the 2 reds and is 4th thou on the red side. I almost think, because we're showing appreciation for True Start, I don't know, it just seems to be happening more often now.
We're attracting True Start to us, to the race. That's good for the slow cars and bad for the fast cars. But yeah, how about Stephanie? 4th thou from perfect there. I think someone's going to hit a perfect run today for the 10 grand. What do you think, Marco?
In the words of Kyle Seipel, I think the odds are about 83%.
That's some high odds. How about a 16 dead 2 getting their 8th thou? Gary Youngblood takes out Dalton Garreau. Dennis Litko, Mansfield, Texas. Another pair of Texans going at it. 470 dragsters. Aaron G. He gets mad when I call him Gee. It's spelled G-E-E. It took me 7 years to figure out it's just G. Aaron G. Wichita Falls, Texas. 470. Dennis Litko, Mansfield, Texas. 476. So Texas is a big state, and I know nothing about the geography of Texas, but maybe they live 5 minutes away, maybe they live 5 hours away.
Wherever they're at in the state of Texas, odds are if you're from the state of Texas, you're likely to be a good bracket racer.
Yep, that's where Scotty and Edmund started. That's where Tommy Phillips started. Oh, G turns it a thou red. Litko is going to pick up the win. That one's going to sting. G, 1,000 red, dead on. Litko, 24 in a tree, 18 thou under.
So a minute ago, we were talking about the odds of there being a perfect run, and I said in the words of Kyle Seipel, 83% chance. The point that I bring up is everything that we do here reminds me of him. So I got to ask you this one question, Peter. If Kyle were in this announcer booth with us still right now, what do you think he'd say as the result of this event?
Well, I really feel he is in the announcer booth because I always feel like he's with us. He would probably get emotional because it was more his idea to come out here. So that's the first thing that hits me. He's showing a lot of emotions, and he'd probably be going out in the pit shaking a lot of hands.
How about 9 Ted 0 for the former OG Million winner, Nathan Martin? 009 on the drop goes dead 0, taking 24. Art Reed was 23 and 1 above.
Little fun fact, Nathan Martin and I staged up in my first national event final. I was 22 years old, and I think he was 20 years old. In the U.S. Nationals, me and him in Super Comp in the final. And let me tell you, his car actually looked kind of modern. My car looked like an ex-Don Gollart's 1976 200-inch dragster. Upswept headers, 468. I could only run about 870 wide open, 890, 149, baby.
Wow. Jeff Burns is 1,000 red. Logan War is 10 on the tree. Not showing his cards, goes 8 above. Jeff Burns, how about 1 red, dead 8? Give it 1,000 more in the box. That would have made a pretty interesting race at the top end. Wow. Peter talking about winning Indy with the Super Comp car going 870 wide open. Just goes to show you how far this sport has come technologically. Belair and Gene Heaton as they're separated by 3 thou win light to Butch Belair. 32 on the tree, taking 13 thou at the stripe to be dead 8. Gene Heaton was 29 and goes 2 above. Left side, Mitchell Marcy out of New Mexico, 469 is the dial. Right side, Matthew Dykes out of Utah, 506 is the dial. One of them has a 1/10 of a second advantage on the starting line and is definitely going to turn on the win light. Mitchell Marcy, 27 on the tree, leaves first by 99 thousandths of a second. That's not very often you're going to see that here in the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima.
Yeah, and you could see just watching, his car launched way after it should have. But it happens. It's first round. Some jitters. At least they got the buyback.
First of all, wanted to say hello to everyone in the chat. Thank you all for the kind words. William Herzog just asked an interesting question. When did True Start become a thing? I actually remember, Peter, it was the very first Spring Fling Million in 2016 that was introduced, right?
You probably know better than me. You're better with numbers. Ron Sears, how about 15 take 1,000 to go dead on? And shuts out his opponent. So true start, I'm going to say about 2017, 18. Yeah, we were.
Win light to Kevin Shearer, 13 dead 8 is going to get it done. Jim Reichenbach, 16 thou red and 1 above. Left side, Tim Parton out of Montana, 448 is the dial. Right side, Andy Taylor with the Roots blower, 432 is the dial.
.432, that's getting it. What do you think? It's about 4,000 feet out there right now? Density altitude?
I would say so.
Lela would know to the foot. Right?
Probably wouldn't even need to read a weather station.
Someone text me what the DA is. I want to see how close I got. 432, that's hole in the mail. Rocking the scuba, 432, taking 15th out to go 1 above. Tim Parton also goes 1 above, but loses on a hole shot.
Now, 432 in the 8th, I'd say that's about equivalent to a 660 in the quarter if I had to guess. That's a pretty good top dragster combination right there, out west that is.
Yeah, I'd say you're pretty close. I would have said 661, but...
We always got to be off by one number.
I'd actually say 670. That's my guess.
Okay.
Go ask. We'll find him in the pits and we'll ask him. Jason Rich from Cookeville, Tennessee, and Kyle Raposo. As we get towards the end of Win Light Bet round number 1. This time both are red, but True Start is not reversing as Kyle goes 4 thou red, Jason Rich 1 thou red, and 1 thou under, 2 thou away from $10,000. And now we'll carry on all throughout the day. Perfect run, get you 10 grand. First one to do it.
And these guys, they don't just... I feel like they want to win the million more than they do wanting the perfect run, but by the looks of some of these numbers, I would say that they'd be A-okay with having a perfect run.
Well, I'm a little upset right now because I missed the 4,000 feet. Thank you, everybody, for texting in. I missed it by a bunch. Oh, wait. Data has me close. You guys must be beating different weather stations out there. I got anywhere from 3,400 to 4,250. How about Jackson Graydon? How about 003? 1 above the dial for the win. Tony Fuller is 017, also 1 above. Loses on a little bit of a hole shot there. All right, Dustin Wirtz. He's very detail-oriented. I'm going with that. 3609.
Sounds good to me. Even if we knew that was a density altitude, if we were just having a conversation and we said roughly 4,000 foot, that'd be accurate enough.
I don't like missing by 10%. Tony Fuller, Tim Watson, Jason Lawrence from Hamilton, New Jersey. How about you could not get any further east. He's on the coastline over there in New Jersey. ACO Racing regular, and Tim Watts from Patterson, Washington. So how far apart do you think they live? I'm not very good at geography, like 3,000 or something like that?
3,100.
All right, I'm Googling it right now.
Separate him, win light to Jason Lawrence. 11 dead, 5 is 16 total. Tim Watts is 15 on the tree and only had a thou to play with. Would have had to go dead 1 or dead 0 to be in the race, but goes 2 above. Jason Lawrence moving on. Racers, your attention please. Group A dragsters, we will now take you to the staging lanes for the buyback round. Group A dragsters for the buyback round. Bree Herman's 005. Ouch. Bree Herman's 005 has a 1/10 of a second advantage on the tree and goes 6 thou under. Chandler Ball had a reaction time that started with a 1 and goes 1 above and is going to get it done. Bree, 459 at 146. She did what she had to do to slow it down. Killed plenty of mile an hour. Perfect action at the finish line, but unfortunately ends up 6 thou under. I know a lot of people watching live are thinking, how is it possible to take that much stripe with that big of an advantage on the tree? From the time you leave the starting line with everything happening in 5 seconds or less, that's not a whole lot of time to think with everything that you're trying to pay attention to. So it can definitely be a lot harder than it looks. One thou separate these two. That is just flat nasty. Paul Lorton, 006, take 003 to be dead 7 is 13 total. Alexis Thompson, 005, 11 thou above is 16 total. 13 pack beats a 16 pack. Wow.
All right, so Jason Lawrence, well, he probably didn't drive, but if he did drive 2,500 miles to Vegas.
We were both off.
No, that was to Washington.
Oh,
Washington's
I thought you meant
further.
to Washington.
My boy,
My apology.
Neon Leon tells me that's 3,400 miles. What did I say, 3,000?
Yep,
All
I
right,
said
okay.
3,100.
Damn, I missed another one by 10%. That's right, we do have a longest tow award. We haven't given out yet.
1 thou separate him, win light to Victoria Johnson. 13 getting there second to be 15 thou above. Jeff Watts was 14 taking 26 thou to be 12 thou under. Needed 14 or less.
Chandler Mazier.
That's actually Dave Mazier driving.
Dave Mazier.
Yes, because I see Chandler on the starting line.
All right. Dave, the Moser family, one of the sponsors here at the Fling, versus Mo Trujillo. Here's a double red light and a true start reversal. How about 2,000 red for Chandler leaving first? Mo was 4,000 red. Win light pointer going over to Chandler Moser. By car. Know what that means, right, Marco?
We are at the end of round one. You know what I always look forward to at the end of round one, Peter?
What's that, pal?
What the car count was.
That's right. That's going to take probably about 10 minutes because Emily likes to double and triple check, and Jaylene. So give them a little time for that. We do know it's paying at least $400,000 to the winner.
Wyatt Wayman with the bye. How about 006 dead 2 on a single?
All right, that will end Win Light Bets round number one. We have some good stuff coming up. First, Pro drivers, listen up. There are a lot of prizes going your way. We dipped into the Pro Treasure Chest. We promised you guys, the Pro drivers, the Larice Pro drivers who entered the million, you're going to be, a lot of you will be lucky enough to win some great prizes. So let's randomly draw the tech cards. Mr. Mike Eames will probably pick a Division 6 guy.
It is an E6 guy.
Yeah, you. Who's that? What's his name? Wow, his handwriting's horrible. All right, what's he going to win, Marco? All right. Hey, Michael Pliska, you want an ATI converter. Random draw. All pro drivers are eligible. We're picking out of the tech cards. We got a parts called Bo Sanders is in need.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
What's worse than a backed up toilet or no running water? Not being able to find a plumber to come and fix it. Fortunately, Silver State Plumbing is available 24/7 with same-day service. For a small fee that's applied towards the repairs, Silver State will assess the situation and get it fixed as soon as possible. And if you have a quote from somewhere else, Silver State will beat any written estimate. Plus, you can find money-saving offers on our website. The next time you're looking for a plumber, you'll find one at Silver State.
They signed up for a 3-year deal. I'm going to say we really appreciate that, keeping this race going. And Rob, Jeff, and the whole family, they're racers. They know what racers want. Race-proven products. They've been sponsoring the sportsman industry for decades. But I'll let Jeff tell you. Jeff Anderson, the marketing guru at Moser, talk to you about that.
Well, thank you, Peter. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to come up here. What a wonderful event. I mean, for an Indiana boy to come out here to Vegas, it's a lot of fun. So, yeah, I mean, good times. We're loving the turnout. I mean, we had no idea it was going to be this huge, and it's just been a lot of fun for us. You know, it's funny. I look back to when I've been with Moser Engineering over 20 years. And I look back to, in the beginning and what Greg did with the company, and then Rob coming in. And Greg was a racer, Rob was a racer. Rob's boys and the whole family revolves around racing. Justin Moser is here this weekend with myself. And, of course, everybody knows Rocky Van Note. He is kind of the heart of the operation over there. Rob couldn't be here today. He had his youngest son's actually playing baseball this weekend. So he'll be here next year, I'm sure, with Max, the youngest. So we're 3 generations deep. There's a 4th generation coming up soon that I have no doubt will be racing. And I think, our love for racing is something that's deeply rooted. Everybody in the organization loves cars, loves racing. It's just who we are. And, of course, when you're at a facility like this, part of the fun of being here is being able to help racers. So we always bring a lot of extra parts with us. We've helped out 5 or 6 racers already this weekend who broke down. So if anybody's out there, you have any driveline issues, be sure to swing by the Moser trailer. Look for that big red awning out there, the 10x20. It says Moser Engineering, and we'll be able to help.
Thank you very much.
And, of course, all of our friends at Moser Engineering. I mean, if you're building a car, if you're thinking about building a car, definitely give all our friends at Moser Engineering an opportunity to earn your business, because they are the ones who support drag racing and support that Fling brand. And if you need anything that Moser could help you with, definitely lend them your support. They're the group that is at the heart of the matter here for the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Now we roll into our Group Pro, Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category, our buyback round. So you turn on a win light here, you get to come back in around number 2. You do not turn on a win light here, well, your Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million is going to come to an end there, Marco, as Tim O'More and Dan Golby will start us off.
Well, you said it, Mike.
Golby is going to get back into the show. 003 and dead on 7 makes 10 total in the buyback round. Tim O'More, 39 green and 4-2 quick, but he was completely locked out as Dan Golby was 10 total. As Joe Schmal and Lucas Walker. Schmal for Team Minnesota, that Minnesota Mafia. 678 is the dial. Lucas Walker, 607 the number. For the 88 Mustang out of Murray, Kentucky. For competitive suspensions, APD, Tyndall Truck Sales, Beacon Dragway. Off and away. Lucas looking over at Joe Schmal 660 feet later. Lucas Walker, 19 up front, takes one foul at the finish line to go 6.081 on the 6.07 to get the win. Lucas Walker takes out Joe Schmal, who was 30 green and dead on 1, but a foul behind at the finish line. Charlie Lockhart and Ross Davidson. Lockhart, who was our Wednesday winner in the Motorsports Insurance Pro category. Charlie out of Mayfield, Kentucky for Walker Ace Engines is going to get back into the show as Ross Davidson goes red by 15 thousandths of a second. The 90 Camaro out of Idaho Falls will be done for the day. 652 on the 650 for Davidson, but Charlie Lockhart goes 6.027 on the 6.02. As McNeil Freeman and Darren Taylor McNeil in the taxi cab, the big 87 Caprice out of Georgia, 960. McNeil well out in front. Darren Taylor giving chase. And a double breakout win will go Darren Taylor's direction. 26 green, 620 on the 624. McNeil Freeman dialed 960 and goes 8 under, 952. Henry Robertson, who just won a helmet in our Pro Treasure Chest drawing. And Rob Strong out of Hemet, California, the Firebird right side, 686. The dial in for Rob. So Rob and Robertson. Is what we're doing right here. Henry in the Mustang. Stickers over on the Vegas side. In the first round, he got timed out on the starting line. He bumps in. Rob Strong, better on the starting line, 006. Henry Robertson trying to chase him down and goes dead nothing to get the win. 9 thou in front for Henry. Henry was 32 at the hit, a little behind. Rob Strong was 006 green and 3 above. As Robertson will advance into round number 2. Noel Cuevas in the Beast, 71 Camaro left side. Kyle Lapierre, right side. We have a final call for Group A buybacks. First call, Group B buybacks to the lanes. Final call, Group A. First call, Group B. Buyback round, let's get you in the lanes if you would, please. Lapierre. The red 72 Nova out of Middleton, Idaho, 691 is the dial. Noel out of Tijuana, Mexico. In the green Camaro, the Beast, 670. The dial for Noel. Well, Chris Costanza, I hope you lost about 3 dozen golf balls. Costanza. I'm just throwing out there.
Costanza?
Chris Costanza. Did I tell you what I did to him at the Muscle Cars at the Strip event? It was outstanding. Kyle turns a red by 17 thou. Noel was 12 green. I then go 6, 6, and a number we're not going to talk about on Good Friday.
6.
That was Nathan Hershey. Kyle Lapierre. Goes red, Noel will get back into the program as Scott Taylor, our final buyback machine in our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. Scott out of Columbia Falls, Montana. He'll get back into the show. And a free smell of 681. He's 12 green, and he's going to take a big whiff of 683.6 to close out Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category. I'm going to move out of the way. Nathan Hershey is going to roll us into our Group A buyback round, starting with the door cars.
Thank you very much, Mike. I have been a little busy over the last little while. We had the Easter egg hunt down in front of, or behind the tower with the kids, and that was so much fun. That was so much fun. We got the opportunity to just kind of hang tight for a little while and enjoy the kids hunting for some Easter eggs. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So again, we are into our door cars in the buyback round. Andrew DiPiazza and Stephen Burnett. Stephen over the pickup truck, dialed 653. DiPiazza was dialed 472, and on a double breakout, the win light will belong to DiPiazza. DiPiazza was 10 on the tree and goes 471 on the 472 to be under by 6 thousandths of a second. Stephen was 16 on the tree and runs under by 7 thousandths of a second. So one little thou in the math, and poof, that's that. That's that. We are working on getting that official car count of the number of vehicles that made the lap in round number 1. But as it was announced earlier, we are above that mark that puts us racing for $400,000 here today. Man, that is way cool. We got Brian Griffin. We got Paul Edens, the pickup truck, versus the Vega. Finish line says Griffin is getting back into the game for that big old purse that we got up here today. 003 on the tree and 26 thousandths of a second above the dial will put him to the stripe first by 19 thousandths. Paul Edens was 543 on a 541. And we got a whole bunch of things to announce here in a moment. Whole bunch of things. Kind of a list from the Larice Pro Treasure Chest. There's Jose Garcia Jr. and Rick Harless. Harless on the right side in the long-roofed 66 Vega wagon out of Possum Trot, Kentucky. I don't know that I've ever heard of Possum Trot. That's almost as cool as Bean Station. But a 596 dial for the wagon is a 597 run after an 040 reaction time. So the 40 light for Rick Harless, giving a 24 thousandths of a second advantage over Jose Garcia Jr. Harless runs 17 thou above the dial. Jose Garcia was dead on 1 and not enough to convert it into a win light as he comes up 12 thousandths of a second short at the finish line. As now Dwayne Ringeth and Justin Moser here at a Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. The Moser ride dialed in at 549, running down the right side of the racetrack. And Dwayne Ringeth with a 457 dial for the dragster over on the left side. Tree drops and we are green. Advantage to the dragster and win light to Ringeth. 458 on the 457. He's 18 on the tree, 18 thou above, and gets to the stripe first by 6 thousandths of a second. Justin Moser, 41 green and another one dead on 1, no good. Justin Moser runs practically perfect on the ET and cannot get back into the game. So Dwayne Ringeth with that 018 reaction time, advancing into round number 2 out of the buyback round as we bring out Kyle Cotrera and Matt Daddis. And Kyle Cotrera's car quit. Came out of the burnout. They are now pushing back that gorgeous 67 Nova out of Augusta, Georgia. And they are pushing it all the way back. Signal given to Matt Daddis, who was last night's winner in the Silver State Refrigeration, $30,000 to win Wednesday completion. Had a bounty on his head this morning. Somebody took advantage of that. I want to say it was Dan Fiello. Took advantage of that bounty and took Matt Daddis out. Matt said, oh no, my day is not over yet. I'm going to get into the buyback round, and little did he know he was going to get a competition solo to get in. So with a 617 dial for Daddis on a solo shot, we're 13 green, and then run 614 down track. Oh, so Matt Daddis moving on his race. Kid and Brian Whitworth. Kid for the Kid Performance and Dyno Machine over on the left side. Brian Whitworth out of Corydon, Indiana. in that S10 pickup truck, dialed in at 633, head start to the right side of the racetrack, and we'll see if Race Kid out of Boise, Idaho can take him down. Away goes the truck, and here comes Kid. 15 thousandths of a second separate him in reaction time, and Race Kid 004 dead 2 to be 6 total. Taking care of business against the truck. Brian Whitworth, 19 green and 22 thou above. No good for the Whitworth mobile is Don Bradford and Talon Farmer. Talon rolling back in the dragster right side, down 471 out of Texas. Don Bradford coming all the way in out of Hayden, Alabama, 489. Rolling up here on the left side, and again, we've got the Larice Pro Treasure Chest. 8 tech cards were pulled from the pro drivers, entered in the million, and then drew a random prize from the treasure chest for them. We'll get through that list here in a moment as Talon Farmer has got the advantage in this pair, and it's going to be a win light for Talon. 18 on the tree, take 3 thou at the stripe, ends up 22 thou above the dial to get the win light. Don Bradford had an 031 reaction time and runs 490 on a 489 to beat 12 thou above and behind at the stripe on the loss. So Don Bradford's run in that machine comes to a close here in his chase for the huge money that is available today as Bart Nelson and Bodie Bennett. Bodie over on the right side, 462 is the number. Bart Nelson on the left side, 480 is the number. And we are continuing to run through our re-entry round. Round number 1 of the Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC main event Friday is wrapped up. These racers now trying to keep themselves alive, and Bodie Bennett by 2 thousandths of a second ends his day. Oh, Bodie. Oh, my goodness. 002 red and runs dead on 0. No good. Bart Nelson was 003, wasn't going to make it easy. Runs 476 on a 480. Knowing that the win light was already on, went ahead and legged it out. But Bodie Bennett, we heard in that video earlier that a loss at this level, a loss on this stage stings. That one is going to be an allergic reaction to the sting. Swell up, hives, going to have trouble breathing for a little while. But to be 002 red and dead on 0, Bodie Bennett is going to be the champion of Camp Commiseration as Shane Carr and Tim Thomas. Sugar Shane left side down 459. Tim Thomas right side. 3 Huns separate them. And Tim Thomas takes care of business. 038 for Shane Carr, 008 for Tim Thomas. Thomas takes 16 thou at the stripe, goes 468 on the 466. To be victorious, Sugar Shane after the 038 was 13 thou above the dial. And Thomas moves back into the game. Mike Griffin now and Matt Lee will go side by side. And as they get them lined up, our best losing package of the Win Light Bets round number 1 was Race Kid. Lost round number 1 with a 15-pack, wins $1,000 courtesy of our friends at Win Light Bets who have been out here playing along with us all weekend and will continue to do so as we get into the later rounds. Mike Griffin, that's looking very Bodie Bennett-ish. He was 002 red. Wasn't quite dead 0, but 476.9 on a 477. So back-to-back, 002 red, one's dead 0, one's under a thou. Matt Lee goes 472 on the 474 after the 016 reaction time. And again, there's that pure elation of seeing the win light on your side of the racetrack and the depressing devastation of seeing the win light on the opposite side. Darren Lotz and Gabriel Hernandez. Hernandez left side, the racer out of Sonora, Mexico, and Darren Lotz out of Waynesboro, Virginia. Talk about a long way for a couple of racers to meet up here in the buyback round of the million. Both trying to extend their stay in the game. 497 the dial for Gabriel, 482 the dial for Darren, and Darren is going to turn it red. by 23 thousandths of a second. Darren Lotz goes 479 on a 482 after the 023 red light. Gabe Hernandez was 32 green and runs 496 on the 497. Oof. Oof. What about this matchup? Former million event champion Randall Reed out of Iowa Park, Texas, dialed in at 468, and Jeff Serra. Serra on the left side dialed 471. Randall on the right side dialed 468. This is basically just stand there and each of you take turns punching each other square in the mouth. Whoever is still standing at the end, you get to come back and let somebody else punch you next time. 001 red for Randall Reed. The game comes to a close. He goes 469 on the 468. Jeff Serra was 008 green. Bails out of the throttle to be 495 at a 471 dial. Told you. They were both swinging hard at the beginning, and Randall just barely missed by 1,000th of a second. These last few pairs, the loss has been painstaking. You go red, dead, 0. You go red, 1 thou under, and this one it's 001 red. Troy Williams and Jace Nicholson. Troy on the left side, dialed 469. Nicholson on the right side, dialed 447. Away we go. 11 thou was the difference in reaction time, and the win light's going to go to Jace. How about a 5-pack? Jace Nicholson, 003 and dead on 2 for Nicholson to get around T-Dub or T-Rock, whatever it is that you want to call him, but 472 on a 469 for Troy. Not going to work out after an 014 reaction time to the 5-pack. On the opposite side of the track as Jace Nicholson moves in, Chris Whitfield and Shannon Justice. Justice out of Lexington, North Carolina. Again, I think we looked at it and we had I know we got racers from Virginia here and Texas. The reason I'm saying that is because you can look at it, we got 33 states, 1 republic, and 1 commonwealth. Right. 33 states, 1 republic, and 1 commonwealth. Texas is a republic, Virginia is a commonwealth. Oh, but then there's Ohio. Where do we classify them? Chris Whitfield on a 465 dial leaves with the advantage and goes 466 on the 465. 11, take 3 thou at the stripe to be 12 thou over the dial. Shannon Justice was 29 thou behind with an 030 light and runs 480 on the 481. All right, we're going to go ahead and put out a final call Group B. Final call Group B. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes for buybacks. Final call Group B buybacks. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Final call Group B buybacks. Come on back. George here supporting Maryland. You got to put your love behind the MD. Both drivers leave early, and it's a true start affair. Dylan Howe on a 455 dial was leaving first and left 0.03 of a second early. Runs 455 on the 455 to get the win light. Shane Molinari was leaving second with a 424 dial and left 0.10 of a second early to take the loss via true start. So Dylan, who won the Dragster on Tuesday, is back in the game. Pennsylvania is also a Commonwealth? Okay. That one I did not know. So you get to learn something new every day. You get to learn something new every day. It's Don Sefton and Mike Fuquay. 465 the dial for Mike, 477 the dial for Don. A cross-country matchup, Tennessee versus Washington. Win light goes to Washington. Don Sefton, 21 green and dead on 3 is 24 total. Mike Fuquay put up a 009 reaction time, ends up 25 thousandths of a second above the dial and 10 thousandths of a second behind. Group C door cars, Group C door cars. Buybacks, Group C door cars. Your attention, please. Group C door car buybacks. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. What was the name of that city? Possum Trot? Was that the name? Possum Trot? I don't know. I just got thinking about that name of that city. We got Donovan Williams. We got Mark Dunn. Ooh. Donovan, who was one total in the run for the 50K, finds himself in the buyback round fighting for his life against Mark Dunn out of Odessa, Texas. Win light's going to go to Donovan. 005 and 467 down the racetrack. Mark Dunn lit it up 2 thou red. And then goes 466 on a 465. And there you have it. G Money and Ryan Gleghorn. Ryan, who had technical issues in round number 1, now trying to fight his way through the buyback, taking on a West Coaster. Oh, my goodness. You know, we're just adding fuel to the fire here with Gleghorn, right? We are just adding fuel to the fire here with Gleghorn. He's going to be able to post that time slip up and go, look, I was 003 and whomped it to dead 6. Now, granted, when he does post that on Facebook, everybody go ahead and take a look at the margin at the stripe. He took a lot. But he got the win light. And he's back in the game. Gabe Torres ends up 14th thou above the dial, but the reaction time, let's say he gave up 0.09 of a second advantage in reaction time with an 093 light. I think Gleggy's finger slipped and he went 003, but he got the win. He is back in. As Mark Kidd, Shane Thompson. That's how we're going to be. 9 thou separate and win light goes to Kidd. Mark, 13 green and 470 on a 469. Shane Thompson was also dialed 469 and runs 470 with a 9. There was 9 thou between them in reaction time, 9 thousandths of a second between them in ET, and the true margin of the stripe was 6 10,000ths of a second. 0.0006, and that is, oh my. Wow. Mark Kidd gets the win light. As Neil Presimoni and Tom Stalba both dialed 485. We saw what just happened ahead of them with a couple of drivers dialed in at 469. Both dialed 485 and a red light start for Presimoni. He got yippee on the starting line and missed by over a tenth. Tom Stalba, 11 on the tree and runs 485 on the 485. He's 14 total. Making his way down that right side of the racetrack. Again, racers, Group B, you have been called for buybacks. This is your last chance, Group B. And Group C door cars, Group C door cars. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Group C door cars. We need you headed into the staging lanes, please, as Lane Como out of Louisiana and Jose Garcia out of Sonora down in Mexico. 508. The dial in on the right side for Jose. 463, the dial in on the right side for the Louisiana runner, and another painful outcome. Lane Como this time on the receiving end of the pain. 043 on the tree, giving up 0.03 of a second advantage in reaction time and runs dead on 0. No good. Jose Garcia, 13 dead 5 to be 18 total, and Jose Garcia scores the goal. As Team Mexico puts another one back in the bid for the 400K. Oof. McKenna Brown, Jeremy Hancock. The yellow and black ride left side, and Jeremy Hancock. The undercover car out of Commerce, Georgia, 455 the dial for Jeremy. 461 the dial for McKenna. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. We're thinking about it here for just a moment. And we may be thinking about it for just a little more moment. As Jeremy lights up that bottom bulb, McKenna drops in, and here we go. We got a chance at the 10 Gs. We're not going to get the 10 Gs. But it was a 22 thousandths of a second split between them in reaction time. Jeremy was 22 green and 17 thou above to be 39 total. And no go. McKenna Brown, trip, zip, perfect. 19 thou above the dial, gets to the stripe first by 20 thousandths of a second. And Jags makes a return. To race for the big cash is George Lewis and Larry Hamby. Lewis red by 22 thousandths of a second in the green Chevelle. Runs 596 on a 597. Larry Hamby in the two-tone 55. Chevrolet goes 675 on a 676 after the 005 reaction time. So Larry, green 005. George, red 022. We're up to 36 states. You forgot New Jersey? How did you forget Jersey? We got Tom Stahl. We got Don Butkowitz. A lot of them coming in at it. Oh, another one. Kenny Snow is perfect. Give me a 578.0. Nope. 574. 120 miles an hour. Kenny gets the win light as Troy Grant in the beautiful Nova goes red by 6 thousandths of a second and runs 679. Man. Group C Dragsters. Group C Dragsters. Let's get you headed back this way, please. Group C Dragsters. Buybacks, let's get you headed into the staging lanes. Group C, buyback dragsters, come on back. Sean Reichenbach, the 98 Avenger, going up against Brandon Cornell. Oh, the Avenger. That didn't move right. Something wrong here. 563 on a 531. Yep, something wrong here. Left 60 on the tree, giving up 300ths of a second advantage. Brandon Cornell. Was 30 on the tree and goes 713 on a 707 to see the win light illuminate on his side as we'll bring up Michael Pennington and Jim Higgins. Higgins, 6.84 seconds for the Nova out of South Haven, Minnesota. Part of the Mafia. Rolling up on the left side, and Michael Pennington out of Lavernia, Texas. Pennington's Roadster dialed 515. Higgins, Nova dialed 684. Head start to the Nova. And a red light start for the Nova. By 16 thousandths of a second, Higgins is out of here. Michael Pennington, 13 green. And goes 515 on a 515 to be 17 total. I do like that. I like that name. Swamp Branch, Kentucky. Swamp Branch, Kentucky is cool. Possum Trot, Kentucky is cool. Bean Station is cool. There's a lot of cool names. And you got like Winnemucca, Nevada, and all that kind of good stuff. Ryan Stifler gets back in as Sean Schaefer goes red by 14 thousandths of a second. Once again, Group C Dragsters. Group C Dragsters for the buyback. We've called all the Group C door cars. We've called all the Group C Dragsters. We need you back in there, please. Stifler, 536 on a 534 after a 15 thou reaction time. And pretty soon, we're going to have to start keeping track of our last man standing. That may be like a Gage the intern type thing. Gage is like, I have something to do. But, you know, we just got to make sure that we're paying attention to car numbers and all of that good stuff. But it's going to be cool. Larry Giese and Ryan Wilson. Wilson dialed 565. Giese dialed 581. And the Daytona bows out. Ryan Wilson advances. Pumpkin Center, Louisiana. Ha! And Bird in Hand, Pennsylvania. There's a few towns in Pennsylvania that, yeah, they'd definitely be up on the list. Ryan with the 053 was 13 thousandths of a second behind in reaction time as Giese had the 40 light. But Larry couldn't quite run the number. Ryan Wilson gets back in as Gordy Bovin and Jeff Farrar. 533 the dial for Jeff, 556 the dial for Bovin. I do like Floyd's Knob, Indiana. 6 thou separate him in reaction time. Get back in the game, Jeff Farrar. We need to start playing the Beatles song up here. Get back. Get back to where you once belonged. 32 on the tree, dead on 9. Jeff Farrar, 533 on a 533, gets him to the stripe first by 12 thousandths of a second. Gordon Bovin was 26 green and 27 thousandths of a second above. No good as Bill Dykes and Dennis Lithgow. Couple of gorgeous race cars here. Dykes in that 57 topless Corvette, dialed 551. Lithgow and his Corvette bodied roadster dialed in at 494. Scott, there's a place called Hell, Michigan. I'm just saying, if there's a place in Michigan called Hell, I'm gonna like Google it and find out where it is. 7 thou separate them in reaction time. Lithgow with the advantage and Lithgow with a win light. Dead on 3. 19 dead 3. 22 total getting the win light. Bill Dykes was 26 on the tree and no chance. Come on, you're making that up, Leroy. Ain't no place in Texas called Ding Dong. I may have like Gage the intern check that out, but I mean, Pumpkin Center, Louisiana is pretty good. Bird in Hand, Pennsylvania. There's a few other in Pennsylvania. That one right there, that Liti something. I'm not even going to try to say that because I'll mess it up. Monty Beagle and Nacho Rivera. Hey, Nacho. Win light for Rivera. 17 green and 662 on the 662. That'll do. Monty Beagle was 37 red, goes 575 on a 574, but Nacho back in running dead on 2 after a 17 light. Tim Denton and Kelly Shearer. Once again, we have called all of Group C. Back into the staging lanes. Tim is 10. Kelly Shearer is 001 and goes 706 on a 702 with an 8 thou stripe. Tim Denton, 10 on the tree, runs 602 on a 599. Falls out. Well, if there is truly, we'll talk, I mean, seriously, if there is truly a place in Michigan called Hell, then essentially what that does is eliminates the whole phrase of it'll be a cold day in hell. Because there's always a lot of cold days in Michigan. There's a hell in Grand Cayman? Oh, now that's classic. Jerry Lone and Larry Scarth. I'm going to do that. I'm going to reserve a seat in hell. Oh, Jerry Lone off and away with the advantage on the starting line. He was 008 and goes 594 on the 592. Big Chief races his way back in against Larry Scarth. Scarth was 045 on the tree and goes 626 on a 625. As Jerry Lone is back in. Chris Nafziger Final car in the buyback round. The racer from here in Las Vegas, former track champ. Dialed in at 496. 66 lane. You've been to the one in Grand Cayman? And you came back? So you've been to hell and back? Oh, I'm all about it. From hell. Dude. This is perfect. This is perfect. All right, so we have wrapped up our B group buybacks. We've got our C group buyback sitting in the staging lanes. C group buybacks should be back in the staging lanes. And I mean, now I'm going to try to find a way. Group D. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Group D.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Moser Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Moser for the best solutions.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Enthusiasts and others who require the ultimate power source. Optima batteries were the first high-performance AGM automotive batteries in existence and revolutionized the industry with their unique spiral cell technology. Look for the distinctive Optima six-pack shape and get the ultimate power source.
All right. So Mike Bedeau Jr. and Daryl Hemley, and we've had quite a few kind of submissions for some of the greatest names out there. Of course, there's Lizard Lick. We talked about it. I did not know there was a Nimrod, Minnesota. Thank you very much, Captain Midnight. I think they named that town after me. Plumber's Landing and Plumber's Mill in Kentucky. Kentucky seems to be like taking the cake for Rooster Run, Hemp Hill, Butcher Holler, Chicken, Alaska. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. There's a lot of good ones. There's a lot of them that are, not quite so family friendly, but there's some funny names out there. As Mike Bedeau Jr. and Daryl Hemley is rolling into round number 2. It's going to be Hemley, 458 on a 457, was 12 on the tree to get there first by 71 thousandths of a second. As Mike Bedeau Jr. dialed in at 713, dialed in at 709, runs 713. To move on as we bring out Charlie Lockhart and Jose Garcia Jr. Garcia out of Sonora, Mexico. Rolling up against Charlie Lockhart. Lockhart, who was the pro winner from Wednesday. Helen Reinhardt. That one's funny, too. Oh, the Toadsuck, Arkansas. That's great. Oh, so 602 the dial, the wheels up on the pickup truck, and we've got a chance at 10 grand. Come on. 6031, not quite going to be dead on the dial. But Charlie Lockhart was trip, zip, perfect, goes 603 on the 602 and gets the win light over Jose Garcia. Garcia was 65 on the tree, dead on 9. But thanks to the trip zip light, Lockhart is back into the game as Chris Galitti and Brian Griffin. Griffin in the Vega out of Trenton, Tennessee, 644 the dial. Galitti doing the chasing with a 510 dial, 8 thousandths of a second the difference in reaction time. And Brian Griffin is 002 on the tree, 11th thou above the dial to get the win light. Ends up 13 total. Chris Galitti had a 16 thou reaction time and no chance. Like none. Nada. As Zach Fulcher and Jeff Devy. Devy in the Cavalier out of Kimberly, Idaho. Dialed 589. Zach Fulcher dialed in at 597. Still floating around the 3,000 mark. Watching the highest paying Spring Fling Million here in Vegas play out. Red light start for Devy by 81 thousandths of a second. He lets go too soon. Zach Fulcher's 005 and 598 on the 598, and Jeff Devy is going to go join Camp Commiseration. Camp Commiseration. Oh, Clark, absolutely not. You are good to go, man. You are good to go. We totally get it. Life's good. Jeff, 589 on a 589 after the red light start. He will be thinking about that for a while. Zach Fulcher, 005 and 1 above. As David Beckwith and Will Carroll are going to roll up now. Will on the right side out of Ardmore, Oklahoma, 686 to dial. And Beckwith leaving second with a 542 number. $16,000 the difference in reaction time. The win light's going to belong to Carroll. 688 on a 686 after the 023 reaction time. David Beckwith was 39 green and 29 thou above the dial. No good. That's going to bring out Bodie Bennett. The dragster on the right side out of Shallow Water, Texas, and Andy Schmall in the Banana. Banana Mana? What is it? Banana Nana Fofana? Something like that. 591 the dial. As we're into our Group C door cars. Oh, man. Group C door cars and dragsters trying to race their way back in for the big payout. 1 thou the difference between Andy and Bodie. Finish line says Andy. 18 dead 7. Gets to the stripe first by 33 thousandths of a second. Bodie Bennett was 17 green and 41 thou above the dial to conclude the run in that ride. Here in the buyback round. So Race Kid had that best losing package of round number 1, getting $1,000 thanks to the folks at Winlight Bets. Craig Merrilees had the best reaction time of round number 1 in Pro, winning that ATI Super Damper. Had the 002. Wow. We've still got, again, the... 6 thou separate Danny Engel and Talon Farmer. Finish line, it's going to be a win light to Talon. Another margin of less than 1,000th of a second. Danny was 11 green. Talon was 17 green. Separated by 6 thou at this end of the racetrack. Danny goes exactly 1 above the dial. Talon was 4 thou above the dial. And the margin at the stripe was 8 10,000ths of a second. Win light to Talon Farmer. Speaking of the guy that had the best overall reaction time in Pro, Craig Merrilees, rolling up here in the Camaro out of Windsor, Colorado. Mr. Boo Boo, hopefully the crawfish boil was pretty good, and I will have to remember that note. Thank you. So a 467 for Tim Thomas and 0.05 of a second separate him in reaction time. Merrilees was 068, ends up running 663 on the 654 to be behind by 0.09 of a second at the finish line. Tim Thomas, 18 green, catches him and just whomps his way through the finish line to go 472 on a 467. So win light to Thomas, who gets a second breath of life here in the Big Million Day. As we get into another door car dragster battle, Travis Ringeth, the family that's going to be working, 3 races up there in the Canada area over the summer, give the racers an opportunity to get up there and run the series. And they said that the person that stages their car the most, basically stages it up the most, will get a spring fling entry for next year. Travis Ringeth dropped it red by 0.05 of a second and goes 458 on the 457. Dan Fiello in the Achieva has achieved a second shot at the money. 044 on the tree and 1 above. 600 on the 599. as we bring out Josh Cancelar and Matt Lee. Lee on the right side, dialed 472. Cancelar on the left side, dialed 459. A little Iowa versus Missouri. I'm going to make sure we got Missouri on our list of states. I think we do, yeah. Yeah. Don't you know? Head start to the right lane as Matt Lee gets it staged up and set. We're green 1,000th of a second between them in reaction time, and the scoreboard lights up for Cancelar. 13 green and 0.02 of a second above the dial. Equates to a margin of victory of 17 thousandths of a second for Josh. Matt Lee was 14 green and ends up 16 thousandths of a second above the dial. To come up a little shy in the reentry round is Mike Crater and Dan Lafferty. Lafferty trying to race his way back in his second entry, dialed in at 441. Mike Crater dialed in at 441, and I love it when we roll up dialed identical. Crater's in, Lafferty's there. Dan Lafferty's in control by 23 thousandths of a second and goes 442 to get it done on the whole shot. 442.4 at 158 miles an hour, taking a 13 thousandths of a second stride. Mike Crater was 30 on the tree. Had lost or given up 23 thousandths of a second there. Runs dead on the dial, 441 on a 441, but couldn't get back what he'd given up at this end of the racetrack. And Dan Lafferty is back. Dynamite Dan making some noise. Here is Don Bradford and Randall Reed. Reed we had just a minute ago in the A group. Trying to buy back. We will get a car count soon. Everybody just take a breath. We'll get through the buyback round and we'll let you know. What I can tell you, the purse is $400,000. Don dialed 489. Reed dialed 469, and Randall Reed comes up short again. Randall was 19 green, give up 15 thousandths of a second advantage to Bradford, who was 004, as Bradford takes 3 thou at the stripe to be 15 thousandths of a second over the dial for the win. Randall, after the 019 reaction time, runs dead on 3 and is not going to make it out of the re-entry round. Oh. Curtis Allen now and Don Sefton. Allen on the left side, Sefton on the right side. 488 to a 477. Left lane gets to leave first. Don Sefton will do the chasing. Oh, that's funny. Separated by 3 thousandths of a second. Win light turns on for Sefton, 007, and on a double breakout, Don is under by 2 thousandths of a second. Curtis Allen is under by 10 thousandths of a second. And it's Sefton getting back in the game. Chris Whitfield now and Megan Justice. Justice over on the left side, 480 is the number. Chris Whitfield dialed in at 465. Pre-staged and just barely moving forward. $19,000 separated them in reaction time. Chris Whitfield gets a win light. 467 on a 465 for Whitfield. He was 14 green, take 8 thou at the stripe. To go 467 on the 465, Megan Justice, 33 green and 481 on a 480. Megan's scoreboard does not light up. Chris Whitfield's does. And he'll be back when we call round number 2. Right now, again, we've called Group D into the staging lanes. Group C is on track right now as Mike Griffin's dialed 477 in the dragster on the right. And Race Kid is dialed 469 in the dragster on the left. Both drivers are 00. And Race Kid is 007, dead on 9, and no good. Mike Griffin is 001 and dead on 9. Race puts up a 16. Didn't he just get like best losing package in round number 1 to be 15 total? Now he's 16 total and still no good as Mike Griffin is 10 total next to him. Isn't that one of those thank you, sir, may I have another? I mean, that's full on legit. Thank you, sir, may I have another. 15 total and bounced. Now 16 total and bounced as JP Schuster. Doing a little cleanup there on JP's car. Came out of the water box, running up to grab the mops, and I guess they've all taken a look at it and decided that it's okay with a 463 dial on the left side. KC Pesnell. Rolling up, dialed in at 448. Seven thou separated him in reaction time. Win light's going to go to KC by 15 ten-thousandths of a second. KC was 009 and dead on 7. To be 16 total. JP Schuster was 16 on the tree and needed to go dead 0, ended up going dead 1. And comes up a thou short as Jeremy Sears. Corey Gallitti. Sears dialed 485, goes 488. Gallitti dialed 459, goes 458, goes 459. It was a 4 thou separate them type situation. Jeremy was 005, leaving second. Corey Gallitti was 001. And by 18 thousandths of a second, Gallitti's going to get the nod as Bo Sanders and Dylan Howe. Dylan with a 455 dial. Raced his way back in his first entry. Bo Sanders lining up here left side. Dialed at 451. And I like the fact that I'm seeing people already starting to call their shot as far as who they think is going to win the record-setting million here in Vegas. We've already had a call out saying they think Andy's going to do it. Another one saying they got their money on Luke. 4 thou separating Bo and Dylan. Dylan was working the throttle pedal, trying to get it done, but cannot against Bo Sanders. Bo, 14 green, 12 thou above the dial. Ends up 26 total, taking a 9 thou stripe. Dylan was 10 on the tree and 25 thou above to be 35 total. Win light goes to Bo. Is Jim Glenn and Rocky McLean. Rocky dialed 482. Glenn dialed 481. All right. We need to do that for a minute. So if you think you know who's going to end up winning this whole thing, sitting in the chat bleachers, go ahead and toss it out there. We've got a call already for Andy Schmall, 2 for Luke. Got a call out there saying that Honey Wayne is going to end up winning it. 14 thou separating Jim and Rocky. And the win light's going to belong to Glenn. 001, 27 thou above the dial, ends up 28 thou total. Rocky McLean was 15 on the tree, take 31 thou at the stripe, and breaks out by 18 thousandths of a second. There you go. Colby calling out Lucas Walker. Several folks thinking that Bobby's going to get it. Troy Williams, a call out there. Somebody put a little support behind Whitfield. Logan Shriver, getting a call. A few Jeff Sarahs. All right. 2 thou separating Jeff Sarah and Cortland Carter. Speaking of that, win light's going to belong to Sarah. 20 on the tree, take 22 10,000ths at the finish line, and ends up 11 thou above, 474 and a 473. Jeff Sarah gets the win over Cortland Carter. Cortland was 22 green and 457 on a 456. Got some folks calling out LeBouse. Thinking Sean Langdon will end up doing it. One in there for Gene Heaton, Dan Northrup. All right. G-Dub. Somebody saying that they think that Josh Herman, Casey Pensnell going to get it. Just saying. That'll be interesting. A couple of folks going, whoa, 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 whoa. Don't call it out. You'll jinx it. I see that I don't understand. Gabriel Hernandez, 497 on a 496, was 26 green. Jose Garcia had the 037 reaction time. As the two racers out of Mexico had to go head-to-head, Garcia, 3 above with a 511. No good. Gabe Hernandez, 497 on a 496. He's back in. I'm just saying. I mean, it surprises me because racers, I mean, we all know that there is absolutely zero, and I mean zero, racers that are superstitious. Nobody that races has any type of superstition whatsoever. 10 thou separating Mark Kidd and Shane Thompson. Didn't we just do this? Kidd, 469 on a 469. Shane Thompson is 470 on a 469. And the win light goes to Kidd. Like, literally, didn't we just do that? Am I living in a world of deja vu? Mark Kidd, 10 green. 5 thou above is 15 total. Shane Thompson was 20 on the tree and locked out as Jason Lynch and Vince General Jr. General left side, driving Presimone's car, dialed in at 487. Jason Lynch, the catfish out of Ashland City, Tennessee, dialed in at 445. Flickering on those bottom blue bulbs. And a red light start for Lynch by 3 thousandths of a second is going to advance General Lau into round number 2. Speaking of round number 2, we need Pro. Larice Motorsports Pro. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Larice Pro to the lanes for round number 2. Let's get our Pro cars back for round number 2, please. Oh, man. I like that one. The town in Texas north of Amarillo. Anyway. So the win light to General Lau. Jason Lynch was red by 3 thousandths of a second and runs 446 on a 443 as Gary Williams and Greg Christensen. Two thou separate them. Win light goes to G-Dub. 19 dead 2, take 6 thou at the stripe to wrap up Group C. Greg Christensen was 21 green, dead on 6 to be 27 total. Gary Williams was 19, dead 2 to be 21 total. And the G-Dub races his way back in. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I've never met a superstitious racer in my life. I mean, I don't know anybody that would do like the same thing over and over because they think it would bring them luck, like wear purple socks or have the same breakfast or make the stop at the same gas station. I mean, I've never, ever met anybody like that. So we're getting into Group D. Single entered dragsters in the million. With one entry. Trying to get that one entry back in for this massive purse. Again, we ended up with a mark at $400,000 is up for grabs today. With Brady White dialed in at $4.99, Don Taros dialed in at $5.45. 0.003 of a second, the difference in reaction time, and the win light's going to turn on for Don Taros, the front engine dragster out of San Pedro, California. Will make a return in round number 2 as he is 5.46 on the 5.45. After the 0.23 reaction time. Brady White was 26 green and 22 thou above. And look at that. They got the QR code back up on the screen. If you are watching along, scan that QR code. You get a chance to win a $500 Jegs gift card. That's all right. John LaBouse, Rich Lash. Lash dial 537, and this one is over. 539 on a 537 for Lash after a 006 red light. Handing the win back over to John LaBouse. And I know we've got a long way to go. And I'd love to say a short time to get there, but it's going to take us a little while. And trust me, it's worth the ride. So worth the ride. To watch what plays out here at the Strip is Trevor Harkema and Brian Sutton. Red light start for Brian by 0.005 of a second, and a 484 and a 486 equates to nothing. Trevor Harkema, 25 green, and goes 495 on a 497. Ron, man, I got to tell you something. It's not that unheard of and not that uncommon. And while I'd love to blame it on being superstitious, for some of them it's just not superstition. It's just that's all they got. And if you are watching along in the chat bleachers, well, there you go. But, yeah, they might wear the same thing over and over, and it's not superstitious. It's just, yeah, that's what I had with me. That's about all I have. Oh, Jacob Stallworthy dialed 457 on the right side of the racetrack. Josh Lutke dialed 464 on the left side. Trees green. Neither driver is stellar. Lutke had the advantage with an 047 reaction time. Stallworthy was 12 thou behind with an 059 light, and Jacob Stallworthy goes dead on 2 to get the win light. Josh Lutke took 29 thou at the stripe to break out by 15 thou. And bring the day to a close in that car is Tommy Cable and Mike Rock. Rock in the Traffic Cone 2.0. Traffic Cone, the sequel. I mean, you could still, everybody's like, oh, it's not a traffic cone, it's got black on it. And all that. How many traffic cones? You see all the traffic cones out there with a black bottom, that heavy rubber base, adding the weight to it. The traffic cone 2.0 has been upgraded and is back in. 004 and dead 3. Mike Rock is 7 total. Take 16th thou at the stripe. Tommy Cable with 1 entry in that dragster. 15 dead 8, and have a nice day.
And not only that, how many traffic cones have you seen that have been hit by a tire and have a big
They've all
black,
got a
big black scuff along the side?
Absolutely. It's actually a more realistic. Yeah, the one that was the brand new tire or traffic cone out of the box, and this one that's been on the freeway for a month. Now it's a beautiful car, very beautiful car. Tyler Murrup and Scott Heyer. Heyer out of Morrison, Colorado. $473 the dial for Tyler Murrup, $472 the dial for Scott Heyer. Oh, Scott's in trouble. 034 on the tree, runs 472.0 on a 472. You can be dead on 0 and nope. Clark, please wait. We will get to it. Again, if you look at the flyer, we are paying out $400,000, so it's over $350,000. We just want to make sure. I mean, it's like nonstop. What's the car count? What's the car? Like nonstop, man.
I just wonder, are our friends in the chat bleachers unable to live their lives until they find out exactly what the number is?
Again, it's a super.
It's more than $350, and we're paying $400 GER. I mean, literally, does it matter if it's 361 or 367 or
It's all good. So Michael Pennington down 470. Gene Heaton. Somebody put a call out thinking that Gene would be the one to do it. How about 464 on a 463? Gene is 002. Michael Pennington was 16 green, dead on 7, and not gonna. No, Clark, there's no reason to apologize. I'm just saying it's like I promise you, what's happening right now is, Peter is actually back in the staging lanes. Like, he's back talking with the racers, hanging out back there. Everybody else, they're all working, focused on making sure that this thing runs very, very smooth. And as soon as everybody can take a breath, we'll get everything situated, and we'll go ahead and say that. But what matters at this point in time is the fact that we are racing for $400,000, which puts it at $350 plus. Not quite to $375, but $350 plus. So that's kind of what we're looking at. Tim Parton getting back in as Jim Reichenbach goes red by 14 thousandths of a second. Parton 11 dead 8. And goes 466 on a 469. Yeah, it's kind of like, did Big Chief run yet?
Has Nasty Nick Hastings run?
Oh, man. I was actually surprised
that hasn't popped up.
He unfortunately hasn't.
Me too.
Didn't get the chance to get out here. Oh, it would have been awesome to have him out here, but 459. Chevy Reeves, 459 is the dial, and goes 460 on the 459 after the 005 reaction time. Youth, no, not yet. Not yet. We'll definitely have to get him up here at a certain point, but, Kurt Gross was 17 green and 490 on a 490. Not quite going to get it done as Chevy is 005 and 14 thou above. MGB, I like that answer. And again, I mean, it's all good. We absolutely love the chat bleachers. It's so much fun. But yeah, it's like, did the Big Chief run? I love MGB. Right after Larry Larson. Oh, Chandler Thyssen 001 and wins it on a double breakout. 455 on a 456. I will certainly do that, Clark. We'll pass it along. Chandler 001 under by 4 thou. Dustin Long was 18 green and under by 5 thousandths of a second. Dustin Long, had he brushed his foot against the brake pedal, could have reversed the outcome of that race. But Chandler is going to win it. Ooh, pizza. We had some pizza for lunch. As Gary Wombolt and Dalton Garreau. Dalton coming in out of Alberta. Five thou separated him in reaction time. Dalton Garreau, 15 green and goes 461 on the 458. Gary Womble was 490 on a 497 after a 20 thou reaction time. And that'll bring out Tony Fuller and Hannah Vandermeer. Tony Fuller, 16 green and 1 thou off the dial to be 17 total. Gets the stripe by 39 thousandths of a second. As Hannah Vandermeer was 47 on the treat, dead on 9, and had, unfortunately, no opportunity to turn on a win line. Let's get Group A door cars. You're already sitting there. Group A door cars. For round number 2, let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Group A door cars. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Group A door cars. Come on down. Next 2, Steve Williams and Jeff Watts. Jeff Watts is behind at the hit, but it's going to be Steve Williams with the win light. 16 green and 443 on a 442. Williams, the champ. The guy in the corner office at K&N is back in. Watts was 25 green. All right, Dragsters Group A. Dragsters Group A. Let's go ahead and get you headed this direction, please. Dragsters Group A for round number 2. Come on down. Group A Dragsters. Let's get you headed this way. Tim Watts, Kevin Burnett. Watts dialed 479. Burnett was, I mean, you saw what happened. You saw what happened. They were dialed 479 and 473. The difference in the leave was not 0.06 of a second. Unfortunately, it was 0.7 of a second, and that was, I can only imagine if you're Kevin Burnett sitting there and you see that green light on going, why am I still here? That amazingly nauseating pit in your stomach that would form when that happens. It's just, ugh. That instant, like, oh, man. Bree Herman and Jeremy Cisneros. Cisneros right side, dialed 469. Bree, oh, there's another one. Bree Vandermeer, 62 on the tree to Jeremy Cisneros' 035. Cisneros goes 470 on a 469, and Bree has to go by the scoreboard, seeing dead on zero up there, knowing that it could have been there. Oh. That's right. Rondo número dos. Número dos. Goodness gracious. Mo Trujillo and Aaron G. Hey, Mo. Mo, who was up here sharing his current situation with us yesterday, ended up winning a raffle to get into the $1 million day. It was actually his wife that won the raffle, and she said he could use it. Only if he made it work. Is he going to make it work? Oh, my goodness. So, Mo Trujillo, 20 on the tree. Aaron was 15 green. 5 thou separate them at that end of the racetrack. Aaron goes 472.7 on a 472 to be 22 total. Mo Trujillo goes 458.2 on a 458 to be 22 total. True margin. 0.0001. 1/10,000th of a second win light to Mo Trujillo. Is there a phrase like getting in by the skin of your teeth? That's getting in by the skin of a mosquito's teeth.
A gnat's eyelash.
A gnat's eyelash. Oh my goodness. Jeff Burns, Jesse Bepley. Win light's going to go to Burns. Burns 428 on a 426, 11 green. Jesse was 40 green and runs 513 on a 511. Are we down to our last pair of the buybacks? Last pair in the buyback round. Well, that's part of the problem here.
Which is that?
On the chat, it was set to top messages instead of all messages, so I was missing like some of the messages.
I got you.
I was missing some of the messages.
Operator error?
Yes.
I think the intern set it up that way.
No, that was me. I did it.
No, we always have a scapegoat over here.
I'll have him take the blame for most of it, but that one I'll own. Alexis Thompson, no good, dead on 4. Was 33 green, dead 4 to be 37 total. Brandon Justice, 009 and 23 thou above to come out 9,000ths of a second ahead down at the finish line. And that brings the buyback round to a completion from here on out.
It's Thunderdome.
It is. 2 men enter.
1 leaves.
Or 2 people enter. 2 racers enter.
We just need Tina Turner.
No.
She was in Thunder. She was.
I know that.
2 men enter. 1 man
Mike
leaves.
Eames?
Yes.
It is going to be brutal.
And hot and heavy from here on out.
All the way through.
Gonna rock and roll.
$400,000. The most we've ever raced for here in Las Vegas.
But how many cars ran first round?
You're canceled. You're canceled, dude. Well, I'll tell you what. We have to add in Big Chief and Larry into that.
Larry
too,
Larson.
So, yes. You're canceled, man.
Before Dennis Paz and Lucas Walker stage, can I just say that Larry Larson's Cadillac is one of the coolest cars in all of drag racing.
So freaking awesome.
Stockton, California for Dennis Paz, the El Camino left side, 671 is the number. Lucas Walker out of Murray, Kentucky, who no pressure on Lucas, but you were Big Jed's pick to win the whole enchilada. On the Sportsman Racing Podcast, Lucas and the Mustang looking over at Dennis Paz in the El Camino 660 feet later. Dennis Paz, 6.719 to get the win on the 671. Dennis was 17 at the start and got to the finish line by 0.03 of a second. Lucas Walker was 1 above 8, an 11 up front. And no good as Cliff Hall and Dan Golby Hall out of Carmichael, California. The red 64 Falcon in the Vegas side of the racetrack. 649 the dial. 687 is what Dan Golby has decided on the Blue Oval Mustang out of Cold Lake, Alberta, Canada. Golby will get the opportunity to leave first. Hall will be chasing. 9 thou is the difference between the Ford, and Cliff Hall will get the win. 11 green and 4 above to be 4 thou in front for Cliff. Did a good job at the top end. Dan Golby, 20 green and 3 above 8. But 4 thou shy is Dan Golby. His run in our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field at the Million will come to an end. It's Michael Pliska and Michael Johnson. Pliska out of Happy Valley, Oregon. The Vega left side, 594 the number. Michael Johnson, Springdale, Arkansas. The 67 Camaro right side, 642 is the dial in for Johnson. But a full bulb will be the head start for Michael Johnson. Johnson looking over the left shoulder. Here comes Pliska. Michael Johnson, 006, 643.2 on the 642 to get the win. Locks out Michael Pliska. This Pliska was 23 up front. And will bow out here in round number 2 is Justin Lamb and Darren Taylor. Justin Lamb, Henderson, Nevada for Silver State in his trusty Superstock Cobalt for Rad Tools as well. 575 is the dial. Darren Taylor out of Rigby, Idaho. 76 Nova right side. 620 is off and away. Lamb 575 is off and away. Justin and Darren, and give it to Lamb. 29 taking 4 thou at the stripe. 576.3 on the 575 for Justin. Darren was 45 at the hit, dead on 1, but 4 thou behind at the finish line. And I tell you what, the Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Field is tightening up the stripe. Every pair, sans 1, was 00X at the finish line. Noel Cuevas and Kevin Pollard. Noel out of Tijuana, Mexico, the Beast, green, 71 Camaro. And I mean, if your car is called the Beast and you dial 66 and that other number, there could be some synergy there. It's Kevin Pollard out of Virginia, the Camaro right side. And Raider Campbell's ride. Noel and Kevin give it to Kevin Pollard. Another race decided by 00X. Pollard 38 and 2 above and 2 thou in front at the finish line. Noel was 21 on the green light start, had a little advantage, and then could not run the 6-6, that other number, and go 69 to be behind at the finish line by 2 thou. Charlie Lockhart and Jacob Phelps. Jacob turns it red by 31 thou. Charlie Lockhart goes Reggie Jackson 4-4 at the hit and goes 601.6 on the racetrack. Lockhart will move into round number 3. It's again the best losing package in Biondo Racing Products second round today on the Million. Gets a cool $1,000 for that best losing package. Chad Sandlin and Scott Taylor. Sandlin out of Burleson, Texas. 665 the dial for Chad. Scott Taylor, the 65 Chevelle out of Montana. Taylor will be leaving first. He had to make his way through the buyback round to get back in the show. Scott Taylor is behind at the start. Chad Sandlin pulling up alongside, and he'll get the win. 6-6. That other number with a 9 will get the win for Chad Sandlin. Was 33 green. Scott Taylor was 69 at the start. And 681.9 and still got to the finish line second. It was Andy Schmall and Michael Clement. Michael out of Meridian, Idaho, the 82 Camaro in the right lane. Pennzoil side, 673 is the dial. Andy in the Beretta. 592 is the dial in the Banana. Michael Clement is going to try to not fall for the Banana in the tailpipe. Clement is 001 alongside Andy Schmall and gonna get the win. 001 taking 7th thou at the finish line for Clement. Andy was 35 at the hit. Tried to get there. Goes 5:91.9, under by a thou, but still got to the finish line second. Michael Clement takes out Andy Schmall here in round number 2 as Henry Robertson and Brian Cerruti. Here's a real good East Coast, / Midwest, West Coast matchup. Henry out of North Highlands in the Mustang left side. Brian Cerruti out of Ohio, the Camaro right side. Cerruti, 004 alongside Henry and goes 7 total. Brian Cerruti. That's just mean. Henry was 19 green and was just completely wasting space. 004 dead on 3 for Brian Cerruti off the bottom. 7 total. And a fine job by Brian taking out Henry here in round number 2 is Carlos Lopez and Jeff Devy. Carlos out of Tucson, Arizona, the white Pinot. Over on the left side, as some of you may know, Chad Reynolds has a great admiration for the Pinot, as that was his first vehicle that he ever drove. Jeff Devy out of Kimberly, Idaho's 007 and 1 above 5 locks out Carlos. As Devy was 22 total, Carlos Lopez was 28 green and had no shot. Devy keeps that Cavalier for Jeff's graphics. Moving forward, he'll be in round number 3. And the single in our Larice Motorsports Pro category. Goes to Craig Merrilees. .657 for Craig. He was out in front of green as well, but on a single, push the tree, unleg it out. Rolling into round number 2, the Biondo Racing Products round, here in Super Pro Door Car. Danny Angel and Andrew DiPiazza. Danny out of Michigan. Andrew DiPiazza, the Camaro Roadster. $619 the dollar for Danny. $471 for Andrew. Almost a full tree will be the head start. Andrew dug himself a hole on the starting line, and Danny Angel didn't let him climb out of it. 19 green, 620 with a 3, makes 32 total. Andrew was 42 on the green light start and had 0 chance of turning on a win light. Danny Angel packages up Andrew DiPiazza and throws him off the side of the road. Is Mike Bedeau. Mike Bedeau Jr. in the 66 Chevelle out of Gardendale, Texas, $713 the dial. Rick Harless out of Possum Trot, Kentucky. I mean, if there's a Possum Trot, Kentucky, does that also mean there could be like a Possum Skip, Kentucky? Possum Sachet, Kentucky? Bedeau is green, Harless is green. And Mike Bedeau Jr. is going to get the win on a double breakout. 7-11-2 on the 713, under by 18 thou. Rick Harless under by 19 thou. True margin of victory, 1/1000th of a second. Chris Galitti and Matt Datus. This is like second round, final round. Galitti out of Tumble, Texas, the 66 Chevy 2. Matt Datus out of Ohio picked up the trophy on Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday, the Grand Am, 616 for Mr. Datus. 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 6 Daddis, Galitti and Daddis. Chris Galitti locks out Matt Daddis. Chris was 006 down here, dead on 9 to the finish line to be 15 total. Matt Daddis was 17 on the green light start, and Matt Daddis' A entry is gone. As we're in round number 2, you turn on a win light, you get to come back around. You do not. That entry is done for the day. David Beckwith and Jeremy Bargo. Beckwith out of Rancho Cucamonga, the 64 Chevy 2 left side. Jeremy Bargo out of Kentucky, the S10 right side. Pennzoil side 614. The dial for Jeremy. Beckwith, a little advantage on the starting line, and he's going to pay it off at the finish line. It's 23 at the hit, and dead on 8 makes 31 total. Jeremy Bargo was 32 on the green light, which meant Bargo had no shot at turning on a win light. David Beckwith locks Jeremy Bargo out of the barn. Daniel Fiello. And Brian Griffin. Fortunately, Daniel Fiello had problems literally from the point after he pulled out from the arch and is going to get pushed back off the starting line. Brian Griffin, that Vega out of Tennessee, will move on. Daniel Fiello, unfortunately, the Achieva is getting pushed back. It'll be done for the day, at least in the A group. Dan Northrup and Will Carroll. Dan's got 475 on the Don Buckowitz machine. And Will Carroll out of Oklahoma. That white 68 Camaro 687 is what Will has slapped on the side of his machine. Here in Beyond Racing Products, round number 2. Northrup is 004 and is going to get the win. 476 on the 75 to be good. Will was 14 green, 2 above. And no good down there. Dan Northrup will move forward. It's Josh Kanzler and Daryl Hemley. Hemley and his top sportsman Cavalier out of Burley, Washington. 458 is the dial for Daryl. Josh out of Iowa. 459. The number for Josh. Josh is 008. Rip, 461-1 for Josh to get the win. Hemley was 24 green and 2 above. This Cancelar is going to advance. Daryl Hemley be done in round number 2 as Logan Scrivener and Ben Willis. Logan out of Sherwood, Oregon. Ben Willis out of Alabama. The Nova right side, 650 the number for Ben. Red light start by 1/1000th of a second for Ben Willis. Logan is 14 green with a free look at 487. He goes 489.7. After Ben was red by 1/1000 was 651 on the 650. Dallas Glenn out of Mooresville, North Carolina in the Shane Thompson dragster. And Tim Wirtz out of Napa, Idaho. The Corvette Roadster, 517 is the dial for Tim. He'll be leaving first. Dallas Glenn will be in hot pursuit. Green and green. Dallas, Tim, Dallas Glenn. 29 and 2 above to be 7th in front for Glenn. Tim Wirtz was 34 at the start. Said he was going to run 5:17, goes 5:19.5, and was 7th behind at the finish line. It's Luke Bogacki and Ty Farmer. Luke out of Carterville, Illinois for Moser. And this is Bracket Racing Elite. Ty Farmer out of Texas, 479 is the number. Car count in round number 1 was between 350 and 374, which will result in a $400,000 winner purse. That was the car count in round number 1. Between 350 and 374. 12 and 12, the reaction time on each side of the racetrack, and Luke will advance. 473.9 on the 472. Ty Farmer said he was going to run 479, and he goes 482.3. To be no good. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. and Dylan Howe. Gabriel Hernandez Jr. out of Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico. 497 is the dial for Gabriel. That's Little Kingpin over there. Dylan Howe out of Junction City, Oregon. For Team Cascade, 457. Dylan, Gabriel, Dylan Howe, 11. 1 above 1 to get the win. Gabriel Hernandez was 19 green. Said it was going to run 497. He goes 498.3. To be 100th of a second behind at the finish line. Dylan moves into round number 3 is Jim Glenn and Talon Farmer. Mr. Glenn, your Super Comp World Champion out of Washington. Talon Farmer out of Texas. 472 is the dial, as I need Group B into the lanes for round number 2, please. Group B. B is in boy. B is in bad daddy. B is in behemoth. Group B, let's get you in the lanes if you would, please. 2 thou separate the drivers as they leave the starting line. 660 feet later, give it to Jim Glenn. 10, take 25 to be a hunt over and clear. Talon Farmer was 008. Said he was going to run 472 and puts 475 on the racetrack to be a round 2 runner-up. As Mr. Glenn will advance in round number 3 as Doug Foley Jr. It's 2-seater over there. 452 for Doug Foley Jr. alongside Dustin Wirtz. Pretty good matchup right here on the starting line. Dusty Buckets out of Napa, Idaho. The Miller prepared dragster for Mr. Wirtz. Double 09 leaves last as both drivers are 00. Wirtz gonna get the win. 007 taking 005 to run 457 on the 456. Doug Foley Jr. was 1 above 3 and 5 thou behind at the finish line. Dustin Wirtz takes out Doug Foley Jr. as Bryson Scruggs and Casey Pesnell. Bryson out of Pleasant View, Tennessee, 483 is the dial. Casey out of Gardendale, Alabama. The dragster right side, 448. The dial for Casey. I need Group B to the staging lanes, please. Group B, one of our racers is perfect at the start and is going to get the win. Casey, $50 and a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin. As Casey has been 000 twice during the million. Bryson Scruggs was 13 green, 2 above. But Casey will advance out of that pair as Drew Smith and Timothy Thomas. Timothy Thomas out of North Carolina, 467 is the dial. Drew Smith out of Kentucky. Johnny Zell, prepared machine. We miss Johnny. Hope everything's going well with JBR. 2,000 was the difference on the starting line. Drew and Timothy Thomas. Timothy Thomas, 18 green, dead on 5. Will advance. Drew Smith was 16 down here, slightly better. Had 488 on the car, goes 490 to be a hun behind. It's Kendall Little and Dan Lafferty. Little in the Malibu out of Texas, 611 is the dial. Dan Lafferty, the president of the Wendell, Idaho Chamber of Commerce. Off and away. 007 leaves last. Here comes Lafferty. Breakout win going to go Kendall Little's way. Lafferty arrived at the finish line first by 37 thousandths of a second to break out 18 thou. Needed to take 19 or less. Lafferty was 004 at the start. Kendall Little was 007. Said he was going to run 611, go 6-12-6 to be good. As Lafferty's going to bow out in round number 2 as Preston Pennington and Brian Bennett. Peeps out of Three Rivers, Texas, your 2019 main event champion. Here at the million, 467 the dial for Peeps. Brian Bennett out of Shallowater, Texas, 450 the number for B squared in the Pennzoil lane. Green and green, Brian, Peeps Pennington, 27, dead on 2 is going to get the win. He ended up making that work. Brian Bennett was 10 green, a little better at the start, but 2 above 8 and 9 thou behind at the finish line. Peeps, here on Good Friday and Easter weekend, will chirp his way into round number 3. It's Gary Williams and Rocky Van Note. This is pretty good down here in the second round. Gary Williams, Bradenton, Florida for Team Overkill, Team FTI. 464 the dial. Rocky Van Note out of Red Key, Indiana. 476 the dial for RVN. Williams behind at the hit. Can Rocky close it out? Yes. 10 green, 478 on the 76 to be 3 thou in front. Gary Williams was 23, breaking the beams, and goes 465.7, and G-Dub is out here in Beyond Racing Products, round number 2 of the Moser Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optimum Batteries on Silver State $1 Million Friday. Tyler Bohannon and Don Sefton. Mr. Bohannon out of Louisville, Kentucky, 476 the dial. Don Sefton out of Bremerton, Washington. The TNT Supercar 477 is the dial for Don. 476 for Bohannon. The slightest of head starts for Sefton, and he turns it red by the most heinous of numbers. 1 blanking thou. And you can all imagine what adjective is being used for the blanking as Don Sefton is going down the racetrack. Bohannon was 11 and 475.5 on the 476. Stephen McCrory and Jace Nicholson. Champ for Team Overkill, 470 is the dial. Jace Nicholson, Overbrook, Oklahoma, 447 the dial for Jace. Separated by 2 little teeny tiny ones at the start, and 447.0 for Jace Nicholson takes out Stephen McCrory. McCrory was 009 and 1 above 7. Jace Nicholson takes out Champ here in round number 2. Bart Nelson and Jeremy Sears. Bart out of Texas over in the left lane. 477 the number for Bart. Jeremy Sears, Port Orchard, Washington. 485 is the dial for Jeremy. Green and green, 5 thou is the difference at the start, and Bart Nelson will advance. Dead on 6, beats 1 above 3. Bart Nelson, 11 at the starting line, and dead on 6 is 17 total. Jeremy Shears needed to be dead nothing to move the win light. Didn't do it. Said it was going to run 485. He goes 4.863. And I'll be done in round number 2 is Hunter Patton and Cortland Carter. And the other good matchup here in round number 2. Hunter out of Floyd's Knob, Indiana. Floyd's Knobs, Indiana. 460 the dial for Honey Wayne. Cortland Carter, 457 for the dragster out of Lubbock, Texas. Double O on both sides of the racetrack. Cortland Carter, Hunter Patton. Hunter Patton will advance. 461 on the 460 was 009. Cortland Carter, 004, arrived at the finish line 24 thousandths of a second in front of Patton to break out 9 thou. Needed to take 15 or less, didn't do it. As C squared is going to bow out to Hunter Patton. Here in round number 2 is Will Holloman and Gray Christensen. Holloman out of Pine Level, North Carolina. 450 the dial in for Will. Gray Christensen. The winged dragster on the Pennzoil side out of Colorado. 465 is the dial in for GC. in a good position as they leave the starting line and in a good position as they arrive at the finish line. 10 green taking 2 thou for Will Holloman and running 452 on the 450. Greg Christensen was 29 green and 465.3. To be dead on, but 2 thou behind at the finish is Dwayne Ringgoth and Mike Crater. Dwayne out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. The TNT Supercar 458 is the dial for Dwayne. Mike Crater out of Texas, 441 the number. Crater, Ringgoth, 8 thou is the difference at the starting line, and Mike Crater out of Texas will move on. 33 green and 1 above. To be 8 thou in front is good. Dwayne is 41 on the green light start, also 1 above. But the difference in the reaction time was 8 thousandths of a second, and that was the margin of victory for Mike Crater. Once again, the car count today in first round was more than 350, less than 374. That will have the winner's purse at $400,000. It's Donovan Williams and Matt Lee. Donovan for Team Overkill. An FTI, the Bradenton, Florida runner, 471 for Donovan. Matt Lee out of Missouri, 474 is the dial. One of our racers is perfect, and one of our racers is 6 total, and that racer was Donovan Williams. $50 and a 000 hero coin to Donovan Williams. As completely locks out Mr. Lee. Donovan Williams, perfect. Dead 6 to be 6 total is Ryan Gleghorn and Jose Garcia. Gleghorn out of Texas. The dragster left side, 487 on the board. Jose Garcia out of Mexico, 508 the number for Jose. Win light for Jose Garcia completely locks Ryan Gleghorn out. 005, dead on 6 is 11 total. Gleghorn was 27 at the hit and was just wasting space on a casual, leisurely 138 mile an hour parade lap for Gleghorn. Jose will move on as Brian Canaday and Sean Langdon. Canaday's got 477 on the car. Sean Langdon, 467. For Mr. Langdon, who will be here next week, running 4 wide. Camping World Series. Red light start for Canaday by 1 thou. Sean Langdon just put up 4-pack. 004 dead nothing for Sean Langdon. I mean, he was inspired by Donovan Williams, who was 6 total, right in front of him. Here, Sean Langdon is 4 total. That's remotely decent for Sean Langdon. How about Race Kid and Kevin Brannon? That's decent. Race out of Boise, Idaho. 470 the dial for the babyface assassin and Kevin Brannon. Rabbit and the Cascade Machine. Gaffney, South Carolina, as I need Group C door cars. Group C door cars to the lanes, please. Group C door cars to the lanes, please. 007 leaves last, and this is filthy dirty. And Race Kid is like, all right, Donovan Williams, you were 6 total. All right, Sean Langdon, you were 4 total. I'm going to be 3 total. Kevin Brannon's 007 and just completely squashed Race Kid 3 total. I mean, and you look at it, 001 taking 001 for Race Kid. That's pretty good. Kevin Brannon, 007 and completely locked out. I mean, that's insane. It's Donnie Burleson and McKenna Brown. All right, so the standard, in this round has been raised. Literally in the last, 10 minutes, we've been 6 total, 4 total, 3 total. Burleson, McKenna Brown, McKenna for Team Jags, Burleson and his beautiful yellow dragster. I mean, Burleson's 006 and 19 total, so it's weak. McKenna Brown was 27 green and was completely locked out of the show. Donnie Burleson packages up McKenna Brown. James Warden and Chris Whitfield. I mean, you're 19 total. That's pretty good. James Warden out of Norco, California, 470 the dial. Chris Whitfield, Colorado right side, 465 the dial. For Mr. Whitfield, fourth out was the difference on the starting line. Warden left side, Whitfield right side. Chris Whitfield will move on. 18 green, dead on 8. We'll get it done. Everybody in the live feed, there is some minor technical difficulties. We apologize for that. So Warren's over there feverishly working to get the different views established. There we go. Corey Gallitti and Josh Herman. Corey Gallitti, 457 the dial. Josh Herman, 448. And a red light start for Herman by 14 thou. Gallitti was 21 green and 4.555. To move out of Beyond Racing Products round number 3 into ATI Performance Products round number, or Beyond Racing Products round number 2 into ATI Performance Products round number 3. This is Micah Bloomfield Jr. and Kurt Harvey II. As my Group C door cars should be filling into the lanes, please. A lot of you are there. I appreciate that. Bloomfield will be doing the chasing in this pair. Kurt Harvey out of Texas. 478 is the number. Bloomfield Jr. 001. And he'll get the win. 464.6 on the 463. Was in front by 6 thou at the finish. Kurt Harvey II was 16 green, dead on 7. And 6 thou behind. Bloomfield Jr. will advance. Bo Sanders and Mark Kidd. Bo out of Nebraska. 450 the dial for Bo. Mark Kidd and his new dragster out of Twin Falls, Idaho for Kid Performance and Dyno, 468. Green and green, Bo and Mark. Mark Kidd, 26 up front, 1 above to advance. Bo Sanders was 19 green and 2 above the dial. Mark Kidd. We'll move out of Beyond a Racing Products second round into round number 3 as Jeff, Sarah, and Tom Stalba. Sarah out of Pennsylvania, 473 is the dial. Tom Stalba, 486. The number for the dragster out of New Jersey. We are in and away. Wow, Stalba is red by 1 thou. Jeff Sarah's 003 on the green light start and 471 for Sarah. Stalba, after being red by that one little teeny thou, was also under by a little bit. As JP Schuster getting our single in the A group out of Ohio for JP with the 139 dial-in, which means so much to all of us. Schuster, 009 and 462 will be what JP sees when he grabs that time slip. That's going to round up our Group A in Beyond a Racing Products round number 2. We're going to be down here for a couple of minutes as we attend to the racing surface. And that Group A, there were some spectacular runs laid down. And I mean, if Group A here in round number 2 is any indication of what we're in store over the next few hours, the remainder of the day is going to be something pretty special.
Moser Engineering has been racing across 5 decades through 3 generations of racers and is proud to have been supporting sportsman ranks since the beginning. Everything we make, from axles, rear ends, suspension, and brakes, are made here in the USA with one goal in mind: so you can win. Check us out online at moserengineering.com or call and talk to our knowledgeable and friendly technicians at 260-726-6689. The best quality and the best support, only Moser Engineering. With a 40-year history of technological innovation and engineering, Optima batteries offer unstoppable power for extreme enthusiasts and others who require the ultimate power source. Optima batteries were the first high-performance AGM automotive batteries in existence and revolutionized the industry with their unique spiral cell technology. Look for the distinctive Optima 6-pack shape and get the ultimate power source. Silver State Refrigeration is your source for all of your refrigeration needs in Nevada, Arizona, and California. Starting in 2003 with only 2 employees, Silver State now employs over 300 people servicing both commercial and residential customers. All Silver State technicians are both EPA and NATE certified and have a AA+ rating with both the Arizona and Nevada State Contractors Board. Please call Silver State Refrigeration for all your refrigeration needs at 702-433-5008. Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry and recently introduced their new coverage for bracket racers. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers and can insure your racing operation on and off the track. Larice is now offering the Larice Perfect Package bonus at each Fling event. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Oh, all right. Well, racers, I know that we've got our track prep is finished up, but we're live up here in the tower, and we've taken over the action cam.
We love the action cam.
We do love the action cam. So as we're up in the tower, we have got an official car count. I know a lot of folks have been dying to hear what exactly is the number. Well, we've already announced that we are racing for a record-setting $400,000 here today in the Spring Fling Million. Mike, our car count, our official car count, we'll kind of do this like Run DMC style. The official car count is 364. 364 entries made round number 1.
That means $400,000, baby.
$400,000. So we had record-setting numbers for 3-day entries. We had 670 cars make round number 1 on Wednesday. 671 cars made it in the combo race, and today 364 cars racing for $400,000. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, the turnout's just been absolutely incredible. 364 cars running, and now everybody in the chat bleachers can go on with their day, knowing that the car count is 364.
So with 364, hey, Gage the intern. Hello. Life is good, but we are getting ready to go back at it. We got to get the camera back down there because we got Group B under the arch.
Right there.
Turn around, look, cool. All right, we are getting back after it. Group B, the single-entered door cars rolling out here. And again, as we had just said, 300. Wait, we had no. Come on. This one's. Oh, you serious? We went through that whole thing and it didn't work? Oh. All right. 364 entries, racing for $400,000. Mike Eames, it's a pretty spectacular and special record-setting day here at the Fling.
Yeah, it's, the million just means so much, and when you get the biggest car count you've ever had at this event, it's just awesome. And wait, what was the car count again?
364.
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. We're all breathing a sigh of relief. Yes, there we go. So Paul Moore and Michael Pennington in the Roadster out of Texas, dialed in at 5:15. Head start's going to go to the 69 beautiful Camaro of Paul Moore racing out of the left side of the track. Michael Pennington, pre-stage set. Here we go. Down go the lights, and a red light matches the color of the car. On the left side, it's red by 0.003 of a second. 582 on a 582, and another one of those red and dead on. That is going to be a swear jar trip. No doubt. Michael Pennington, 27 green, goes 514 on a 515, but red and dead on, no good. Group C Dragsters. Let's get you headed to the staging lanes for round number 2. Group C Dragsters. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes. Please. We called all of Group C as Isaac Wild and Lane Weber. Weber, the 79 Firebird out of Colorado with an 0.16 reaction time, goes 7:30 on a 7:29 to get to the stripe first by 2.5 of a second. Isaac Wild, 28 green and dead on 5, no good here in round number 2. And if round number 2 of Group B turns out to be anything like round number 2 of Group A, what we see, like a 6-pack, a 4-pack, a 3-pack, it's getting brutal. Kenny Snow and Jeff Verdi. Snow, 576 dial for the 69 Chevelle. Jeff Verdi, the 66 GTO, the original $1 million winner here at the Strip, as we are separated by 0.006 of a second. 577 on a 576. Kenny Snow takes out Verdi. He was 005 to Jeff Verdi's 011 reaction time, as Verdi runs 13th thou above the dial and ends up 0.005 of a second behind at the finish line. Kenny out of La Habra, California, taking out one of the best in the biz. Moving into round number 3 is Chuck Flanagan and Jason Biscay. It is the Biondo Racing Products, round number 2. Again, best losing package, going to get $1,000 courtesy of Biondo Racing Products. And man, oh man, is it going to be exciting. Biscay, we got Chuck. TO after the... And I'll just do a quick little swap of the mic then. We'll do that. So Mike Lowe with the 599 dial. Going up against Michael Miller with a 582 dial. As the Roadster goes up against the Mustang. Out of the gate we go. Neither driver exactly spectacular, but the win light will turn on for Lowe. By 0.005 of a second, Mike Lowe gets to the finish line and lights up the board. 28 on the tree and dead on 3. As Mike Miller was 56 on the tree and runs 2 hun under, trying to chase him down. No good for the Roadster as Jeff Farrar and Jonathan Fiello, the gorgeous Nova out of Yucaipa, California, dialed 573, and Jeff Farrar, the Cavalier Roadster, coming in out of Pahrump, Nevada with a 534 dial head start, will go to Fiello. And the K&N sponsored car on the right side. 0.007 of a second is the difference in reaction time. Advantage to Fiello, win light to Fiello. Jonathan, 573 on the 573, predicted just about perfectly after the 023 reaction time. Ends up with a 28 package. Jeff Farrar was 30 on the tree and locked out at that point in time as we bring up Chris Nafziger and Jerry Lone. Both of them had to fight their way back through the buyback round. Jerry dialed 591. Nafziger dialed 497. Head start will go to the Big Chief car on that right side of the racetrack. Nafziger, former track champion here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway in the Super Pro categories. Doesn't get to race with us all that often. Goes out and chases divisional points from time to time. But now, when you get a big money race like this and the opportunity at $400,000, man, you got to get the car out of the garage. You got to get out here, and you got to be on the track for an opportunity to do it. Jerry Lone, first one to stage up the Firebird. Nafziger rolls in next to him. And a red light start for Chris Nafziger by 0.002 of a second. And then goes 495 on a 497. Jerry Lone, 17 green. And the racer out of Rockville, Virginia, moves to round number 3. 592 on the 591 for Jerry Lone. As we'll bring out Ricky Pennington and Bill Zimmer. Another of the local racers, Bill Zimmer, that 75 body dart dialed at 561 on the right side of the track. Actually ended up winning a raffle to be in here in the big money race today. Ricky Pennington out of Gardendale, Alabama, dialed in at 611. Head start to the Silver Bullet on the right side and a win light. Ricky Pennington is 001 in reaction time and goes 610 on the 611, under by just 0.005 of a second, as Bill Zimmer had handed him the win light on the starting line. Zimmer had the 020 reaction time, left 0.02 of a second too soon, and runs 560 on the 561. So Pennington takes the Alabama-based Nova to round number 3 as Clint Delvecchia and Brandon Cornell. Delvecchia coming in out of British Columbia, dialed at 584. Cornell getting the head start with a 708 dial out of Inglewood, Colorado. Win light's going to belong to Clint Delvecchia. Delvecchia was 008. Brandon was 007, so just a 1,000th of a second separation between them. Delvecchia goes 586. Brandon Cornell took 38 thousandths at the stripe, breaks out by 10 thousandths of a second. Needon to take 28th hour less. So we got some more prizes coming out of the prize vault. Again, over $60,000 in prizes available in the vault. 516 the dial for Taylor Rich on the right side. 586 the dial for Jay Bunce in the topless Corvette on the left side. Blinking the bulbs is Rich in that hi-hat Chevrolet. 0.004 of a second, the difference in reaction time. Advantage to Jay Bunce, win light to Bunce. 586 on the 586. He runs exactly what he thought he would after an 025 reaction time. Taylor Rich was 29 on the tree, and ends up 2 above the dial as our next 2 roll out, Mike Coltrane and Jeremy Waterman. Again, talking about the Million Buyback Hard Luck Awards. In Pro, Tim O'More, you're going to get some ATI transmission fluid. On the door car side, Troy Grant, you're going to get a $250 gift certificate for Drag Race Solutions. And Kurt Gross, on the dragster side, we have got a brand new Moser starter for you. It may not ease the pain, but it's definitely worth getting those really nice prizes from ATI, from Drag Race Solutions, and from Moser. Again, Kurt Gross getting the starter from Moser. Troy getting the $250 gift certificate from Drag Race Solutions, and Tim O'More getting the ATI transmission fluid. Win light this time to Waterman out of the right lane. Jeremy in the 67 Nova, 13 green, and 1/100th of a second above the dial. To be 23 thousandths of a second off of a perfect run, Mike Coltrane was 34 thousandths of a second behind the green light and locked out as he runs dead on 3. To exit here in round number 2. Again, one of the keys here. You got to get to round number 3. You got to turn on a win light in round number 3 to start getting paid. So one step at a time. Nacho Rivera and John Labuse. Nacho was 16 green. Labuse was 14 green. 2 thousandths of a second, the difference in reaction time. John Labuse with the slight advantage goes dead on 9. To win that one by 6 thousandths of a second. 517 on the 517 for Labuse. Gives him a 23 thousandths package. Nacho was 16 on the tree and runs 662 on a 661 to come up a little bit short. As we've got the Chevette of Kurt Harrington rolling all the way in out of Indiana and Robert Butler in the Camaro out of Orangevale, California. Chevette gets the head start with a 610 dial. Robert Butler doing the chasing in the Camaro. Butler's in trouble. Butler is done. Kurt Harrington, 10 on the tree, taking 42 thousandths at the stripe, goes 6099 and under by 1 thousandths. Robert Butler followed him through to be under with a 581 on a 583, under by 14 thousandths of a second. Harrington gets the win light, and the Chevette will return for round number 2 as Tom Carlson and Scott Hess. Will be next. So 6:30 for Tom Carlson and 11 thousandths of a second will ruin his day. Turned it red by 11 thou as Scott Hess goes 576 on a 579, and once again another swear jar. You know Tom Carlson's up there going, oh. 630 with a 4 on the 630 after he let go 11 thousandths of a second too soon. Scott Hess, 19 green, and 576 on the 579 for Scott. Here's Bill Bathello and Kerry Willowheat. Willowheat's Camaro out of Estes Park, Colorado, 522, the dial over on the Pennzoil side of the racetrack. For Bill Bathello, that's Uncle Bill. To gauge the intern. Sponsored by the folks down there at Aloha Specialties. Second floor of the Cal. You want some of the best Hawaiian food in Vegas? That's where you go. That's where you go. Both drivers stay green and the win light turns on for Uncle Bill. How about 5-0-0-0? Predicted perfectly after the 049 reaction time and needed every little bit of it. Willowheat was 032 on the tree and 22 thousandths of a second above the dial. Bill Bathello had the 049 reaction time to be 17 thou behind at the hit and gets there first to be dead on 0 for the win. That'll bring up Ryan Harem, Kelly Shearer. Shearer in the truck, dialed 706. Ryan Harem in the Camaro, dialed 557. Once again, green lights a pair. Shearer trying to outrun that Mobil 1 ride and no going. Ryan Harem, 22 and dead on 1. Gets there second, lights up the board, moves to round number 3 as Kelly Shearer had an 017 reaction time. Ryan Harem had the 022. But Kelly Shearer takes 20 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 14 thou. Needed to take 6 thou or less as Ryan Stifler and Rod Taylor. Taylor, the 67 Nova out of Montana, dialed 527. Ryan Stifler, the 71 Chevelle out of Colorado, dialed 536. 14,000 separate them. Win light belongs to Taylor. 527 on the 527 for Rod. He was 14 green. Ryan Stifler, 533 on the 536. Take 13 thou at the stripe after an 028 reaction time. And rolls out of here without a ticket to round number 3. As Ryan Wilson and Dennis Lithgow. Lithgow. Man, that Corvette is a thing of beauty. That is just a race car that looks like it is doing 185 miles an hour sitting still. And Ryan Wilson, the Camaro out of Colorado, dialed 564. So we'll watch the left lane leave first this time. And then the perfect pumpkin. That thing's pretty. In, set, green and green. Ryan Wilson is in trouble here. Dennis Lithgow had what he needed to get the job done. Let go, 23 thousandths of a second behind, and well, that screen cleared quick. That was like gone. Okay, we'll work through it. So Lithgow gets the win over the Camaro. As we got Larry Hamby and Dan Northrup. Northrup in the Silver Ride out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, dialed in at 6 flat. Hamby in the multicolored 55 Chevy. Hamby breaks out, 674 on a 676. Take 27 thou at the stripe after an 022 reaction time. Dan Northrup, 13 green and 1 above with a 601 on the 600 dial to get the win light. This is going to bring us down towards the end of Group B. The single entered door cars. Luke Bagacki for the This Is Bracket Racing Elite.com crew, which they just put up a contest not too long ago. If you want to pick who you think will end up being the winner, they sent that out via the text. You click on it. It'll take you directly to the page. You enter who you think your pick will be. We'll ask you to pick the winning reaction time, and that'll do it. Ooh, Luke 9 total on a solo shot. 005 on the tree, and then goes 482 on the 482. And there you go. So Group B comes to a close.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Some people have an unextinguishable fire to compete, a fire that burns and ignites. The same fire inspires us. It pushes us to run an engine to the edge for just a few more horsepower. Fuel Factory is performance driven, built by racers for racers. We're focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast, we want to win, and we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory, built for speed.
Shauna Whitworth in the S10 out of Indiana, and Brian Griffin, Stewie's buddy, dialed in at 644. Peter's guy. So with Brian Griffin dialed at 644, Shauna dialed in at 631, the pickup truck taking on the Vega. Giggity. Giggity. 1 thou separate them. Advantage on the tree went to the Vega, but the win light's going to go to Whitworth. I don't know that you can call 1 thou an advantage or not. I mean, come on. Come on. Shauna Whitworth on a double breakout. 6:30 on a 6:31, under by 4 thousandths of a second. Brian Griffin is under by 11 thousandths of a second, and Whitworth on the double breakout math will get the win light. As we've got our next two. Jeremy Bargo and Ben Willis. Willis dialed 651 and in trouble. Jeremy Bargo dialed 613 and in control, and a 008 2 above. Win light for Jeremy Bargo. We'll get it done. Ben Willis, what you talking about? Was 25 on the tree and goes 649 on a 651. They'll bring out Andy Schmall and Will Carroll. Oh, I got something else to tease the chat bleachers about. I'm going to have fun. Andy Schmall and Will Carroll. Carroll on the brakes. Takes 8 thou at the stripe. Couldn't woe it up enough. Will was 11 on the tree and goes 686.5 on a 687. Take 8 thou at the stripe to break out by 5 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Andy Schmall in the banana, as Zach Fulcher and Andrew D. Piazza. And as they get them staged up, I absolutely love the chat bleachers. I dig you guys. You are awesome. Those of you that are watching online and commenting and chatting along, and just such a great, great group of people that as we're sitting here, everybody was kind of wondering about what was the car count. As soon as we gave the car count, now everybody's wondering about when's the Optima giveaway. All right, so I'll tell you this, and then you guys can help me keep everybody else in line. The Optima giveaway will happen sometime between 7:30 p.m. and 8 o'clock Pacific time. So somewhere between 7:30 p.m. and 8 o'clock Pacific time is when that'll be given away. So just kind of hang tight. Be ready between 7:30 and 8 o'clock, and we'll do the Optima battery giveaway then. Zach Fulcher dialed in at 597. Andrew D. Piazza dialed in at 472. Pre-stage bulbs are lit between the topless Camaro and the long one. The wagon sitting on the left side. We stay green. 32 thousandths of a second. The difference in reaction time, and D. Piazza's not going to be able to get it done. Zach Fulcher, 005 dead on 4, is 8-9 pack. D. Piazza, 37 green, goes 471 on a 472. No good. As Fulcher moves into round number 3, we're going to go ahead and put out a final call for the apparel booth. They're going to be wrapping up the apparel sales downstairs here in just a little while. So final call. If you want to grab yourself a t-shirt or any of the apparel that's left, this is your last chance. Stephen Vanette, Tim Wirtz. Wirtz in the Roadster, Vanette in the pickup truck. Wirtz dial 519. Head start to Vanette with a 653 dial. And at the stripe, 653.6 on a 653 winner for Vanette. He was 27 green. Gets there second to be dead on 6. Tim Wirtz was 10 thou better in reaction time with an 017. Take 26 thou at the stripe to break out by 10 thousandths of a second and give Vanette the opportunity to move into round number 3. As again, we are in our Group C door cars. So in our Group C door cars, we should have all of Group C sitting back in the staging lanes. Brian Cerruti and Dennis Paz. Paz in the El Camino. Cerruti in the Camaro. 671 to a 640. 31 hundredths of a second head start going to the El Camino, and the chase is on. Cerruti cuts down that head start by 13 thousandths of a second and goes 642 on a 640 after the 004 reaction time. He gets to the finish line first by 16 thousandths of a second. Dennis Paz is 673 on a 671, and the El Camino will take the rest of the afternoon off as Paul Edens and Justin Moser. Edens, the pickup truck out of Rexburg, Idaho, 539 the dial to Justin Moser's 552. Staged, set, go. Mr. Boo Boo, I'll check on that, man. I will check on that. 49 thou the difference between them. And Justin Moser grabs the brakes to tighten it up to a 3 thou stripe. How about 001 take 3 thousandths and goes 557 on the 552. Paul Edens 540 on a 539 after an 050 reaction time. And in a race like this, a 50 light proves to be very costly. Kendall Little and Matt Daddis. Daddis, Wednesday night's winner in the race that we finished up last night, has already collected $30,000 on the weekend as he's got a 617 dial sitting up on the right side of the scoreboard. Kendall Little out of Texas with a 611 dial. The drivers take that one last deep breath before they roll him into stage. We are getting into that point of the evening where this morning everybody was a little bit all over the place, a little bit this, a little bit that. Now it's serious. And as the night goes on, it's going to get even more serious. How about Kendall Little, 002, take 35 thou at the stripe to knock out Matt Daddis. Daddis, 006 on the tree and runs 621 on a 617 to bow out here in round number 2. Kendall Little, 612 on a 611 after the 002 reaction time. Gonna get a win. I'm going to be honest with you, Mr. Boo Boo. The stuff sold out fast. Like all the sweatshirts were gone, that everything was gone. But if there is something there, I'll see what I can do. Darrell Hemley and Lucas Walker. Hemley in the Cavalier out of Washington, dialed 458. That is a quick door car sitting on the left side. And Lucas Walker, just a gorgeous little wheel stand each time he leaves it. Oh! Darrell Hemley getting the win light and knocking out Lucas Walker. Walker was 10 on the tree and goes 608 on the 607. Darrell Hemley goes 459 on the 458 and was perfect. Perfect and one above beats perfect, perfect and one above beats 10 and one above. Darrell Hemley gets the win light against Lucas Walker. It is now Josh Cancelar and Kevin Pollard. KP up on the right side. 576 is the dial, getting the head start over the dragster of Cancelar. Out of Bundron, Iowa, 459. The dial for the dragster as the pre-stage bulbs are lit. Cancelar dives in. We're set and gone. Red light start for Kevin Pollard by 5 thousandths of a second. And some of the big names in the game begin to drop out of competition. Wow. Josh Cancelar was 40 on the tree and dead on 4. Kevin Pollard is going to be less than thrilled about seeing that one slip away. Missed the tree by 5 thousandths of a second is Don Bradford and Jeremy Hancock. Jeremy with the Nova out of Commerce, Georgia, 551 the dial. Don Bradford out of Alabama with a 490 dial in the dragster. 14 thousandths the difference in reaction time. Don Bradford working with a 00 and goes 004 dead on 3 for a 7 thousandths package against Jeremy Hancock, who is 18 on the tree. Jeremy was dead on 7 and had no chance at lighting up the scoreboard, with Bradford putting up 7 total as Stephen McCrory and Charlie Lockhart. Sizable head start. Going to go to Charlie Lockhart in the pickup truck. Who won pro on Wednesday. He's got the 601 dial. Taking the head start against the 466 dial of Stephen McCrory. Hey, D Group, let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. We'll now take Group D to the lanes for round number 2. D Group, come on down. 6 thousandths of a second separate them. The dragster left second. Charlie Lockhart, 002, tightening up the stripe to 5 thousandths of the second. Goes 603 on the 601. That lights up the board on that Pennzoil side. Stephen McCrory was 008 and runs 25 thousandths above the dial to bow out as Bryson Scruggs and Ty Farmer. Looks like we've worked our way through the majority of the door cars. Left in Group C, there may still be a straggler or two back there into the dragsters. 9 thou separate Ty and Bryson. Ty Scruggs, 009, 481 on a 480 for Farmer. Gets there second and doesn't break out. Bryson Scruggs was 18 green. Take 15 thou at the stripe. Needed to take 4th thou or less as he breaks out by 11 thousandths of a second as Gabe Hernandez and Dustin Wirtz. Hernandez for Team Mexico. Dustin Wirtz for Team Idaho. 456 for Dustin. 498 the dial for Gabriel. So with a 498 number up there, top bulbs are lit. Gabriel's going to be the first one to roll in and light up the stage bulb. Dustin Wirtz joins him on the starting line. Tree drops in. Dustin's going to win this one. Gabriel let go 5 thousandths of a second too soon and runs 497 on the 498. Dustin Wirtz is 8 total. If Manny were up here to be like, ocho. 456, 1 on the 456. Dustin after the 007 reaction time. He gets the win light as Tyler Bohannon and Rocky Van Note. So Van Note, 477 the dial. For Tyler Bohannon, 476 is the dial. Basically heads up here between the two. .476 and Tyler Bohannon. Oh, Rocky, he is going to join Camp Commiseration. Tyler Bohannon, 009, goes 477 on a 476. Rocky Van Note dialed 477, runs 477.0, but was read by 9 thousandths of a second at this end of the racetrack. Another red and dead on 0 run brings somebody's Spring Fling Million campaign to a close. It was Logan Scrivener and Talon Farmer. Logan left side, dialed 47. Talon right side, dialed 473. Talon's already in the bulbs. Logan's there as well. .474 on a 473. It comes down to 1 thousandth of a second. So Logan goes 488.8 on a 487 to come up 1,000th of a second short against Talon Farmer as Tim Thomas and McKenna Brown. That one's going to raise a question, and we'll leave it at that. So McKenna with a 461 dial. Tim with a 466 dial. McKenna and Tim separated by 15 thousandths of a second. Thomas 467 on the 466 after the 014 reaction time. McKenna had the 029 light and then goes dead on 9, but finds herself on the wrong side of a 10 thousandths margin at the stripe. Now we got Mike Griffin and Donovan Williams. Williams over to right side, dialed 471. Mike Griffin on the left side, dialed 477. Red light start for Griffin. Griffin 005 early as Donovan Williams is 13 green and goes 466 on a 471. Be like, huh? You holding a little bit? Or a lot of bit? I mean, it's one of those things you hear somebody say, yeah, he was holding a little change down there. You know, he's holding a couple. Donovan was holding up the entire bank. He held up the bank. It was 466 on a 471. Gabe Torres and Dan Lafferty. Gabe, who came out on the wrong side of a matchup earlier, down to the one entry here is Dan Lafferty. Out of Wendell, Idaho, 440. Both of them are racing desperate. Oh. So according to what I heard from Mike, goodness. Dan Lafferty, 13, dead on 3, comes up 5 thousandths of a second behind Gabe Torres. Torres, 006, dead 5. To be 11 thou total. And man, that one was a mean one. As now Hunter Patton and Mark Dunn. Mark with a 479 dial. Honey Wayne with a 460 dial. Hunter got one through. Trying to get the second one through. Thank you, Umbrella Man. I appreciate that, sir. Logan Scrivener and Talon Farmer. Logan Scrivener and Talon Farmer. We need you back to the staging lanes ASAP for a rerun, please. Logan Scrivener and Talon Farmer. C046 and C058. C046 and C058. We need you to the staging lanes ASAP. Logan Scrivener, Talon Farmer for a rerun, please. Hunter 004 and 17 thousandths above the dial. Gets the win light. Mark Dunn was 20 on the tree. And bowing out here as we bring out Dallas Glenn and Shannon Justice. Well, that's nice of you to say, Troy. Now I'm getting all like bashful and shy and stuff. Dallas, that's right. The guy who runs the Pro Stock car. Yep, so did we, Jim. So did we. Shannon Justice with a 480 dial over on the right side. Justice is in trouble. Dallas Glenn closing in quickly, and 4:49 on a 4:48. Going to be good enough to get it done. 37 thousandths of a second separated in reaction time. Shannon 4:79.7. And really had nowhere to go as Dallas was 18 green and 19 thou above, taking the stripe by 5 thousandths of a second to slide that neon. What is that, like a neon, or is that like a road flare red? I mean, it's kind of like that. It's more than bright orange. That thing's like 80s orange. It's like MTV orange from the 80s. It's awesome. I like it. Oh, Jessica Bogacki goes red by 5 thousandths of a second. Win light belongs to Fiello. 6:00 on the 5:99 after the 0:16 reaction time. Are they Zoomies pants? You talking about like the the stretchy pants that like Def Leppard wore and stuff like that? No, not those. I don't remember. We'll see. Blake Fuquay and is it Don Bukowitz? Bukowitz with a 477 dial. Fuquay with a 460 dial. Oh, Don 39 green and 478 on a 477. Blake Fuquay was 24 on the tree and goes 462 on a 460. Win light left side as the Hendersonville, Tennessee-based Blake buys himself a ticket into round number 3. Here's Casey Pesnell and Gary Williams. Zubas? Were those like a thing in the 90s? I never saw them. That must have been a Utah thing. That was a freaky Utah thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, 003 leaves second in this pair. And the win light's going to go to Pesnell. Pesnell is 001 and 449 on the 448. Gary Williams was 003, takes 17 thousandths of a second at the stripe and needed to take 11th thou or less as he breaks out by 6 thou. Oh, man. Will Holloman, Brian Bennett. Bennett, the dragster with a Hellcat motor in it. Dialed in at 451, and Will Holloman, he's got the 450 up on the scoreboard. In Barn, I feel your pain. Brian Bennett was 31 green and goes 449 on a 451. That's no good. Will Holloman 002 and 14 thou above. Well, let's just say this. In my world of last man standing, I will not be the last man standing. My racer has been eliminated. You stink. Mike, you stink. Yes, Jesse, thank you for the reminder. Yes, Jesse, thank you for the reminder. Just saying. That's okay. Racing is stupid. Oh, Josh Herman going up against Brian Kennedy. Brian trying to hold on, but Josh will stay alive in one. Josh 30 on the tree and goes 449 on the 448. After the 023 reaction time, Brian Kennedy was 0.05 of a second behind and runs 475 on a 476. So Herman Into round number 3 is Bart Nelson and Don Sefton. Sefton lining up with a 476. And 1 thou separate Bart and Don. Oh, Bart Nelson just got flat out nasty on Don Sefton. Don tried to do it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Bart Nelson 004 dead 0 to be 4 total. Don Sefton 003 take 2 thou at the stripe to break out by 1 thou. Yeah, that's gruesome. That is gruesome. Troy Williams and Bo Sanders. Troy down 470. Bo Sanders down 449. Both drivers are 00 and again. How about 007 dead on 0? Bo Sanders boots Troy Williams. Troy was 002 and 21 thou above. Bo Sanders 007 dead 0 takes 16 thou at the stripe and pushes Troy Williams to the curb. Corey Galitti, Shane Molinari. Molinari's in a world of hurt. And that deal has been sealed. Corey Galitti, 002, 15 thou above, ends up 17 total, taking 24 thousandths of a second at a stripe. Shane Molinari, 33 green and dead on 8. No good. Oh, man. Let's just say welcome to the show. It is getting gruesome as Kyle Cotrera and Donnie Burleson. Burleson dialed in at 448. Cotrera dialed in at 461. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so Group D, let's get you headed back into the staging lanes, please. Group D. Let's get you rolling. 461 the dial for Cotrera, 448 for Donnie Burleson. 1,000th of a second, the difference in reaction time, and it comes down to a 461 on a 461. Cotrera 14 green and dead on 2 to get to the finish line first by 9,000ths of a second. Donnie Burleson 15 green and 100th of a second above. No good. You think about it yesterday, like 15 green, 1 above. Oh, you're moving on to the next round. Hell, 36 green and 2 above. Oh, yeah, you can move to the next round. Today, you can be like 7 total and thanks for playing. These guys are like snipers taking shots from 900 yards. How far are snipers taking shots from now, like hitting them? It's like a mile. It's crazy. James Glenn, 480. James Warden, 447. So Jim Glenn, left side. James Warden, right side. Oh. Warden is moving on. 11 on the tree and 446 on a 447 gets the job done. Jim Glenn was 001 red and runs 477 on a 480 dial. How about Sean Langdon versus Chris Whitfield? You're saying they're 2 miles now if they're really good? Jeez. Whitfield dialed 465 on the left side. Sean Langdon, who's going to be back here next weekend, driving a top fuel car that's going to do the quarter mile in like 3.7 seconds. Okay, fine, 1,000 still. Win light to Langdon. Chris Whitfield was 23 on the tree, dead on 5 to be 28 total. Sean Langdon was 11 green, dead 6 to be 17 total. And Sean Langdon gets the win light as Lane Como and Mark Kidd rolling up now. Lane Como red by 0.07 of a second and runs dead on 7. Mark Kidd, 19 green, goes 467 on the 468. And Mark Kidd moves on to round number 3 as Mike Bloomfield Jr. and Peeps Pennington. Huh. No. Ask any of these racers out here. Sniping ain't easy. So a 467 dial on the left side. A 461 dial on the right side. Bloomfield Jr. in the dragster. Peeps in the dragster on the left. 15 thou separate them in reaction time. And Mikey Bloomfield, 8 total. Take 18 thou at the stripe to get the win light. 005, dead on 3 for Mike Bloomfield. Peeps Pennington was 20 and dead on 6. So 26, not going to hold up against Mike Bloomfield's 8-pack, and thanks anyway. Bloomfield moving on as Vince Generalao and Kurt Harvey. Harvey with a 478 dial out of Greenville, Texas. Generalao with a 484 dial from right here in Las Vegas. Generalao, 008, dead on 4 to be 12 total. Wait a minute. No, that was Neil. I'm looking at Generalao standing down there. All right, then. All right. Because that's Vince Generalao standing right down there. That must have been Neil in the car. Musta. We'll double check. Kurt Harvey, 480 on a 478, no good. As Tom Stalba will pair up with Jeff Serra. Tom Stalba and Jeff Serra raced each other in Group A. I think it was kind of like the Shane Thompson and Mark Kidd deal that I had to do. They raced in A and they raced in B. Huh. 009 for Stalba, 004 for Jeff Serra. Serra, with 5 thou in his pocket, gets down to the finish line. And let Stalba have the stripe as Stalba goes 482 on a 486. Took 11 thou at the stripe. And breaks out. Jeff Serra was under by 29 thou, getting the win light. And that's going to bring up Sugar Shane Carr. And the Rabbit, Kevin Brannon. So they're both down to 1. Kevin losing his A entry. Shane losing his A entry. Somebody's done. Right now, Kevin's in control. But Sugar Shane pulls off a victory. Sugar 460 on a 458 after an 022 reaction time. Lights up the scoreboard, moves into round number 3. The Rabbit was 13 green, takes 39 thou at the stripe, and breaks out by 2 measly thousandths of a second to end the chase for the repeat and for $400,000. Oh, my. Man, oh, man. We got Group D. Rolling out from under the arch. And with Group D rolling out from under the arch, what? What are you laughing about? All right, Randy. I appreciate that information. So it's Scrivener. But is it like Scrivener? Or is it Scrivener? Ho! Ho, ho, ho. So Logan Scrivener with a 488 Dow. This is our rerun. Get that taken care of. Group D is sitting here under the arch. They're going to be looking to punch their ticket into round number 3. But a 473 Dow for Talon Farmer. 488 the Dow for Logan. They are green. 00 both sides of the racetrack, and the win light's going to turn on for Logan. 005 and dead on 7. Logan gets the win light. Talon Farmer was 008. Take 5 thou at the stripe to break out by 1,000th of a second. All right, so Group D is here. Group D is here. And with Group D here, the brutality will continue. The nastiness will continue. And speaking of nasty, here's Mike Eames.
I was going to say brutality. Don't mind me. So Group D and Beyond Racing Products round number 2 is here at the arch and rolling forward. And we'll start off with Dylan Winters and Don Terros. Dylan out of Boonville, Indiana. This is Danny Nelson, prepared dragster. And Don out of San Pedro. And his front engine machine, who spent a lot of life running on the NHRA Heritage Series in Nostalgia Eliminator 1. That 760 index class over on the Heritage Series. All right, we are pre-staged. Dylan and Don. Dylan bumps in. Don and the FED roll in. Off and away. Don looking over to the left. Here comes Dylan Winters. Give it to Dylan Winters. 478.8 on the 478 to be good. Don was 12 up front, was a little better. Arrived to the finish line 23 thou in front to break out 2 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 21 or less to move the wind light over onto the side of that front engine dragster. Didn't do it. I'll bow out here in round number 2 was John Labuse and Jacob Stolworthy. Out of Boise, Idaho, 456 the number for Jacob. Labuse, 470 for the Caboose out of Tennessee. Stolworthy turns it big red. Labuse 15 green and a free look at 470, 4674 for Labuse at 147 miles an hour. After Jacob was red by a bunch, he goes a little too quick as well as John Edwards III and Marlon Goatz. Stephen Blowers, the track lights are on. Edwards out of Virginia. Goatz out of Troy, Texas. Tree coming down, and we're off and away in a red light start for Marlin by 4 thou. John Edwards III will move out of Biondo Racing Products round number 2 and into ATI Performance Products round number 3 here in Group D. Brian Watts and David Meyer. Watts out of Washington, 447 the dial for BW, and David Meyer out of Sheridan, CA. The machine is David Meyer. Seven competitors have won the million here at the Spring Fling. Who's going to be number 8? Every win light gets us closer to putting the puzzle together. 4 thou separate the two on the starting line. Meyer and Watts, and Brian Watts takes out David Meyer. 16 up front, dead on 4. Meyer was 12 green and 2 above. Going 495 on the 493 as Brian Watts will proceed. As we had 364 cars in round number 1 start their quest to take home the $400,000 that will go to the winner. They'll get the limo ride down to the suite at the South Point. Everything that goes in to being a Spring Fling Million champion. It's Willie Flores and Hannah Cook. Willie out of Texas, the dragster left side. Hannah Cook right side, and the win going to go to Willie Flores. 477 on the 76 was 13 green. Hannah was 11 down here, virtual identical on the reaction time, and 2 above 8 for Hannah Cook. And the Cook family dragster will be a second round runner-up is Gary Youngblood and Colton Aragon. Colton made it all the way to the final of Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday before being defeated by Matt Daddis in the final. Here Colton is going to want to go 1 round further than he did Wednesday. 4,000 difference on the starting line. Youngblood and Colton Aragon. Colton Aragon keeps on turning on win lights. 480 on the 479. Colton was 10 green. Youngblood was 006. Got to the finish line 24 thou in front to break out 9 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 15 or less. It was Chad Axford and Jason Rich Mr. Axford out of Kentucky, the salty one. 439 the dial. 439 the dial for Jason Rich as well out of Tennessee. Over on the Pennzoil side. Wow. Both drivers dialed 439. Both drivers were 002 red, and it goes out to the little number that we cannot see. Jason Rich has the win light flashing over on his side. Just brutal. Both sides 002 red. It carries out to the fourth number that we don't get to see on our screen. But Jason Rich's win light is flashing. Chad Axford is out. Trevor Harkema and Michael Johnson. Trevor, my little Pookie out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho for Nelson Family Racing. 496 the number for Trevor. Michael Johnson out of Arkansas. 491 for MJ. Michael Johnson, 19 green, dead on 3, makes 22 on the combined. And Trevor Harkema picked a bad time to be 23 green as Harkema was completely froze out. Michael Johnson packages up Trevor Harkema and throws him aside. It's Bill Kidd, excuse me. Bill Kidd and Wyatt Wayman. Bill out of Marana, Arizona. That's Savannah's dragster. 534 the dial for Savannah, or for Bill, excuse me. And Wyatt Wayman, Wyatt out of South Jordan, Utah for Sierra Electric. For Wyatt, 483 is the dial. Green and green. Bill Kidd's 006, Wyatt Wayman is 10, and Bill Kidd will get into round number 3. 006, one above 3 to get the win. Wyatt was 10 up front. Got to the finish line first by 28 thou to break out 19 thou as Bill Kidd will move on as Daryl Contreras and Blake Johnson will be our next pair. As I need Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Eliminator up in the lanes for round number 3, please. And you turn on a win light in round number 3. Shashing. You cash at the Spring Fling Million. The only question is, how much? Contreras and Blake Johnson, 3 thou the difference for the two racers out of Colorado. Blake Johnson will advance on a double breakout. 9 thou under for Blake was 17 green. Contreras was 20 down here on the starting line and under by 21 thou. Blake Johnson ends up on the right side of a double breakout of Sean Hart and Kyler Hergemuller. Sean out of Layton, Utah, the Painter Boy, 493 the dial for Sean. Kyler, 478 the dial for the dragster out of Colorado. Again, Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro, round 3 to get you up here. Red light start for Kyler. Sean Hart will move on. Kyler was 13 red. Sean Hart 13 green and 1 above to get into round number 3. Hergemuller turns on that red light here in Beyond Racing Products, round number 2. As Alberta and Alberta. Morgan Caron, Chevy Reeves. Morgan, 487 the dial. The dragster without the wing on the Vegas side of the racetrack. Chevy Reeves, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. The dragster with the wing with 458 on the Pennzoil scoreboard for Chevy. Chevy a little bit late. Morgan out in front, and Morgan is going to get the win. 24 under by 3 thou to get the win. Chevy 45 green and under by 7 thou. Double breakout going to go to Morgan's side. Peter Biondo.
Thanks, Mike. Very important. Racers still in competition. Please pay attention. Racers still in competition. This is the point of the event, round 3 when we call you. We do not go by group letter anymore. We're going to call door car doubles first. So I'll take door car doubles for round 3, regardless of group letter, to the stage lanes. We'll get you guys up front. Then we'll call the rest of the door cars that are still in competition. So it's a separation now by, not group letter, by door cars and dragsters. So right now, door car doubles to the lanes for round 3.
You heard the man. Jorge Covarrubias Ortiz and Steve Williams. Jorge left side, 465 for Team Mexico. Steve Williams for Team K&N, 442 for Mr. Williams, former world champion. Better on the starting line is Williams, looking over at Jorge. Steve Williams will advance into round number 3, 443-1, take it 7th out the stripe. Jorge was 35 and 1 above, but 7th out behind at the finish line. Steve Williams will move on. It's Dave Secondi and Chandler Thyssen. Secondi out of Washington, 459 left lane. That dragster with the wing. Chandler Thyssen, Lakewood, Colorado, 454 is the dial-in. So once again, as we get into round number 3, we are no longer separated by groups, but it is door car and dragster if you are still double entered in a door car. So once again, the door cars, if you are still doubled, get up in the front, please. Secondi going to bow out to Chandler Thyssen, 452 on the 454. It's Peter Biondo. You want to hit that again?
Yeah, I believe the mic wasn't working. I was talking to myself. All right, guys, racers still in competition. Please pay attention. This is the point of the event where we do not go by group letters anymore. We separate by door cars and dragsters. So it doesn't matter what group letter you are. Right now, we are going to call the door car doubles up first to get them to the front of the pack, and then when we call dragsters, we'll do the same. So right now, we'll take door car doubles to the front of the staging lanes, please, for round 3. One important note, if you are doubled, and if you were doubled earlier, please make sure you have the right letter showing, because that's still in your car number. Thanks.
Everything that Peter just said. Straight Banton and Kevin Shearer. Banton is perfect on the starting line, and 1 total for Trayton. Peter Biondo almost had to give away $10,000 right there for a perfect run. 1 total for Ban. Shearer was 009 on the green light start and was just a big colossal waste of space. 1 total for Ban. Just filthy. Dennis Lithgow and Ron Sears. Lithgow out of Mansfield, Texas, left side. The dragster with the wing, 474 the dial. Ron Sears out of Port Orchard, Washington. 507 the dial for Ron. Ron is looking over to the left. Here comes Dennis Lithgow, and Lithgow. 29 green, dead on 5 is 34 total. Ron Sears was 40 green and smushed. Lithgow will move on. Jordan Epper-Jesse. 437 the dial for Jordan over the Las Vegas side. Jeremy Cisneros, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Dragster on the Pennzoil side for Cisneros will have the opportunity to depart the starting line first. Jordan is 003 and one above 3 to lock out Jeremy Cisneros. 16 total for Jordan. We'll get it done. Jeremy was Jackie Robinson on the starting line, 42 on the green light start, and 470. Cisneros will be around 2 casualties. Tyler Murrup and Jackson Graydon. Murrup out of Sandy, Utah. Jackson out of Spokane. Up in the state of Washington, 503 for the winged dragster over on the Pennzoil side. Start for Jackson by 11th thou. Murrup will advance into round number 3. 470 with a 9 on the 473 for Tyler. Jackson said he was going to run 501, went 503 and went 501, but was 11 on the red side is Val Torres Jr. and Mike Rock. Val Jr. out of Chino, CA. The TNT Supercar, 474 the dial for Val. Mike Rock out of Napa, Idaho. Right there by Boise, 471 the dial for Mr. Rock. Fourth thou was the difference on the starting line. Mike Rock, Val Torres. Val Torres will advance as Mike Rock breaks out by 6th thou, arriving at the finish line first by 24th thou. Needed to take 18 or less as Val Jr. will push forward. It's Butch Belair and Dalton Giroux. Dalton out of Leduc, Alberta, Canada. 456 is the dial. Butch out of Princeton, Minnesota. For that ever-growing, vastly popular Minnesota Mafia. 539 is the dial for Butch left side. Can you get out of Biondo Racing Products round number 2? Put you into ATI Performance Products round number 3. Green and green, Dalton and Butch. Dalton is going to make it work. 457.2 on the 456, was 27 on the green light start. Butch was 17. Got to the finish line first by 23 thou to be 1 blanking thou too quick for the Minnesota Mafia. Nathan Martin and Brandon Justice. Martin out of Kendale, Texas. 467 the dial. Brandon Justice out of Blossom, Texas. 494 the dial for Brandon. Red light start for Mr. Justice. by 3 little teeny tiny ones. Nathan Martin is 26 green. And 466-2 on the 467 as I need all door cars for round number 3 into the staging lanes, please. All door cars for round number 3 up into the staging lanes. When we get into that ATI Performance Products round number 3, that means you're cashing at the million. A third round win light gets you a minimum of $1,000. And we just keep going from there. Tim Parton and Ryan Harem. .464 right side, 448 left side. We are in. Away and away. Tim left side. Harem right side. Double breakout win. Ryan Harem's way. 463 on the 464. At 148 miles an hour. Parton was 11 green and 447. To be a second round runner up on the double breakout is Stephanie Nass and Tony Pontillo. Tony out of Wisconsin. The cheesehead over on the Pennzoil side, 483 is the dial. Stephanie Nass out of Candy, Oregon. Is tardy. Tony trying to make a payoff and will. 483.9 on the 483 for Tony. Was 25 green. That makes 34 total. And Stephanie was 6-6 down on the starting line. Tony will move in around number 3. Mitchell Marcy and Chandler Ball. Marcy out of Farmington, New Mexico, the wing dragster left side. Chandler Ball out of Ogden, Utah, right side. 487 the dial for Chandler. Chandler is A8. Mitchell Marcy in a dominating position is going to get the win. 20 up front and 473. Chandler Ball was 121 up front. Couldn't get around it. So James, to answer your question, you turn on a win light in round number 3, you're guaranteed 1,000. You turn on a win light in the 4th round, you're guaranteed 2,000, and that was the entry for the million. So you turn on a win light in round number 4, and there you go. As Logan War and Gene Heaton. Logan out of Erdy, Utah. 464 is the dial-in for Logan. Gene Heaton, 463 for the dragster out of Vancouver, BC. Logan War, who won his million entry in a practice tree race that Jaron Mott put together. Logan is in last. Logan a little better on the starting line. Gene looking over to the left. Logan War. 23 green, dead on 4 makes 27 total. Gene Heaton was 37 green and had no chance at all. And we believe it's Greg Hicks left side. And we believe it's Jeff Burns right side. So the Hef over on the left side, 468 the dial for Hollywood. Jeff Burns, Tennessee, 426 the dial for Mr. Burns. Identical on the starting line, and Burns by a thou is going to be in front of the finish line. 20 green, 2 above 3 for Jeff Burns, 428.3 on the 426. Hicks was 19 up front, 2 above 5, margin of victory, 1/1000th of a second for Jeff Burns. As Steph Fuller and Jason Montgomery will be our next pair. Steph Fuller will be doing the chasing in this pair. Jordan Montgomery has 5'11 on the Pennzoil scoreboard. Off and away. Montgomery, 001, looking over to the left. Fuller's going to run out of real estate. Jordan Montgomery locks out Fuller. 11 green, 512-0 on the 5'11, makes 11 total. Steph Fuller was the deuce on the reaction time and had no shot whatsoever, completely locked out. Jason Montgomery did to Steph Fuller as Tim Watts and Andy Taylor. Tim out of Washington. Dragster left side, 478 the dial-in, and Andy Taylor out of Belfair, Washington, 430. And an all-Washington State affair here. Andy Taylor with the big wing on the back of his TNT supercar. So Watson Taylor. Red light start for Andy Taylor by 1/1000, and he's going to grab that time slip and going to be real upset. Tim Watts is 65 green. And we've talked about this before. Man, if you are 001 on the red side, man, you know, if your opponent's like 006, 7, 12, whatever. But, man, when your opponent is 65 green and you're 001 red, that's like a garbage can chucker. That's when you go out in the pit area, you grab a garbage can and you just chuck it across the pit area. That's just brutal for Andy Taylor. Tim Watts will back in round number 3 is Paul Lorton and Jason Lawrence. Lorton out of Arizona, 513. Leroy Duran's whip. Jason Lawrence out of Hamilton, New Jersey in the Theobald team machine. Green and green, 3 thou separate the two drivers. They leave the starting line, and Lawrence, a double breakout win, will go Jason's way. 10 green, under by 5 thou. Lorton was 13 green, 3 thou behind right off the bat, and 5-10-9 on the 5-13, under by 21 thou. Double breakout win. We'll go to Jason Lawrence, and the Theobald team machine is Mo Trujillo and Micah Mann. Mo with 457 on the dial. Micah, 484 for the racer out of Texas. And a true start win for Micah Mann. Micah left first, 001 in front of green. Mo left second, 12 thou red. And via true start, as we know, Kyle Seipel is looking down upon us. Whenever that happens, Micah Mann will move in around number 3. The lesser of the two offenders there on the red light is Dave Moser and Tony Fuller. Moser from Moser Enterprises. 471 the dial for the Moser team car out of Escondido, CA. And Tony Fuller out of Arkansas. 512 the dial for Fuller, the wingless dragster. Over on the right side.
Alright, Jeff Devy, Kevin Pollard here. With this pair and a single left in Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro category here in 3, our ATI Performance Products round. You turn on a win light here, you're guaranteed a minimum of $1,000. How much you get? Clement, set 3. The Choo. Free data, pin run. Clement, 55 on the and 671 racetrack. To wrap, Larice Sports Insurance Pro. We're rolling into Super Pro door cars. Here, I performance round three. You. Turn on a win light here, you get a minimum of $1,000.
Go-to place for carburetors in the world of big buck bracket racing and NHRA racing. Join world champions Luke Bagaki, Jimmy Lewis, and Christopher Dodds, and let APDD help power you to your next win. Carburetors, throttle stops, and fuel systems. APPD. At FTI Performance, we are proud to be associated with a top-notch brand like the Spring Fling, dedicated to the racer. Our continued commitment to the best customer service in the industry is what separates us from the rest. Join the FTI family and join the list of winners who depend on the power and reliability of FTI to get to the winner's circle. Visit FTIperformance.com today.
All right, all dragsters. We'll take all dragsters in round number 3 into the lanes, please. All dragsters into the staging lanes for round number 3, please.
True Start, a product of CompuLink, has been used at all Fling events since 2016, and now used at over 50 tracks nationwide. In a double red light situation, True Start awards the win to the racer who red lights by the least, regardless of handicapped start. True Start was created to level the playing field by equalizing the pressure for both drivers, regardless of which driver's tree drops first. High performance.
Right, just because it's not often that I get an opportunity audio Jeremy Bargo dialed 6:13, about a 1 second head start, and a 1,000th of a second difference in reaction time. Win light goes to Bargo, 15 and 1/100th above the dial. Taking 6th down with the stripe, Bargo in the pickup truck. Going to be headed to the pay window at some point in the night, because now that we are into round number 3, those that light up the scoreboard will be getting something. It'll just be up to that racer to determine how much that something will be. Michael Pennington was 16 green and 18 thou above. To come up a little bit short against Bargo is Mike Badeau Jr. and Scott Hess. Hess in the Nova, dialed 576, leaving second. Badeau Jr. in the Chevelle, dialed in at 708, leaving first. Again, round number 3 is underway, and Hess is in a big hole. 576.0 on a 576 is not going to solve that. It will not fill in the gaping chasm that now fills Scott Hart. 77 on the tree, going dead on 0 and knowing that it was there. It could have been yours, but it was not. 20 on the tree and 711 on a 708 gives Mike Badeau Jr. the win light as Jeremy Waterman and Chuck Flanagan. We're down to 6 left in our pro category. The ladder has been delivered. We'll talk about that here in just a moment as Flanagan's down 640.
.610 on a 609. He was 18 on the tree. Jonathan Fiello, 004 and 24 thou above the dial by a true margin of victory of 2/10,000ths of a second. The Chevette and Kurt Harrington are moving into round number 3. Ryan Harriman and Kenny Snow, a couple of Californians. Going to go head-to-head here. Snow in the Chevelle. Ryan Harriman in the Camaro with a 555 dial up there. Versus Kenny Snow's 570 dial. Harriman with the advantage on the tree. Cannot convert it into a win light. Kenny Snow 11 dead 6. To Beckwith. 5-3 on a 544. The double breakout game ensues. Moser was 27 on the tree. David Beckwith with 15 on the tree. As Moser runs 5.50 on a 5.2. to be under by 15 thousandths of a second. David Beck with 5:43 on the 5:44 to be under by 4 thousandths of a second. As now Andy Schmall and Daniel Fiello. Hey, racers, we're going to need to ask for a little bit of a help here. A little bit of help. We need you to keep the golf carts out of the staging lanes. We're going to have race cars rolling in and out of there on a very regular basis. And sounds like we've had a few too many golf carts back there that are kind of in a mess of things. So we would appreciate your assistance. Let's keep all of the golf carts out of the staging lanes. Those that are not necessary, there's a big parking area up in the lanes. Let's get that, all those golf carts up there, please. So 591 for Schmall, 599 for Fiello. And it's Fiello, push. Oh. That's round number 3, getting pushed back off the Shiva, Andy Schmall, 12 green. And goes 591 on the 591. Oh man. Zach, I don't know that that would go that far. As far as, like what the consequence would be of the golf in the staging lanes. No, I mean like it makes that's going a little bit. That's going a little heavy. I get it. Andy, dead on 8 after a 12th hour reaction time on the solo shot is unfortunately Daniel.
Unable to get the car off the starting line is Bill Bathello and Mike Lowe. Bathello dialed in at 499. Mike Lowe dialed in at 597. Goes 21 on the wrong side of the train run. Mike Lowe. 13 on the 597. And man, oh man. It's getting kind of Rick cannot learn. I assure you, those that are we do understand. I promise. We do understand. I promise. Everybody up here is doing all they can. Ricky Pennington and Project Bleachers. Corrected. We understand. We get that repaired. Is Ricky? We do understand. 609 after the 12 Miller Pennington 610 to the Project. Panic.